Chapter 401 Geniuses from all races have arrived. Ozu, don't mess around. Although your Red Lotus Karma Fire ranks higher than the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, you can't bring out the full power of the Red Lotus Karma Fire right now. At this moment, hearing the words of the woman in red, the other three people all looked worried. One of the men in white even started to persuade them directly. It's alright, I'm not looking for a sparring match with you. I just want to experience the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. A cold voice was heard, and the woman in red called Huo Zhou stood up and walked towards Ya Chen and Chenfeng. Should we go over and take a look? Seeing this, the frivolous man looked at the remaining two people and asked, no need for that, Hu Zhu knows his limits. Besides, even if Senior Medicine Saint doesn't display the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he won't make things difficult for Hu Zhu. Among the three, the middle-aged man with thick eyebrows who had never spoken shook his head. Junior Hu Zui greets the Medicine Saint. After a while, the woman in red came to the pavilion where Chenfeng and Yao Chen were, and bowed respectfully to Yao Chen. The cold voice, coupled with the mysterious face hidden by the veil, immediately made Chenfeng, who was sitting in the pavilion, take a second look. Tesksk, the face beneath this veil must be extremely extraordinary. Chenfeng commented secretly in his heart. What do you want to see me for? While Yao Chen glanced at Huo Zhai and asked, Medicine Saint, I heard that you have refined the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. I wonder if you can let me see the strange fire. Huo Zhai didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. Judging from your aura, you should be from the Yan clan. Moreover, you have refined the 8th ranked Red Lotus Karma Fire. Why are you interested in the Bone Spirit Cold Fire? At this moment, Chenfeng beside him suddenly stood up and smiled faintly. Who is this? When Hu Zhai heard Chenfeng suddenly speak, there was confusion in his eyes. Now she was questioning Yao Chen. Chenfeng's behavior seemed very abrupt and somewhat disrespectful to the Medicine Saint. She couldn't help but guess Chenfeng's identity. Middle morning breeze. Chenfeng revealed his identity with a smile. Haha, little girl, Master Chenfeng is about your age, you young people can chat. I won't bother you anymore. Yao Chen seemed to understand some of Chenfeng's thoughts and tried to avoid him immediately. Hu Zhu was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, No, Senior Medicine Saint, you haven't shown the Bone Spirit Cold Fire yet. However, Yao Chen did not respond, and an invisible force stopped Hu Zui. Who on earth is this guy? Even Senior Medicine Saint calls him Young Master. The way forward was blocked, and Hu Zhikai suddenly remembered what Yao Chen had just called Chenfeng. Ms. Hu Zhu, I wonder if you can be my Chenfeng woman. Just when Hu Zhu was feeling doubtful, Chenfeng's sudden words made Hu Zhai stunned again. She didn't expect that Chenfeng would say such words to her. You wanted me to be your woman the first time we met. Don't you overestimate your own charm. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are handsome. In this world, strength is everything. Without strength, no matter how beautiful you are, it's all in vain. After realizing what was happening, Huo Zhai decisively rejected Chenfeng's offer. As a talented girl of the Yan clan, Hu Zhou is very proud. Appearance alone is not enough to catch her eye. She was able to say so much to Chenfeng at this time because she felt that Chenfeng was a little mysterious, otherwise she would have turned around and left. Ha! Maybe you don't know my identity yet. After hearing what Hu Zhu said, Chenfeng did not get angry, but asked back a question. Does it matter who you are? Huo Zhu said coldly. You should have heard of the champion of the alchemy conference, Xiao Yan. I am her husband. Also, I am the emperor of the Northwest continent. Chenfeng slowly revealed his identity. So you are the emperor of the Gamma Empire in the Northwest continent. Hearing Chenfeng's self-introduction, a strange look flashed in Hu Zhi's eyes. But the next moment she said with disdain, You have already married Tao Ying, and you still say such words to me. Aha, I married Tao Ying because she and I are destined to be together, and you also happen to be destined to be with me, so why don't I marry you both? Chenfeng nodded as a matter of course. Huo Zhou was left speechless by Chenfeng's remarks. If an ordinary person spoke to her like this and treated her disrespectfully, he would have probably taken action long ago. However, at this moment, because Yao Chen was not far away, Hu Zhu endured it. Ms. Hu Zhui, could you please take off your veil and be honest with me? Don't even think about it. After being teased by Chenfeng, Hu Zhui didn't know why, and actually forgot that he was a cultivation genius with the powerful strength of an early 8-star Dazun. Under normal circumstances, she would have used her strange fire on anyone who dared to tease her. Snort. With a cold snort, Hu Zhi left the place with a sullen face. Testsk, it must be fun to conquer a girl with such a temper. Looking at Hu Zhu's graceful figure leaving, Chenfeng had a frivolous smile in his eyes. Hu Zhu, What's going on? Seeing Hu Zhai coming back, the man in white robe asked with a smile. Senior medicine saint is very busy, maybe next time. Hu Zhu gave a perfunctory reply without mentioning that he was teased by Chenfeng. You are only interested in strange fire. You must have hit a wall. Hearing this, the man in white robe said something casually, and then he muttered to himself, what I am most interested in is the heavenly tome that opens every 20 years. Although this heavenly tome is within the ancient realm, according to the agreement made that year, all the people of the 8 clans are qualified to enter it. It is said that the tome of Xiao Shan, the ancestor of the Xiao clan, is also inside. I wonder if anyone can really get there this time. Well, I wonder if the people from other tribes have arrived. According to common sense, they would not be absent from such a major event. The man with thick eyebrows also nodded and said, who cares? If they don't come, there will be fewer competitors. Let's go too. The man in white curled his lips, then stood up and walked out of the attic. The others behind him followed him without any hurry. On the other side, Chenfeng and Yao Chen were also bored, so they left here and walked towards their rooms. On the way they came across 3 figures covered in black robes. What's interesting is that after seeing Yao Chen, these 3 people kept their heads down and avoided looking at him. It is obvious that these 3 people are from the Soul Clan, and only people from the Soul Clan would react like this when seeing Yao Chen. Humph, a bunch of shady things like rats. Seeing the reactions of the 3 Soul Clan youths, Yao Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. With his status, he would naturally not attack 3 youngsters in such a place, so he did not make things difficult for the 3 Soul Clan people. Recommend books, Fighting Break Sphere, making up a diary. Xiao Yan becomes a little fanboy, due to accidentally eating seafood contaminated by nuclear waste water. Lu Chuan directly traveled to the Duki continent with a fraud notebook. As long as the fabricated diary is believable, you can get benefits, so Lu Chuan began to make up stories, turned into a big liar, and played the entire Duki continent in his hands. But what? Lu Chuan is a Dodi strongman who was reborn after 100 years. 100 years later, a powerful person from the upper realm will descend and attempt to destroy the entire Duki continent. Only Lu Chuan can save everyone. The Soul Clan is actually planning such a shocking conspiracy. Xiao Yan, Big Brother, not only gave me the strange fire and protected the Xiao family for me, but also saved my life many times. Xiao Yan will never forget such a great kindness. From now on I am willing to follow Big Brother, fight for hegemony in the world, and fight against the powerful demon emperor from the upper realm. Medusa. If it weren't for Lu Chuan's help, my snake people would have been destroyed long ago, and we would have left behind a daughter. Yun. I was going to die at the hands of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. It was Lu Chuan who saved me, and he also saved my Yunlin sect from the Soul Palace. Ziyan. Brother Lu Chuan snatched the ancient jade in order to rescue my father. As the Empress, I should mobilize the whole country to help my husband Lu Chuan, because he is the savior of this Duki continent. In this way, Lu Chuan made up stories and portrayed himself as the savior of the Duki continent, deceiving people across the continent. Chapter 4 Ho 2 Entering the Ancient World. For a cultivator of Chenfeng's level, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and because of Yao Chen's great reputation, some elders of ancient clans in this ancient holy city came to visit him in person. Of course, in this ancient saint city, there has never been anyone from the ancient clan with the strength of a fighting saint. Those who came to visit Yao Chen were just some elders from the ancient clan with the cultivation level of semi-saints. One of the elders of the ancient tribe named Gusen is the main manager of this ancient holy city. When the morning light of the 3rd day poured down from the sky, the ancient holy city became extremely lively, because today is the day when the gate to the ancient world is open to everyone. Most people here are full of curiosity about this mysterious place that has almost become a space. There are not many people in this world who can possess this great ability to open up space. As the city was filled with noise, Chenfeng and Yao Chen, under the guidance of some powerful people from the ancient clans, headed quickly towards the city center. In the center of the ancient holy city, there is a huge lake. The lake is extremely clear, but at a glance you can't see the end. The lake is so deep that it makes ordinary people feel creepy. At this moment, the area around the lake has been occupied by many figures, and even on the surrounding buildings, there are many figures. Many eyes are focused on the clear lake. Above that huge lake, figures in armor stood upright with guns in hand. A strong aura permeated the air, preventing anyone from daring to set foot on that lake. Everyone, the ancient world will be opened soon. The ancient world is vast. If you wander around recklessly, you will inevitably get lost. So, I hope that after you enter, don't wander around. In the center of the lake, Elder Gusen of the ancient holy city suddenly shouted loudly. After entering the ancient world, someone will receive you and send you to the center of the ancient world, the ancient Saint Mountains. In addition, there are people of the ancient race in the ancient world. I hope you will not interfere with them. Otherwise you may be blacklisted by our ancient race. Do you understand? Hearing Guxen's words, some polite echoes were heard outside the lake. Chenfeng knew very well about the people of the ancient tribe. These descendants can be said to be the lowest level of the ancient tribe, but also the most important level. After countless years of reproduction, the number of ancient tribesmen in the ancient world is probably quite large. They all have the blood of the Du Emperor in their bodies, but it is almost negligible. Of course, there will be some accidents or mutations that will cause the blood power to become stronger. Once these descendants are discovered, their value will skyrocket and they will become true members of the ancient tribe and enjoy unparalleled respect. This is also the reason why the ancient clan is so powerful. Think about it. It is not difficult for a genius to appear among 100,000 people, or even 1,000,000 people. With such a large base, the powerful ancient race must have unlimited fresh blood to replenish, and naturally become stronger day by day. Boom, not long after, ripples suddenly appeared in the calm lake. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation, spreading from the space above the lake. When this terrifying spatial fluctuation reached its peak, an extremely bright beam of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of the lake. Finally, the beam of light connected with the huge energy shield of the city. Boom! The moment the two were connected, the space was slowly torn apart amidst shocked gazes. After a while, a black space door leading to the unknown depths appeared in the gaze of many people. The space gate leading to the ancient world has been opened. Everyone, please enter. Looking at the huge space gate, Elder Gusen smiled slightly, then spoke aloud. Soon, a figure appeared in front of the space gate, and then the skilled man boldly walked in first. The ancient clan is different from the Soul clan. Most people in the world trust the ancient clan, and are not worried that they will do anything wrong to their guests. Let's go. Chenfeng smiled slightly, then walked on the water and headed towards the space gate, while Yao Chen followed behind him. Such a strange posture made many powerful people who were paying attention to Yao Chen feel a little puzzled. Of course, no matter how hard they tried, they would not know that Chenfeng and the medicine saint of Yang continent were in a master-servant relationship. Soon, Chenfeng and Yao Chen stepped straight into the door of space. Amid the waves of space, their figures quickly disappeared. Above the blue sky there was a sudden violent fluctuation in the space, and then a huge dark space door strangely emerged out of thin air. Soon after the space gate appeared, human figures slowly emerged and finally stood in this strange world. Is this the ancient world? The energy of heaven and earth here is at least several times stronger than that of the outside world. As expected, this is a level that only Du Sheng masters can reach. This kind of magical power is truly incredible. As those figures appeared, exclamations gradually spread. Such a strong energy of heaven and earth. If you practice here, your progress will probably be twice as fast as in the outside world. This ancient clan is not only blessed with talent for practice, but also has such a blessed land. It is not without reason that they are so strong. Yao Chen took a breath of the air here and said with a little emotion. Chenfeng didn't feel much about this, as he also controlled this opened-up space. Moreover, because the area of the wind realm is smaller than that of the ancient realm, the energy of heaven and earth is more concentrated and will not spread everywhere. Moreover, Chenfeng can mobilize the energy of the heaven and earth in the wind realm at will. He can make the energy of a certain area much higher than other places and create a paradise. Boom! Soon, there was a sudden sound of muffled thunder in the distant sky. In the dark clouds in the distance there are 10 flying warships. The dark clouds are spread around the warships. From afar, it looks like the warships are riding on the dark clouds and carrying thunder, which is majestic and spectacular. This huge warship is something passed down from ancient tribes since ancient times. It is called the shuttle boat. In terms of speed, even a strong man at the peak of the Du Zun level may not be able to catch up, but unfortunately this kind of thing is too rare nowadays. It's actually the shuttle sky boat. The ancient clan is really generous. After some people with sharp eyes discovered it, they immediately cried out in surprise. Boom! Guests, please get on board. The dark clouds came with thunder and lightning, and finally stopped slowly above the sky. An old voice also came from the warship. As the old voice fell, everyone jumped onto the warship. Chapter 43. This boy actually hooked up with Miss Gu Master. the coming-of-age ceremony for the younger generation of this ancient clan, apart from Mistress Sun, is nothing special. The only attractive thing is the tomb on that day. On the huge warship, Yao Chen told Chenfeng some secrets of the continent. Little did he know that Chenfeng knew more about these things than he did. The heavenly tomb is a relic from ancient times, and contains the tombs of many powerful people. The heavenly tomb is extremely mysterious. It contains the energy imprints of many ancient powerful men. Moreover, these imprints have transformed into their appearances before their death over the years. As long as you defeat these energy bodies, you will be able to obtain the energy imprint, absorb it, and then increase your strength. These energy marks are extraordinary. They are equivalent to real high-level elixirs, and they can be swallowed continuously without losing much of their effectiveness. Of course, the most important thing is that the time in the heavenly tomb passes much slower than in the outside world. In fact, 5 days in the heavenly tomb are only equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. That is to say, if you spend 1 month inside, it is only 6 days outside, and if you spend a year inside, it is only 2 months outside. In this way, if someone stays in there for a long time and practices for hundreds of years, when he comes out, he will probably become an extremely powerful person. After all, with this kind of extra time, even the dumbest idiot can achieve a lot. Of course, such a magical place naturally has great limitations. The heavenly tomb is opened once every 20 years, and the time spent inside is at most 3 years, which is equivalent to half a year in the outside world. After half a year, one will be expelled from the heavenly tomb by the rules of the heavenly tomb. The heavenly tomb is indeed a good thing. Now it is only controlled by these ancient imperial clans. Others have no chance to enter. Chenfeng listened to Yao Chen's words and nodded slightly. It seems that the young master is very clear about all this, and I am the one who said too much. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen smiled slightly awkwardly and looked around. Suddenly his gaze froze, because, in his sight, several young people with familiar marks on their foreheads appeared. Haha, Medicine Saint, those people are the ones sent by the Medicine Clan this time. A young man in black walked over at this time. Yao Chen was born in the Yao clan, and some people from ancient races knew these secrets. Are all the representatives of the Medicine Clan at this level now? Upon hearing this, Yao Chen replied without changing his expression. Although his voice was full of contempt, it also concealed a hint of sadness. The person in the middle is called Medicine Star level, also known as Human Medicine Sun. He has now reached the intermediate 8th level. He may be quite outstanding in front of others, but facing the Medicine Saint, he is nothing. The young man in black smiled and flattered Yao Chen. Reaching the intermediate 8th level at this age is indeed a genius compared to ordinary people. Even in the Yao clan, he is considered a genius. At the time of Yao Chen's age he had not reached this level. However, Yao Chen was not surprised at all. In the Yao clan, unless one reached the peak of the 8th rank, one was considered inferior, but now he was a real 9th rank alchemist. During this time, Chenfeng did not speak. Soon the warship suddenly trembled violently, and then the surrounding space fluctuations slowly dissipated, and the speed of the ship also slowed down. In the distance, lush mountains appeared within the range of vision. Have we reached the ancient Saint Mountains? As the warship got closer and closer to the misty mountains, Chenfeng paused for a moment and looked directly at a misty mountain in the distance. There, a vague green figure was looming. Even though it was far away, Chenfeng still felt a sense of familiarity and longing. Above the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a huge warship slowly stopped above the endless mountains, attracting countless gazes. On the warship, everyone gathered at the bow, looking at the steep mountains below, and then feeling the many powerful auras faintly seeping out from the mountains. Many people were secretly amazed. It was worthy of being the base camp of the ancient clan. The number of Du-Zun powerful people here had reached a very terrifying number. Haha, distinguished guests from the ancient clan, please come in. Hearing the old voice coming from the warship, many people responded politely, and then they moved their bodies, flashed down from the warship, and flew towards the building complex in the center of the mountain range, which was the reception place for the ancient tribe. At this moment, the graceful figure on the cloud peak also moved, stepping on the clouds, her skirt fluttering, like a fairy in the clouds. With a kind of etherealness under the gaze of many people, she came on the clouds and finally floated outside the warship. Looking at the girl in green who suddenly appeared, all eyes on the warship were cast over to her, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. The girl was wearing a light green dress, her long black hair was tied up casually, flowing over her slender waist, and finally vertically to her delicate buttocks. A gentle breeze blew over, her black hair fluttered in the wind. She looked otherworldly, and that beautiful face made even the whole world dim, a pair of moving bright eyes, revealing an ethereal meaning, like the deepest starry sky, making it difficult for people to look away. One glance can conquer a city, and another glance can conquer a country. She is so stunningly beautiful, truly a person who can topple a country. Facing such a girl who was born with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even the most perfect man would seem to feel ashamed in front of her. Such a person can only be found in the world. Looking at that familiar beautiful face, a gentle smile slowly appeared on Chenfeng's face. Brother Feng. Under the gazes of so many people, the girl in green smiled, her delicate body flashed, and she appeared on the warship. Her soft voice sounded in Chenfeng's ears. Sonner, sorry to have kept you waiting. Chenfeng smiled and stretched out his hand, then put his arm around Sonner's slender waist amid the stunned gazes of the Black Annihilation Army soldiers around him. What's going on? Miss Sonner didn't stop it. The young man following behind Yao Lao was greatly shocked. He had never seen Sonner smile like this before. Sonner, who usually looked as elegant as a goddess, now showed this kind of true feminine charm. Who is this kid? The eyes of some young people from the ancient tribes on other warships were filled with envy and jealousy. Among the ancient races, most of them married within the tribe. Therefore, many people liked this young lady from the ancient tribe who had both strength and beauty. Who is this guy? He actually hooked up with Miss Q. There were exclamations and doubts coming from the mouths of young people from other ancient races. This guy married the champion of the alchemy competition, Cao Ying, and hooked up with Miss Gu. He also said those words to me before. It's simply, the woman in red with a veil on her face glanced at Sonner and Chenfeng, then sighed softly. Chapter 404 Ancient Tribe Coming, of Age Ceremony. What ability does this kid have to be favored by Miss Sonner? Yes, considering his age without the blood of an ancient race, I'm afraid his cultivation level is not even Du Zun. That's not right. This person's aura is like a mystery. I can't see any signs at all. As time went by, more and more people from the ancient clan saw Chenfeng hugging Sonner, and they felt very jealous. And some people wanted to attack Chenfeng, but considering the Du Sheng master Yao Chen next to him, they finally gave up the idea. Even if Yao Chen didn't stop them, Sonner's current strength alone was enough to stop all of them. If it were the Sonner in the past, she might have been stymied by the pressure from the clan, but now, no one could make decisions for her marriage, even the elders would have to obey her decision. Brother Feng, let's go, soon. Sonner took Chenfeng's hand and flew towards the depths of the mountains in front of everyone. As Chenfeng's subordinate, Yao Chen naturally followed him. At this moment, Chenfeng also had some strange thoughts in his mind. After all, his current cultivation was not enough to compete with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan's attitude was not right, he would immediately use the space transmission flag to leave the ancient world. The night is like water, permeating the earth. The cool moonlight pours down from the sky, covering the entire mountain range with a layer of light silver gauze. In the center of the mountain range, groups of palaces stand one after another. Under the moonlight, they look like ancient beasts, exuding a hint of ancient breath. At this moment, most of these palaces are brightly lit. These days are considered festive days for the ancient clan. So many places are decorated with lights and filled with a festive atmosphere. However, on the mountains far away from these magnificent ancient temples, it seems particularly quiet. Without the noise, this place seems like a place where hermits live, peaceful and tranquil. On the top of the mountain, Chenfeng and Sonner stood hand in hand. In this ancient clan's land, they did not sleep together, but just had some ordinary intimate contact. Brother Feng, in the past 2 days your information should have been known to most of the tribesmen. You won't blame me, will you? Sonner turned her head, looked at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes and said softly, how could that be? It will be made public sooner or later, and now is about the right time. Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. The identity discovered by outsiders has no effect on him at all. Those are all things he can let others know, and probably everyone in the Gamma Empire knows them. Would of the next day when the first ray of morning light poured down from the sky, this ancient sacred mountain range became lively almost instantly. Figures flashed across the sky, and all kinds of festive sounds of gongs and drums resounded over the mountains. Crunch! The tightly closed door slowly opened and Chenfeng, who had changed into neat clothes, walked out slowly. He glanced at the open space in front of the room and saw Sonner already waiting there. Brother Feng, have you rested well? A Sonner came up to him with a smile, and gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Chenfeng's clothes with her delicate hands. She looked so gentle, like a well-behaved young wife. If this scene was seen by other members of the ancient tribe, their eyes would probably turn red again. Sunner had always appeared in front of them as elegant and ethereal as a goddess. They had never imagined how heartbreaking it would be to see the goddess in their hearts tidying up a man's clothes. Well, let's go. Chenfeng looked at Sunner with gentle eyes and chuckled. Soon, the two of them, together with Yao Chen, headed quickly towards the center of the huge square deep in the ancient Saint Mountains, which was completely surrounded by ancient aura. Around this ancient square, there were Black Annihilation Army soldiers wearing heavy black armor standing upright, with sharp eyes like eagles constantly scanning around, and when they saw Chenfeng, their sharp gazes paused obviously, but they did not make any other movements. Many people had already taken their seats around the square, but Sunner did not stop there. Instead, she pulled Chenfeng directly to the seats in the center of the square. Somewhere in the square there was a figure sitting cross-legged with a fierce and murderous aura. The man's hair was black and white, and his aura was as cold as 10,000-year-old black ice. One glance at him would make people feel cold all over. Chenfeng could feel that the man's murderous intention was directed at himself. Brother Feng, this man is called Gu Yao, and he is considered to be the best among the younger generation of the clan. Apart from brother Gu Qingyang, he is the most powerful, Sunner introduced gently. She knew Chenfeng's strength very well and didn't take a character like Gu Yao seriously at all. Boom! The time has come, let the ceremony begin. After the sound of the bell rang out, a vast and plain voice suddenly came out from the void space. The terrifying pressure contained in that voice made many people in the square gasp. The fighting saint is here. Feeling this breath, Chenfeng felt very calm. With his current level of cultivation, he could sense the breath of many ancient clans' fighting saints, even Gu Yuan, Gu Li and others were sensed by him. When the mighty voice slowly fell, 3 elders of the ancient clan, who were dressed very formally, stood up from their seats not far away with serious expressions, and then walked into the center of the square. At this moment, there are already many props there. The coming of age ceremony of the ancient tribe is quite complicated, because in the ancient tribe, only after going through the coming of age ceremony can one be considered to have grown up completely. Only after the ceremony can these young generations truly become the core of the clan. Even the so-called marriage can only take place after completing the adulthood ceremony. The real strong man of the ancient clan has not yet appeared. At this moment, Yao Chen's gaze swept across this special area. Except for a few elders of the ancient clan, he did not see any people of the same level as the patriarch of the ancient clan. Obviously, these big shots would not easily show up even at this time. The ceremony begins. Lingquan. After a while, the 3 elders of the ancient tribe in the square were ready, and then read out the first name according to the list. Hearing the shouts from the 3 elders, Lingquan hurriedly stood up, moved his body, and rushed into the venue with great vigor, and saluted respectfully to the 3 elders. There are naturally many adult young people in the ancient tribe, but only a very few can hold their coming-of-age ceremony on such occasions, and these people are undoubtedly the best among the younger generation of the ancient clan. Therefore, it is no wonder that Lingquan has a hint of pride on his face. Chapter 4 of 5 The Benefits of Clan Crests in the Field. An elder of the ancient tribe with a serious expression clenched his hands, and a star disk nearly 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. Lingquan was also familiar with the process, so he quickly walked forward, then placed his palm on the star disk and closed his eyes. As Lingquan closed his eyes, a strong light suddenly burst out from the star disk and 6 stars slowly emerged. Seeing these 6 stars, the elder of the ancient clan nodded, and then shouted loudly. Lingquan, the 7th commander of the Black Annihilation Army, 1 star Du Zun strength 6th grade bloodline level, after discussion and resolution of the Council of Elders, is given a golden clan emblem. It's actually a golden clan emblem, worthy of being the 7th commander. Hearing the shout from the ancient clan elder, the ancient clan members in the square immediately let out envious voices. Hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Lingquan's eyes. He knelt on one knee and raised his head. An elder of the ancient tribe held a brush that was shining with golden light, and his arm danced out a trail of afterimages. Then a mysterious rune appeared on Lingquan's forehead. Golden light burst out, and a special energy fluctuation filled the air. In the ancient clan, bloodline levels are divided into 10 grades, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 10 being the highest. Generally speaking, only those whose bloodline level reaches the 4th grade or above are eligible to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. The fact that this feather spring has reached the 6th grade is already quite good. As for the golden clan emblem, it is the final evaluation given based on the above-mentioned conditions. This racial pattern was passed down by the ancient clan from ancient times. In critical moments, it can make the blood power in the ancient clan members' bodies temporarily surge, increase their strength and thus avoid danger. This clan emblem is divided into 4 levels: silver, gold, purple gold, and 7 color gold, distinguished by color. The clan emblem of Lingquan is the 3rd golden clan emblem. The reason why the ancient people attached so much importance to the coming of age ceremony was not just because of this ceremony. The main reason was because of the ethnic patterns. According to the ancient clan's bloodline level calculation, as long as one can reach the 9th grade bloodline, it means that one has the potential to become a Duoluo saint. As for the strongest divine bloodline, perhaps the potential is enough to allow a person to reach the peak of the fighting saint. Of course, this is quite difficult. Divine bloodline has not appeared in the ancient clan for many years. Next, Lin Xiu. As the feather spring went down, a shout was heard again in the scene. Soon another young man stood up and rushed down with excitement on his face. Following Lingquan's previous process, Lin Qiao walked through it again, but there were still only 6 stars appearing on the star disk. Lin Xiu, the 3rd commander of the Black Annihilation Army, a 5-star Dazun, a 6th grade bloodline, and given a golden clan emblem. Although both of them have golden clan emblems, the gold on Lin Xiu's forehead is obviously brighter than Ling Quan's. Perhaps this is the difference between their respective strengths. Next, after Ling Quan and Lin Xiu, some powerful young warriors from the ancient clan came on the stage one after another, but no one's bloodline level exceeded the 6th grade. Gu Zhen, the commander-in-chief of the Black Annihilation Army, the 7-star Dazun, the power of the 7th grade bloodline. I give you, when a tribesman named Gu Zhen was announced, the elders rarely stopped and discussed one by one. Seeing the 3 elders start a conversation, everyone in the square looked at each other, and then their eyes focused on Gu Zhen. It seemed that this guy was a little different from the previous ones. In the field, the 3 elders finally stopped after talking for a while. One of the elders clenched his hand, and a purple, gold brush appeared in his hand. It's actually the purple gold dragon pen. When people saw the purple gold pen in the elder's hand, exclamations of surprise immediately rang out in the venue. After discussion and decision by the Council of Elders, Gu Zhen has extraordinary military achievements and a calm personality, so he is awarded the purple gold clan emblem. The elder shouted in a deep voice with a stern expression, and then energy surged in his palm, urging the purple gold pen to quickly leave a purple gold clan pattern on Gu Zhen's forehead. According to his bloodline level, Gu Zhen can't actually reach the level of the purple gold clan mark, but his reputation in the Black Annihilation Army is extremely high, almost as high as the 4 great commanders, so the Council of Elders made an exception this time. The Sunner introduced in a soft voice that in the ancient clan, sometimes it is not just bloodline and cultivation that counts. Those who have made military achievements or have other outstanding qualities will also be appreciated. Chenfeng also knew Gu Zhen's character and nodded slightly. In the field, even though he unexpectedly obtained the purple gold clan emblem, there was still no strong fluctuation on Gu Zhen's face. He respectfully bowed to the 3 elders, then stood up and left. The next moment, a chill came over him, causing Chenfeng to frown. General Shura, one of the 4 generals of the ancient clan, has stood up silently under the attention of the whole audience, and is walking towards the center of the field step by step. That chill was released by the ancient monster, and was obviously aimed at Chenfeng, but it had no effect on Chenfeng at all. Under the attention of the whole audience, Gu Yao walked into the venue slowly with a cold expression, then bowed to the 3 elders. However, he did not kneel on one knee like Lingquan, Gu Zhen and others before. Instead, he stood straight like a sharp spear emitting cold air. The 3 elders did not look unhappy about his behavior. Although the ancient demon was not as senior as them, he had a very strong reputation among the ancient clans. Coupled with his extraordinary strength, it was normal for him not to kneel before them. At that moment, the 3 of them looked at each other, and with a wave of their sleeves, the star disk, which was about 10 feet in size, flew lightly in front of the ancient monster, with bits of fluorescent light seeping out from it. "It's your turn, ancient demon." Hearing this, the ancient demon nodded calmly, and then under the gazes of many people, he slowly stretched out his hand and gently touched the star disk. The ancient demon touched the star disk with his palm. There was silence at first. After a while, the star disk trembled violently. A bright and strong light shot out from it. Stars appeared one after another on the star disk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. Looking at the 8 stars slowly appearing on the star disk, there was an uproar in the field. Even some elders nodded with amazement on their faces. It was obvious that this test made them extremely satisfied. "Ancient demon, one of the 4 great commanders of the Black Annihilation Army, 8-star Du Zun, 8th grade bloodline power, and given the purple gold clan emblem. As the shout came, the purple gold dragon pen in the hand of an elder suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light, and rich energy gathered at the tip of the pen. Then, with a wave of his arm, a mysterious rune quickly appeared on the forehead of the ancient monster. Call, painting this so-called purple gold clan pattern seems to consume a lot of fighting spirit. Therefore, when the last stroke was made, the elder's forehead was slightly sweaty. He let out a long breath, stopped writing, and the bright light from the tip of the pen gradually faded. Chapter 4:6 The terrifying power of the medicine saint. Soon, a lifelike purple, gold clan pattern appeared on the ancient monster's forehead. The color of this purple gold clan pattern was obviously several times deeper than the previous purple gold clan pattern of Guzhan. This clan emblem was obtained by the ancient demon entirely through his own strength. It is not comparable to the purple gold clan pattern that Guzhan could only obtain by making an exception. The clan emblem has been formed. Ancient demon, go down. After completing the clan pattern, the elder also smiled, then waved his hand and said, Hsih. However, before the elder finished his words, the ancient demon with an indifferent expression suddenly spoke. Seeing this, the 3 elders were startled, then frowned and asked, What's the matter? During the coming-of-age ceremony, do I have the qualifications to challenge anyone at will? Under the gazes of so many people, the ancient demon said in a faint voice. At this moment, many people seemed to have guessed something, and many people looked towards Chenfeng. Obviously they had anticipated this matter. The 3 elders hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, According to the rules, during your coming-of-age ceremony, you can challenge anyone from your tribe, but if the other person is not from your tribe, you need their consent before you can fight them. The ancient demon nodded slowly, his eyes fixed directly on Chenfeng, who was not far away, and he said calmly, You should know that I came here for you. If you want to have fun in the ancient tribe, then you must show your true strength. Otherwise, others will always look at you with ridicule and pity. Now I can give you this opportunity. You can challenge me. Of course, whether you have the courage to do so is up to you. However, I hope that if you refuse, you will leave the ancient realm today. The rules of the coming-of-age ceremony allow the ancient demon to challenge anyone. But what he said was to let Chenfeng challenge him actively. Challenges usually come from the lower to the upper. Obviously, in the ancient monster's cognition, the person who should issue the challenge is not him, but Chenfeng. Swish. As soon as Gu Yao finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on Chenfeng, and many people's eyes were filled with a sense of gloating. It is said that this guy is the emperor of an empire, and he has unified that corner of the northwest continent. Haha, is such a person worthy of being with Miss Gu? I have to say this guy is quite capable. He is just an emperor, but he can embrace so many beauties. What do you mean? As far as I know, Cao Ying, the champion of this year's alchemy contest, is his wife. At the same time, he also married Tang Jun's beloved daughter from Fenyan Valley. Moreover, Master Feng's only disciple Mu Qingluan is also very close to him. The people of these ancient races all get information very quickly. So many things about Chenfeng are not actually secrets to them. Marrying the champion of the Alchemy Association. The so-called champion of the Alchemy Association is just a child's game, not worth showing off at all. On a high ground in the square, several figures were leaning lazily against the railings. One of them, a man with a medicine gourd pattern on his forehead, looked at the thin figure in the distance and smiled. That's right. How can the alchemists out there compare to us? At the side, a seductive woman with revealing clothes and extremely hot body curled her lips and said, Judging from the special pattern between his eyebrows, he should be a member of the so-called medicine clan. Haha, but this seems to be quite difficult. There are very few people who can survive in the hands of the ancient demon. Tisk, this guy even dares to snatch my target. I hope that kid can hold on for a while longer, otherwise it will be too boring. In another corner, a figure wrapped in a black robe raised his head slightly, revealing an extremely pale young face. This person was the representative of the Soul Clan. These people may have underestimated this man. In the special area, the veiled woman from the Yan clan looked at the figure not far ahead and sighed softly. This guy doesn't seem to have any skills. Can anyone tell me the details? There is still a group of people in the field who are optimistic about Chenfeng, because of his unique temperament and the calmness he shows at this moment. With your strength, you are worthy of being challenged by Master Chenfeng. You are simply courting death. As Yao Chen finished speaking, a huge pressure enveloped the ancient monster, causing the ancient monster's face to change drastically. But soon a fighting saint's aura came from afar, helping the ancient monster to resist the pressure released by Yao Chen. Oh, a mere 2-star Du Sheng dares to embarrass himself in front of this old man. Seeing this, Yao Chen sneered and released all his pressure. At this time, Yao Chen had already advanced to the late stage of semi-saint 4-star fighting saint. The enormous pressure from him shocked everyone present. The ancient demon was forced to his knees in the first instant. Medicine Saint, please be patient. It is the young generation of our ancient clan who do not know the rules. At this moment, the real strong man of the ancient clan finally took action, and with a single word, he resolved Yao Chen's pressure. Ancient demon, get out of here. At the same time, a scolding voice fell into the ancient demon's mind. Yes, hearing this, the pale-faced ancient demon quickly walked off the stage, not daring to look directly at Yao Chen. The strength that Medicine Saint just showed is definitely not that of a 1-star Du Sheng. In my clan, I'm afraid only a 3-star Du Sheng or even a 4-star Du Sheng can have such power. Everyone looked at Yao Chen in surprise and doubt. I never thought he could reach such a high level, such a genius, but the clan actually expelled him because he had no talent. How ridiculous. In the crowd, the young men from the Medicine clan had evasive looks in their eyes. They all knew that Yao Chen was an abandoned child of the Medicine clan, but now, this former abandoned child had reached a height that they would never be able to achieve in their lifetime. This old fellow Yao Chen is actually a 4-star Du Sheng. Even the top masters of the ancient clan are very respectful to him. It's really unbelievable. Yao Chen is a 4-star Du Sheng. He is hiding very well. No, in this way, it will not be difficult to find out the real culprit for the destruction of the human palace. At this moment, noticing Yao Chen's cultivation level, several young men from the Soul clan suddenly realized something and their pupils shrank suddenly. At the beginning, when the human palace was destroyed, the Soul palace hardly suspected Yao Chen. That was because Yao Chen only had the strength of a 1-star Du Sheng and did not have the power to destroy the human palace. And now, they have discovered that Yao Chen is a 4-star Du Luo, who had been hiding his identity before. Therefore, the answer to who is the real culprit who destroyed the human palace is obvious. Chapter 47 10-star Bloodline. All the ancient clans were shocked. This matter is of great importance. When we return, we must immediately report it to the strong men in our clan. Yao Chen dared to slaughter the strong men of the Tiangang Human Hall of our Soul Hall. He simply does not take our clan seriously. The old man from the Soul clan who was standing behind the young man said in a deep voice. Although his words were tough, he dared not make any move at this moment, because he was only a 9-star Du Zun, and it would be easy for Yao Chen to kill him. After this time, Yao Chen's fame will be several times greater than before, and he will become a truly top-notch powerhouse in Zhongzhou. Because of the clan covenants made by the ancient imperial clans, strong men with cultivation above the 4-star Du Luo cannot act at will. This also leads to the fact that even if there are Du Sheng strongmen active in Zhongzhou, they are just low-level Du Shengs. Now that Yao Chen has displayed his cultivation as a 4-star Du Sheng, most forces will be uneasy. Even the Soul Palace Master only displayed the cultivation level of a 4-star Du Sheng. In other words, after this incident, everyone in the world will know that the Medicine Saint's cultivation is already on par with the Soul Palace Master, and there may be countless powerful people who will choose to join the Falling Star Pavilion. At this moment, after the strong man of the ancient clan came forward, Yao Chen was still very angry. However, after Chenfeng signaled with his eyes, Yao Chen did not continue to pursue the matter of the ancient monster. Brother Feng, Sunner gently held Chenfeng's hand. She knew that someone at Guyao's level could not arouse Chenfeng's emotions at all. If Chenfeng took action, the consequences would be very serious, either death or disability. Moreover, this is the territory of the ancient clan. If Chenfeng really kills the ancient monster, he might get into some trouble. Let me preside over the next ceremony. Soon, a powerful Du Sheng from the ancient clan arrived here. It's Elder Tongshuan. After hearing this, the elders on the stage were startled, and then they seemed to understand something. There was a hint of shock in their eyes, and then they bowed and stepped back. After several elders left the scene one after another, the Du Sheng strongman of the ancient clan slowly descended from the sky, then turned his smiling eyes to the charming figure in that special area and said softly, "Sunner, it's your turn." As the man's voice fell, the eyes of the whole audience almost instantly focused on that charming figure. In this ancient clan, she was the real pearl. Go ahead. Sunner clenched her jade hands slightly, then nodded at Chenfeng's smiling gaze, her body floating like a fluttering butterfly, and gently landed in the field. Son, come here. Elder Tongswan greeted with a smile, holding the star plate in his hand. Sunner walked forward slowly, touched the star plate lightly with her delicate hand, and then closed her beautiful eyes slightly. As Sunner closed her eyes, some light slowly bloomed from her jade hands. Under the illumination of this light, the stars on the star map also quietly emerged one by one. The eyes of the entire audience were all focused on the star map at this moment. The appearance of each star would make many people's hearts beat wildly. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8. As they looked at the increasing number of stars on the star disk, the breathing sounds of many people in the square became heavier. The space in the sky was slightly fluctuating, and faintly, there were obscure and powerful auras emanating from it. Obviously, these were the powerful men of the ancient clan who had never shown their faces, but at this moment they could not sit still, and began to pay attention to the square. Under the gazes of countless eyes, shortly after the 8th star appeared on the star disk, another burst of strong light gathered. 9 stars, 9th grade bloodline. Looking at the 9 bright and dazzling stars on the star disk, almost all the members of the ancient tribe took a deep breath. 9th grade bloodline means that the ancient clan will have a member who has the potential to advance to the rank of Dulyo. Although this is only potential, with such potential, as long as there is enough time, this potential will truly create a new Duluo. Fighting saints are such existences that even superpowers like the ancient clan attach great importance to them. Because for a power like theirs, what they compete on is actually the number of fighting saints each clan possesses. Whoever possesses more Dulu will be the real top force. It is indeed a 9th grade bloodline. Sunner's bloodline power is indeed extremely powerful, but it's not over yet. If it was just the 9th rank, those old guys wouldn't all be gathered here. Could it be? While several young men from the ancient tribe were talking, the light released by the 9th star on the star disk in the square became brighter and brighter under the ecstatic gaze of Elder Tongswan, the peak of the 9th rank. The voices of the Du Sheng masters on the field became very excited. Their eyes were fixed on the extremely bright and dazzling stars, and their hearts could not help but beat violently. Under the convergence of countless gazes, Sunner's jade hand suddenly trembled, and her jade arm seemed to become transparent at that moment. Inside the arm, in the blood vessels, blood was flowing rapidly. Little golden spots of light, along with the blood vessels, quickly converged on the jade hand that was touching the star disk. As the golden light became increasingly dense, Sunner's entire arm eventually became as if made of gold. The star disk suddenly began to tremble violently. Tiny cracks appeared quietly and then spread rapidly. Such a terrifying bloodline power, even the star plate can't withstand it. Seeing this scene, not only the ordinary members of the ancient clan, but even the elders showed expressions of horror. Relying on the power of blood to shatter the star plate, even they had never heard of such a thing, but now Sunner had done it. Buzz! As the cracks spread, a golden glow suddenly appeared faintly in the dark area behind the 9th star. As soon as the golden fluorescence appeared, it spread rapidly. In just a few blinks of an eye, the fluorescence became about the size of a thumb. After a while, a golden and slightly dim star appeared under the gaze of countless eyes. Bang! The moment the 10th golden star appeared, the star disk exploded with a bang. A beam of golden light shot out into the sky from Sunner's jade hand. Most of the people present were horrified to find that the fighting spirit in their bodies had simply stopped functioning. Even from the depths of their souls, a sense of awe spread. This is a kind of respect from the lower to the higher. 10 stars, divine bloodline. The expressions on the faces of all the people of the ancient clan could almost be described as stunned. They share the same blood with Sunner, so the pressure seems even stronger to them. Chapter 4a Chenfeng's Plan, Divine Bloodline. At that moment, many people from the ancient clans in the field could not endure such strong pressure. They fell to their knees with a plop, their faces filled with fanaticism. However, people as powerful as some elders and ancient monsters did not kneel down, but just bent their bodies slightly, not daring to look directly at the golden figure in the field. It's really amazing. Divine bloodline, the ancient clan is really blessed. In the crowd, an old man in a silver robe sighed softly, his voice filled with undisguised envy. He was a member of an ancient race, and he knew very well how important this so-called divine bloodline was to an ancient race. Sunner slowly opened her beautiful eyes, but she was not surprised at the silence around her. Instead, she stared calmly at Elder Tongswan, who had a fanatical look on his face in front of her. It really is a divine bloodline. Under Sunner's gaze, Elder Tongswan muttered excitedly twice, and then gradually calmed down. The next moment, Elder Tongswan stretched out his hands respectfully, and then gently clenched them in the air in front of him. As his hands clenched, A dragon pen shining with colorful luster appeared in his hand. As soon as this colorful dragon pen appeared, all the people from the ancient clan showed a look of respect on their faces. The 7-colored Heavenly Emperor pen. This ancient clan has not used this item for thousands of years. Now is it finally going to be taken out? People around were amazed. On the stage, Elder Tongxuan held the colorful dragon pen in his hand with a respectful look on his face, his heart filled with excitement. The colorful Heavenly Emperor's pen, which had not been used by this ancient clan for thousands of years, was finally going to be opened. Sunner, holding the colorful Heavenly Emperor pen tightly in his hand, Elder Tongxuan looked towards Sunner. Seeing this, Sunner nodded slightly, then closed her beautiful eyes. Seeing Sunner nod, Elder Tongxuan's expression became solemn, and then his palm holding the 7-colored Heavenly Emperor pen suddenly tightened, and his arm suddenly danced. Mysterious trajectories quickly took shape under his palm, and as the colorful Heavenly Emperor's pen danced, colorful clan patterns appeared one by one on Sunner's smooth forehead. This kind of 7 colors is an extremely gorgeous color. Although the divine grade is only 1 grade away from the previous 9th grade, the difference between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. As the colorful clan emblem emerged stroke by stroke, Elder Tongxuan's expression became more and more solemn, and the hand holding the Emperor's pen trembled slightly. What a terrifying Emperor's pen! No wonder no one has been qualified to use it for thousands of years. Elder Tongxuan's face darkened slightly, and then he quickly focused his mind. Controlling the perfect trajectory of his writing, the colorful Heavenly Emperor's pen danced in the air about half an inch away from Sunner's forehead, and colorful traces kept appearing on the latter's forehead. Under the gazes of countless people in the audience, the work of painting the clan emblem lasted nearly 10 minutes before it was completed. Alright. Hearing the voice beside her ear, Sunner's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. And the moment his eyes opened, the colorful clan pattern on his forehead suddenly burst out with strong colorful light. Plop. Under the burst of colorful light, the members of the Bugu tribe couldn't hold back the pressure from the depths of their souls, and with a plop, they knelt down in front of Sunner in the field with fanatical faces. Ha! The 7-colored clan pattern, our ancient clan has finally reappeared after 1,000 years. When the colorful light burst out, an old laugh could be heard faintly in the distant sky. I didn't expect that even this being was alarmed. When this unusually old voice sounded, Elder Tongxuan was also slightly startled. The colorful light only lasted for a moment before it was completely absorbed into the colorful clan pattern on Sunner's smooth forehead. This racial pattern will not be revealed on a normal day, and will only appear on the forehead when the owner intentionally summons it. Let's go, there's nothing to see anymore. During the holidays, Sunner will definitely surpass anyone in the tribe. When the colorful light dissipated, Gu Qingying turned around and left with the other 2 people on the towering tree in the distance. Elder, since the ceremony is over, I will leave first. Sunner didn't want to stay any longer, so she said something to Elder Tongxuan, and then without paying attention to his reaction, she flashed her delicate body and walked towards Chenfeng under the gazes of many people. Alas, I wonder what abilities the young emperor of the empire has. Even Sunner, who has a divine bloodline, is so obsessed with him. Seeing Sunner saying a word and leaving, Elder Tongxuan shook his head helplessly and sighed lightly. At this time, in a corner of the square, several figures covered in black robes looked at Sunner's receding back with flickering eyes, and there was a faint cold light flashing in their eyes. I didn't expect that the ancient clan would actually have a divine bloodline. In the future this person will become a great enemy of our soul clan. Moreover, he may even interfere with our soul clan's plans. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to get rid of this person in secret. When murderous intent flashed across the faces of these soul clan members, it was immediately noticed by the sharp-sighted Chenfeng. If you have such thoughts, there is no need for you to live. Chenfeng glanced back and murmured in his heart. At this moment, Chenfeng could feel that the existence of the ancient clan was always watching him, so he could not act rashly. Funner, you have activated the clan emblem this time, and with the addition of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame, I'm afraid even a semi-saint might be able to deal with you. Chenfeng spoke to Sunner with a calm expression. Yeah, if I can advance to half-saint, I might be able to deal with a 1-star Duluo in a short period of time, Sunner said with a little pride. This expression would only appear when facing Chenfeng. In fact, among Chenfeng's women, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei also have the blood of the ancient imperial clan. Moreover, in terms of power, the Xiao clan's emblem is much stronger than that of the Gu clan. However, the Xiao clan's family emblem was not bestowed like the ancient clans, but had to be cultivated by oneself. The only way to practice the Xiao clan's clan emblem is on Xiao Shan, the ancestor of the Xiao clan in Tianmu. This time, although Chenfeng did not bring Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei to the ancient world, he was able to allow Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei to successfully enter the heavenly tome. The specific plan is to wait until Sunner enters the heavenly tome and find a place to use the space jade slip. The space jade tube rewarded by the system will not be restricted by the space of the heavenly tome. Therefore, this will allow Chenfeng to enter the Tianmu space smoothly. When the time comes, he can use the space conversion flag to successfully bring Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai into the Tianmu space. Chapter 49 Guan's recognition. Young man, can you come here and meet me alone? Just as Chenfeng and Zunner were walking towards the mountain where Sunner was, an old voice sounded in Chenfeng's ears. It was obvious that someone was conveying a message to him. Sunner, go back first, your father wants to see me alone. Hearing that, Chenfeng was very calm and told Sunner directly. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Sunner became nervous instead. She knew very well that her father was a truly powerful man who had reached the pinnacle of the continent. It would be disastrous if there was any disagreement between him and Chenfeng. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Chenfeng pinched Sunner's fair face and smiled confidently. All right. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Sunner nodded subconsciously. Next, Chenfeng walked towards the depths of the mountains according to the direction he sensed. Suddenly, he looked towards the end of the mountain path in front of him with a serious face. There a figure stood with his hands behind his back. In his perception, this person didn't have any presence at all. It was as if this person, and even the space he was in, did not exist. But when observing with the naked eye, one can confirm that it is indeed a human figure. This contradictory feeling seems particularly strange. The next moment Chenfeng didn't hide anything and simply spread out his body. In an instant he reached the top of the mountain. You should have guessed who I am. The figure slowly turned around. He was about 40 years old and looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. He was wearing a simple linen robe and had a smile on his face. Yes, I know that the senior is the patriarch of the ancient clan. Chenfeng didn't pretend and just nodded in response. Young man, I don't know what Zunner and you have experienced in the past few years that made her so infatuated with you. However, you should know that with the talent Shunner has shown now, perhaps in a few years, she will be one of the few people in history to enter the realm of Dusheng before the age of 30. Guan spoke slowly. So senior is against me and Sunner? Chenfeng inquired. That's not the case. As long as Zunner is willing, I, as her father, won't force her. Moreover, with her current divine bloodline and her cultivation at the peak of Duzun, even I, the patriarch of the ancient clan, cannot force her to do anything, Guan said with a smile. Senior, do you think I have met your requirements? Chenfeng responded softly, then controlled the hidden spirit stone to release the aura of a 1-star Dusheng. 1-star Dusheng, no wonder Sunner has a very good eye. Looking at the aura of cultivation revealed by Chenfeng, Guyuan was a little surprised, but he also seemed to have expected it. The next moment, Guyuan continued to shake his head and said, although I will not stop you, some elders and older beings of the ancient clan still have some grudges about this. After all, Sunner is the divine bloodline that has not appeared in my ancient clan for nearly 1,000 years. They are naturally unwilling to make this bloodline imperfect because of other things. Therefore, some of the obstacles you will face will not be easy. As the patriarch of my ancient clan, I can't give you much help in these matters. After all, the patriarch must put the clan first. Of course, apart from my identity as the clan leader, I am Zunner's father. As long as she likes something, I will definitely like it too. Guyuan smiled slightly and said, I don't have too much dissatisfaction with you. You were born in the northwest continent and don't have any imperial blood in your body. But you have used your own efforts to achieve achievements that are not inferior to those who have blood. This is something that cannot but be admired. Thank you for your praise, senior. After hearing what Guan said, Chenfeng actually had a very good impression of him. Of course, Chenfeng also knew very well that if he didn't have the strength he had now, Guyuan wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Alice, it's true that girls can't be kept for long when they grow up. Seeing how anxious this girl is, I'm afraid she's worried about what I'll do to you. Okay, that's all I have to say to you today. I hope you can achieve greater success in the future. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to be worthy of my daughter. Sensing a figure quickly approaching from the foot of the mountain, Guan waved his sleeves and then disappeared. Looking at Guan's disappearing figure, Chenfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he turned his head and looked at the stunning girl who was flying towards him with a tense face and worry in her beautiful eyes. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "Don't worry. Your father didn't say anything to stop us, he just asked me to work harder to shut up some old guys in your ancient clan," Chenfeng said with a smile. "That's good." After hearing Chenfeng's words, Sunner felt much more at ease. Her father holds a very high status in the ancient clan. If even he is against it, then she would probably be caught in a dilemma. That situation is what she least wants to see. The next moment Sunner twisted her soft and slender waist slightly, leaned lightly on Chenfeng's shoulder with a blush on her cheeks, closed her beautiful eyes slightly, and greedily breathed in the warm breath that made her feel at ease. Looking at the jade-like person in his arms, Chenfeng felt a warmth in his heart. He gently wrapped his arms around her soft waist and buried his head in her soft black hair, sniffing her faint fragrance. In a void somewhere in the sky, Guan's figure slowly emerged. Looking at the young man and woman hugging each other on the top of the mountain, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Then he moved his body and disappeared again. As time goes by, the time for the heavenly tome to open has arrived. When the morning light of the third day poured down from the sky, a strange atmosphere spread from the mountains. Brother Feng, the place where the heavenly tome is opened is deep in the ancient Saint Mountains. It is generally considered a forbidden place for the ancient clan. Normally, people are not allowed to enter. It will only be open when the heavenly tome is opened. Early in the morning, Sunner came to Chenfeng's door first and spoke with a smile. "Well, let's go over there now." The morning breeze embraced Sunner's slender waist and rushed towards the depths of the ancient Saint Mountains. There are dangers in the heavenly tome as well. Countless ancient warriors are buried there. Although their souls have long since disappeared, due to the magic of the heavenly tome, the energy they had in their lifetime has been transformed into their previous appearance. These energy bodies all have extremely strong attack power, and they also know the fighting skills they used in their lifetime, making them quite difficult to deal with. Sunner, after you reach the first floor, don't be too eager to go to the other 2 floors. Wait until I leave the ancient clan's territory, and then you can use the space jade tube. While on the way, Chenfeng told Sunner about his plan. Of course, even Guan could not spy on this kind of communication. Chapter 4: Entering the Heavenly Tome. The Heavenly Tome is divided into 3 layers. Most of the energy bodies in the first layer are Duzuns below 3 stars. They are in an unconscious wandering state and are not difficult to deal with. The energy body of the second level is above the 3 stars and below the 8 stars of Duzun. As for the third level, it is the true peak of Duzun. There are even super strong people who have reached the Dusheng level during their lifetime. The powerful ones who were extremely powerful in their lifetime, even their energy bodies, possess some wisdom of their own. They can even be considered a kind of strange creatures. His power during his lifetime was too great, and coupled with the magic of the heavenly tome, this strange thing happened. This is also the reason why Xiao Xuan, the ancestor of the Xiao family, chose to be buried in the Tiamu tomb. Soon Chenfeng and Sunner arrived at the top of a mountain. Some representatives of ancient races that were able to enter the heavenly tome had already arrived. However, what was interesting was that this time, the elves among the ancient races did not send anyone over. The Spirit Clan, as the weakest of the 8 clans, did not send any representatives and no one paid attention to it. The 2 places of the Spirit Clan naturally fell into the hands of the Ancient Clan. The Soul Clan's grand plan is finally about to begin. Among the people here, only Chenfeng knew why the elves did not come. It was not that they did not want to come, but that they could not come. I'm afraid that at this moment, the people of the Spirit Clan are already being massacred by the Soul Clan, and the entire spirit world has been swallowed up by the void-devouring flame. Even top powerhouses like Guyuan are unable to detect any movement. At this moment, to the east of Chenfeng were the people of the Thunder Clan. Mang Tianqi, the president of Canaan College, was the leader of their trip. However, Mang Tianqi will not enter the Heavenly Tome. Generally, those who enter it are mostly the younger generation of the clan. After all, the Heavenly Tome is a very good place for training. To the west are the people of the Stone Clan. Due to their bloodline, their bodies are extremely terrifying, enough to rival some of the top monsters in the Warcraft world. Soon after Chenfeng and Sunner arrived, the world suddenly trembled violently and a vast, ancient aura slowly diffused out from the void space. Under this ancient aura, everyone present felt a sense of awe deep in their souls. The Heavenly Tome is about to open. Looking at the sky that suddenly darkened, Sunner said softly, "Boom!" As soon as Sunner finished speaking, the empty space suddenly erupted with a loud bang. and then a huge space crack that was 1,000 feet wide spread directly from the sky. And in the center of the space crack, a ball of silver light gradually emerged, and finally turned into a huge space door of 100 feet. The vast and ancient aura emanated from it. Is this the gate to the heavenly tome? Looking at the ancient gate standing between heaven and earth, the morning breeze murmured to itself, such a space looks much more majestic than the wind world he owns, and is also full of ancient atmosphere. However, his wind realm is easier to control than this sky tomb. The energy and the form of heaven and earth inside it can be controlled by him in a single thought. At this moment, this ancient space gate stood between heaven and earth. That ancient aura permeated the air, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Everyone, you should know the rules for entering the heavenly tome. Each clan has 2 quotas, and there cannot be too many people entering. The old figure of Elder Tongswan appeared in the sky. He looked around at the people around him and said lightly. After hearing his words, everyone nodded slightly. The rules for entering the heavenly tome have always been like this, and the 2 quotas for each clan have continued to this day. However, only the ancient clan, the race that guards the heavenly tome, gets greater benefits. For example, this time they have 6 places to enter the heavenly tome. This kind of treatment makes other tribes jealous. Brother Feng, remember to contact me using the communication stone. Sunner turned her head and smiled at the morning breeze. Chenfeng nodded. Although he had never been to the heavenly tome, he was very familiar with it. Boom! At this moment, the ancient gate in the space crack in the sky suddenly burst into a loud rumbling sound, and then the gate slowly cracked open a gap, and dazzling light shot out from it, illuminating the sky and the earth. If the quota has been allocated, then prepare to enter the heavenly tome. Remember, you can only stay in the heavenly tome for 3 years. Once the time is up, the heavenly tome will automatically squeeze you out. Looking at the ancient gate that was slowly cracking open, Elder Tongswan spoke again in a deep voice. People from other ancient races have already known the rules for entering the heavenly tome, so they don't have any doubts. Boom! Above the sky, the crack in the ancient gate became wider and wider, and in the end it was as huge as 10 feet. A rich ancient atmosphere rolled out from it like mist. Laugh! As the ancient gate opened, there were suddenly several sounds of breaking wind in the forest, and several figures flashed across the sky as fast as lightning, and then under the gaze of many eyes, they rushed straight into the open gate. Brother Feng, I'm going too. Sunner said this with a smile, then quickly flew towards the ancient gate and disappeared in the strong light inside the huge gate. When the last figure entered the giant gate, the ancient gate also shook violently, and then under the gaze of everyone, it slowly became illusory until it finally disappeared completely. Okay, now that Sunner has entered the ancient world, I have to act quickly. After seeing Sunner enter the Tiamu space, Chenfeng took Yao Chen and left the ancient clan space directly. In this strange and foggy place, there is occasionally a strange flame flickering in the distance, which then disappears in a flash. Deathly silence shrouds this unfamiliar land. On the silent earth, the space suddenly twisted, and then a graceful figure walked out. The fighting spirit in Sunner's body began to circulate almost at the same time, and she looked around cautiously. Is this the heavenly tome? After not noticing anything unusual, Sunner finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked around curiously. Because they did not enter at the same time, the others must have been teleported to other places. This tomb is extremely vast, and no one can say whether they can meet each other or not. Very rich energy, stronger than the ancient world. Sunner grabbed a handful of the misty gas in front of her, but was surprised to find that the gas contained extremely rich energy of heaven and earth, and its purity was far beyond her expectations. Chapter 4:11 Feng Qinger gave birth to twins. The 3rd level of the heavenly tome. Brother Feng told me to use the space jade tube after he leaves the ancient clan. So let's practice for the next few days. Thinking about what Chenfeng had told her before entering the heavenly tome, Xunner immediately made a decision. The next moment, she suddenly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at the misty fog on the right. She slowly raised her jade hand, and then suddenly clenched it. As Sunner's jade hand clenched, the energy in that area quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, the mist there completely dissipated, and an illusory figure appeared. Sunner flicked her jade finger lightly, and the illusory figure suddenly twisted and then exploded with a puff. A thumb-sized stream of light quickly flew towards Sunner, and was finally grabbed by her. Spreading out her jade hand, a diamond-shaped crystal about the size of a thumb appeared in her palm, with a little fluorescence and rich energy mist emanating from it. This thing is an energy core. Generally speaking, the energy cores in the heavenly tome are divided into 9 levels. This one is at best at level 2, which is not very good. For Sunner now it is of no use at all, unless an energy core of level 9 or above appears. In the following time Sunner did not continue to move forward, but found a larger stone slab, sat down cross-legged to practice, and quietly waited for time to pass. While the southern region, the territory ruled by the ancient clan. After traveling for a distance, the morning breeze directly tore through the space and entered the world of nothingness. At this moment, his blood crystal began to move strangely. Kinger is about to give birth. Feeling the unusual movement of the blood crystal, Chenfeng was overjoyed. The next moment, he directly used the space conversion flag and returned to the wind world. And when his figure disappeared from the spot, a figure quietly emerged somewhere in the void space, with deep doubt in his eyes. Strange, this person can actually teleport instantly and leave my perception range directly. The old man in black murmured to himself that his cultivation had already reached the level of a 7-star Du Sheng. In the ancient clan's territory, only the 3 immortals of the ancient clan could have such a cultivation level. Chenfeng's soul is now in the great perfection of the heavenly realm. In fact, he had already discovered that this person was spying on him in secret, but he did not care. The mystery of the space conversion flag is definitely not something that the 3 immortals of the ancient clan can pry into, not even Guan and his ilk can do it. A wind realm in the harem. When Chenfeng arrived here, he found that Yun Yafei, Nalan Yanran, Taoying Xiaoyu, Xiaomei and others had gathered outside Feng Qinger's palace. Mom, try harder, it's coming out, wow, soon. The sound of a baby crying in the room made Chenfeng very happy. There's another one, the lady gave birth to twins. But then, Chenfeng received another piece of good news. This time Feng Qinger also had twins, 2 little girls. Ding, it is detected that the host has 2 more offspring, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, because we have twins this time, all the rewards in the gift package will be doubled. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's mind. However, Chenfeng didn't care at this time, but quickly entered the room to visit Feng Qing and her mother and daughter. Feng Qinger was dressed in a colorful dress with an undisguised noble temperament. Her cheeks were slightly thin, and her perfect oval face, coupled with a pair of purple-brown gemstone eyes, made her look like a princess from an empire, beautiful and holy. However, this beautiful woman has now become Chenfeng's woman, husband. Seeing Chenfeng coming in, Feng Qinger had 2 dimples on her cheeks. She didn't look like a mother at all, but more like a little girl. Qinger, thank you for your hard work. Chenfeng walked forward, hugged Feng Qinger tightly, and smelled the faint fragrance on the beautiful woman. Next, after Chenfeng named the child, he couldn't wait to have an in-depth communication with Feng Qing. Copy the crystal. In the early morning of the next day after Chenfeng opened all the gift packages, 2 smooth crystal stones in the shape of dolls appeared in his hands. Replica crystal. It can replicate another host. The replicated image has all the strength of the host, but it can only last for 3 days. After 3 days the mirror image disappears. It's such a strange thing. Looking at the replica crystal, Chenfeng was delighted again. This thing is very useful. It can help you explore dangerous places for yourself. Moreover, when a powerful enemy invades, you can use the mirror to confuse the enemy, lead the enemy away or cause fake death. In short, it is extremely useful. Not bad, not bad. After putting away the 2 things, Chenfeng slowly pushed away the snow-white body leaning against him, and then went to the room of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. Your Mayor, this time, I will take you to meet your Xiao clan's ancestor Xiao Xuan. After explaining some things to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, Chenfeng quickly sent a message to Sunner. While fluorescent lights floated above the foggy earth. Looking around, the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a dead silence, without a trace of life. A graceful figure sat cross-legged on a huge rock. Next to this beautiful figure, there were a dozen disembodied figures with empty eyes floating. However, although the eyes of these energy bodies are empty, their speed, strength, etc., are not weak at all. When they charge, there are also tremendous energy fluctuations, and some huge rocks on the ground are directly shattered. Roll. When these illusory figures were about to approach the figure of the woman sitting cross-legged, a cold shout was heard. With just 1 sentence, a tremendous pressure swept over and shattered the dozen or so illusory figures. Brother Feng finally contacted me. After casually killing a dozen energy beings, Sunner slowly stood up, her eyes filled with joy. The next moment she directly picked up a space jade slip and then quickly crushed it. After crushing the space jade slip, the foggy world in front of her eyes suddenly cracked open, and then a young man walked out of it. It was Chenfeng. Brother Feng, you are here. Seeing Chenfeng, Sunner quickly rushed up to hug Chenfeng. Sunner, aren't you bored these days? The morning breeze gently caressed Sunner's hair, and her eyes were very gentle. The next moment, Chenfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards the sky in the distance. There it seemed as if there was a pair of big eyes always watching Chenfeng. Were they discovered so soon? I wonder who it was, Chenfeng murmured to himself. Although he used the hidden spirit stone to conceal his aura, the fluctuations in space were still easily discovered. Yuer, Mayer. After a brief embrace with Sunner, Chenfeng immediately used the space transfer flag to return to the Wind Realm, and then brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei to the heavenly tomb. This time, with the appearance of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, Chenfeng felt that there was one more aura monitoring him. It seems that in this heavenly tome, the control power of the heavenly tome soul is far greater than that of Xiao Xuan. I am afraid that without the appearance of the Xiao clan bloodline, Xiao Xuan may not be able to sense it. Feeling the extra breath, Chenfeng understood instantly. Let's go to the second floor entrance first. Chenfeng smiled, turned around and smiled at Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. The vast sky tomb is filled with thick energy fog all year round, and under the pressure of this energy, anything flying through will feel as heavy as a mountain. After a short flight in the sky, you will feel exhausted, and it is precisely because of this that this sky tomb seems even more endless. Of course, any restriction can greatly reduce its impact once one reaches a certain level of cultivation. Chenfeng's current cultivation has reached the peak of the 5-star Du Sheng, and he can step into the 6-star level at any time. It is not a difficult task for him to fly with Sun, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. For others who entered the heavenly tomb, even if they had the cultivation of a high-level Du Zun, it would take more than half a year to pass the first level. During this period, Chenfeng also sensed 2 people from the Soul clan who had entered the Tiamu world and killed them. These 2 people dared to have murderous intentions towards Sunner, and were simply seeking death. 5 days later, Chenfeng brought Sunner and the other 2 to the entrance of the second level of the Tiamu space. At this moment, what appeared before the 4 of them was a wall of energy light that seemed to be pouring down from the end of the sky. As they gradually approached the huge energy curtain, a powerful energy pressure emanated from it. Of course, this kind of strength is only relative to some ordinary strong men. Those whose cultivation is lower than that of 5-star Du Zun who want to enter will probably be crushed into powder by the huge energy pressure. Let's go. After arriving here, Chenfeng and his 3 companions did not stop at all. Now even Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei had reached the level of 9-star Du Zun, so there was no pressure at all to cross this energy wall. With the morning breeze leading the way, the protective shield built blocked all energy pressure. Boom! Just when Chenfeng and his 3 companions came out of the energy wall and arrived at the second level of the heavenly tome, more than a dozen energy beings with the strength of high-level Du Zun rushed towards them frantically. The energy bodies here are indeed much stronger than those on the first level, but in Chenfeng's eyes they are nothing more than ants. With a wave of his sleeves, the dozen or so Du Zun energy bodies dissipated and finally turned into a dozen energy cores. The scope of the second floor is much smaller than that of the first floor, almost only 1/10 of the size of the first floor. Chenfeng and his companions used their speed and reached the entrance to the 3rd floor in less than a day. At this moment, a strong energy hurricane roared in from the end of the sky behind them, and finally formed an extremely terrifying chain reaction, causing a huge energy storm to quickly form between heaven and earth. Energy storm. Looking at the energy storm behind him, Chenfeng's expression did not change. This thing could not threaten him. The vast and silent land is now filled with loud rumbling sounds. An energy storm that permeates the heaven and earth is sweeping in from afar. Wherever it goes, even the space collapses. It is dark and terrifying. While being chased by the storm, Chenfeng also sensed a familiar energy pressure. In the distance, a huge curtain of energy light poured down from the sky and finally reached the ground vertically, like a wall in the sky. Oh my God! The energy light curtain here has actually materialized. Sunner exclaimed in surprise. If it were the energy light curtain at the second level entrance, she could still break in with her own strength. As for the current one, even if her cultivation level breaks through to the semi-saint level, she may not be able to travel through time. Don't panic, let me do it, Chenfeng smiled, and when he moved his hand, a ferocious blood-red spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying bloody aura. Next, Chenfeng swung the blood-red spear and inserted it straight into the energy light curtain in front of him that had turned into substance. Puff! Under the tremendous energy released by the blood-red spear, a hole was directly blown open in the energy light curtain. Very good. Seeing that Chenfeng's powerful gun was so powerful, Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei all smiled. Next, Chenfeng's gun shot out like a dragon, piercing through the energy layer with one shot after another. It was undoubtedly like an excavator. Amid the overflowing tremendous fighting spirit, the holes opened up became deeper and deeper. When the few people came to the middle area, they could faintly seep in the distance, and there were dense white things constantly wriggling on the wall of the pit opened by the morning breeze. Some liquid things seeped out and then covered the surface of the crystal. As it solidified rapidly, it actually formed an extremely thin layer of substantial energy. These things are secreting energy to repair the crystal wall. Xiao Yu exclaimed. This is a small magical beast that lived in ancient times. They are extremely small, but their number is endless. Ancient devouring insects, as the name suggests, can devour everything and then continuously secrete pure energy. Originally, this kind of thing should have been extinct long ago, but I didn't expect to see it here, a Sunner explained softly. The crystal walls on both sides also began to slowly wriggle as if they were vibrating. Later on, one could even see with the naked eye that the crystal walls on both sides were slowly moving closer together. Seeing this, Sunner also began to help Chenfeng and released her own Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. These things have the function of devouring fighting spirit. Fire is their nemesis. With Sunner's help, the healing speed of the crystal wall has been significantly reduced. Next, Chenfeng's gaze suddenly fixed on the center of the crystal wall. There was a fist-sized prototype object that exuded a light red color. From a distance, it looked like a strange cocoon. Chenfeng waved his hand, and something as cool and warm as jade fell into his hand. This thing is the ancient insect mother. It is a pretty good treasure. Soon Chenfeng, Sunner and the other two rushed out of the passage, and then a gray land with no end in sight appeared in their sight. This land is extremely vast, and you can't even see the end at a glance. There is no overly thick energy mist lingering here, but when their feet stepped here, they could feel streams of pure energy continuously seeping into their bodies through the soles of their feet. Chapter 4:1 Xiao Clan's ancestor. Xiao San, is this the third level of the heavenly tome? The Sunner looked ahead curiously. The third level of this tomb is indeed far superior to the first two levels. With this kind of energy infusion, ordinary strong people will surely be able to obtain very good training results even if they don't work hard to search for energy cores. Buzz. At this moment, a violent buzzing sound suddenly came from the huge light curtain behind that seemed to be connected to the end of the sky. This scene startled Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, and they turned around quickly. Buzz. They saw that in the crystal wall passage that had been forcibly broken open before, waves of snow, white water, accompanied by loud buzzing sounds, rushed towards Chenfeng and the other three like lightning. Ancient devourers, they are chasing us out. Seeing this scene, Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were instinctively a little scared. Buzz. A white wave surged out like an overwhelming force. However, just when these ancient devouring insects had just charged up their energy crystal walls, their flying bodies suddenly stopped. Then, in front of everyone's astonished gazes, they turned into a ball of white powder with a puff and drifted away. Puff, puff, puff. In the next minute, a steady stream of ancient devouring insects rushed out of the passage fearlessly. But when they rush out of the 10-foot range of the light curtain, they will quietly explode into white powder as if resisted by a strange force. In the end, the powder accumulated to a height of nearly several meters almost in front of the energy light curtain. What are these ancient devourers doing? The Sunner and the other two looked in astonishment at these ancient devouring insects that knew there was a dead end outside but still kept rushing out. For a moment their brows furrowed slightly. It was because of this thing that their insect king fell into a deep sleep and was brought out by me. Chenfeng took out the things he had harvested before and explained with a smile. So that's how it is. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Sunner and others suddenly understood. Buzz. This suicidal attack of the ancient devouring insect lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the white powder formed a thick layer near the crystal wall. Fortunately, this suicide did not continue forever. After countless ancient devouring insects turned into powder, the speed of the impact finally became much slower. In the end, they completely disappeared. Apparently, this ineffective suicide finally made them give up. Let's go next. Chenfeng didn't care about these and continued to lead Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei forward. Above the vast gray-brown land, a faint energy mist floats slowly with the breeze. The hazy world gives people an extremely mysterious feeling. In this lonely world, it seems that even the concept of time has been lost. In the third level of Tianmu, level 8 and level 9 energy bodies can be seen almost everywhere. Chenfeng always left energy bodies of this level to Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei to deal with. Not long after, A huge rock mountain that was 100 feet tall appeared in the sight of Chenfeng and others. At the top of the mountain there was a huge stone seat. On the seat, a figure sat proudly with a dark red ghost head sword placed in front of him. A strong smell of blood wafted out from the big knife, like mist, lingering around the mountain. This should be an energy body that has surpassed level 9, feeling the domineering aura emanating from that figure, Sunner commented. At this moment, the figure on the huge rocky mountain suddenly stood up, and the smell of blood suddenly became stronger. It looks like we've been discovered. Who's coming this time? Let me do it. Seeing this scene, Sunner and the other two were not afraid at all. Instead, they pushed each other away. Fighting with a semi-saint was a good exercise. Xiao Mei took the initiative to step forward this time. Now that she has reached the peak realm of the first level Du Zun, the pressure would not be too great for her to deal with a semi-saint energy body. Intruders, you should have known the consequences the moment you set foot here. On the top of the mountain, that figure looked down at Chenfeng and the others. His faint voice was like a muffled thunder, rumbling in their ears. The man was holding a ghost head sword, wearing a dark red robe, with a cold expression and several horizontal scars on his face, which gave people an extremely tyrannical and fierce aura. These evil auras permeated together, like a roaring angry lion covered in blood, making people feel creepy. However, this bloody aura was nothing to Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. They had seen Chenfeng's Qianglong spear before, and that was the real weapon. Old man, stop talking nonsense and hand over your energy core. Xiao Mei's body gradually floated in the air, and the aura of a peak Du Zun was clearly revealed. Presumptuous boom. As soon as that figure stepped on the stone peak, terrible energy burst out. Soon, several people saw huge cracks, several meters in diameter, suddenly spreading down from the top of the mountain like winding poisonous snakes. In a blink of an eye, the stone mountain became shaky. Huge rocks fell from the stone mountain one by one, and that figure appeared in the air not far in front of Xiao Mei like a ghost, holding a ghost head sword in his right hand, looking ahead with cold eyes, and a bloodthirsty look slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. I haven't tasted human blood in years. I almost forgot what it tastes like. The figure twisted his neck slightly, and then said as if talking to himself, my name seems to have not been mentioned for a long time. Although I have sensed the breath of some humans who broke into this place before, they avoided me after sensing me, so this is the first time I have met a human with the breath of fresh flesh and blood. My name seems to be the Blood Sword Saint. Have you heard of it? Looking at the dark red figure who raised his head and cast a questioning look at her and her group, Sunner couldn't help but tremble. You've been dead for who knows how many hundreds or thousands of years. Who knows what your name is? Xiao Mei said very seriously. What? How dare you be so presumptuous? You are courting death. Xiao Mei's serious words immediately angered the Blood Sword Saint. He shook his head in disappointment, and then his feet trembled imperceptibly. The next moment, his figure flashed and appeared directly 10 feet away from Xiao Mei. Go! Xiao Mei quickly sent out a palm print of energy to attack the bloody figure. A trifle. Seeing the energy light imprint coming towards him, the Blood Knife Saint sneered and swung the ghost head sword in his hand twice diagonally across the void. The two huge blade lights tore through the space, and one slash tore the two energy light imprints apart. The remaining sword energy even rushed directly towards Xiao Mei, but she quickly dodged it in the end. You are just an energy body after all, and you cannot display the strength you had before you were born. Xiao Mei shouted softly without any fear on her face. Next, Xiao Mei performed various fighting skills, all of which were aimed at the Blood Knife Saint. An ant-like existence dares to challenge the majesty of the saint. Facing Xiao Mei's bombardment, the Blood Knife Saint sneered, clenched his left hand, and then suddenly blasted out. A blood light condensed into a blood-red tiger like lightning, roaring and colliding with Xiao Mei. 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, the first transformation, the second transformation, the third transformation. As the shout in her heart rang out, the fighting spirit in Xiao Mei's body suddenly became violent, and she felt a sore and itchy feeling between her eyebrows. The 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire were obtained from the Burning Flame Valley. They can temporarily increase a person's strength dramatically, but they will have side effects. Laugh! The ghost head sword cut through the void, but at this moment it suddenly stopped. The Blood Sword Saint stared at the latter's brows, and after a moment a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Xiao Clan emblem. You are actually from the Xiao Clan. The Blood Knife Saint stared at Xiao Yan's forehead with fear, and there was a hint of horror in his voice. How do you know that? Xiao Mei asked in confusion. Sunner and Xiao Yu were also full of doubts. The Blood Knife Saint stared intently at the center of Xiao Mei's eyebrows. The faint clan emblem that had appeared there before had now completely disappeared. But he knew in his heart that he was definitely not unfamiliar with this clan emblem, because in his distant memories, this clan emblem seemed as terrifying as a nightmare in his heart. "Aren't all the people of the Xiao clan dead?" the Blood Knife Saint murmured, and as he spoke, his gaze involuntarily swept towards the depths of the heavenly tome. A deep fear flashed across his eyes. The next moment, he left directly, leaving behind a message: "Go west from here. This gap is where many powerful people meet. If you walk from here, you should be able to avoid the obstruction of others and finally reach where you want to go." Such a scene made Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei even more confused. "No need to be curious," Chenfeng smiled and explained. "The heavenly tome is extremely peculiar. Since people with semi-saint cultivation like the Blood Sword Saint can survive in another way, and still have the spiritual wisdom they had before they died, then Senior Xiao San, who once reached the peak of the Du Sheng, can't still survive." "I see." After hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei reacted and guessed the purpose of Chenfeng bringing them here. "Haha, I didn't expect that someone from the Xiao clan would come here. Let us destroy the last bloodline of the Xiao clan." At this moment, two old men in gray clothes and with gloomy faces appeared quietly like ghosts, fighting Saint. When these two gray-robed old men appeared, Sisters Sun'er and Xiao Yu immediately sensed each other's cultivation level. These two people are from the Soul clan. Although they have fallen, their intelligence during their lifetime has been preserved because of the heavenly tome. It seems that these two guys came prepared. Kill them and leave quickly. This place is too close to there. If you delay, something bad may happen. One of the gray-robed old men frowned and said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, another old man's eyes also showed some fluctuations. He then nodded and slowly stepped forward. As he took steps forward, the entire space began to shake violently, and circles of space ripples spread out from under his feet. Attack together. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei looked at each other and attacked in two directions. Locke, the gray-clothed old man who had not made a move, sneered, and clenched his palm violently. All the sounds within the area of 100 feet were instantly frozen, and along with the freezing, there seemed to be time. In this solidified space, Xiao Yu and the other person were trapped. The real fighting saint is so powerful that he can control the whole world with ease. Laugh. At this moment, in the distance, the space fluctuated, and a figure suddenly flashed out and split the confined space with a knife. Blood Sword Saint. This is the Blood Sword Saint who has returned. Damn it, where did you two bastards come from? You killed the Xiao clan members here. If that guy finds out, he will definitely massacre the heavenly tome again. When the Blood Knife Saint rushed out violently, his face was gloomy and he shouted curses. Humph, a mere half-saint dares to act wildly in front of the two of us. Are you looking for death? The sudden change did not change the two Soul clan members much. They laughed angrily and shouted in unison, "Lock." As the two men shouted angrily, the Blood Knife Saint who had rushed out suddenly froze, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The two Du Sheng powerhouses were indeed far beyond his reach. With this little ability, you dare to meddle in other people's business. A gray-robed man stepped into the air and appeared directly in front of the Blood Knife Saint. He bent his palms slightly and slammed hard into the latter's chest. If this punch hits, the Blood Sword Saint will surely be blasted into nothingness. Laugh. However, when the fist was only half a foot away from the Blood Knife Saint, it suddenly froze. Ooh. The fist solidified, and the two Soul clan members' expressions changed and they shouted angrily. It seems that there are still people from the Soul clan left in this heavenly tome. When the angry shouts of Hun Dao and the other two fell, a faint voice filled with an ancient flavor suddenly and slowly sounded in this space. And when this voice sounded, the space solidified by the Soul clan's strong men also collapsed instantly. Xiao Xuan, hearing this extremely majestic voice, the two Soul clan's Du Sheng powerful men's faces were instantly filled with horror. At the same time, the blood flowing in the bodies of sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei suddenly began to fluctuate strangely. This fluctuation exudes an extremely familiar feeling. Ripples gradually appeared in the void, and then a figure dressed in light blue clothes emerged silently. The appearance of the figure did not cause any strange phenomena in the heaven or earth. But vaguely, it seemed as if everyone owned this world, and had the illusion that they could not withstand a punch or a kick from this man. The Soul clan, the smell of their blood is truly disgusting. The figure emerged and raised his head, revealing a face that was not extremely handsome, but always gave people a special feeling. This man has black hair draped over his shoulders, and a pair of ink-black eyes like black holes. deep and filled with a strange wisdom, exuding an intoxicating charm. Chapter 413 The Strongest One Xiao Xuan. The two energy beings of the Soul Clan stared intently at the face that was extremely familiar to them, with horror and fear flashing across their eyes. Although they possessed the strength of saints, the man in front of them had once stood at the pinnacle of that continent. Looking at the entire Duki continent, there are only a handful of people who can rival this man. Xiao Xuan is powerful, but he is also suppressed by the heavenly tomb. He cannot leave the tomb at any time. Instead, he can only leave the tomb once every 10 years. But now, the 10-year period has not yet arrived, so he cannot show up. One of them took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and whispered, "In other words, the Xiao Xuan in front of us is not here in person." Another old man in gray said with a flash in his eyes, "I'm afraid it's just an image," the person in front said in a cold voice, unconsciously becoming much bolder. "He does have some good eyesight." The green-shirted man smiled slightly, looked at the two Soul Clan members in front of him, and said softly, "But you two think too highly of yourselves. 2 1-star Dushangs, I can destroy them with a flick of my hand." After he finished speaking, the man in green slowly raised his palm and gently clenched it in front of him. Broken. As the green-shirted man uttered the word, the space within 1,000 feet radius collapsed completely. A pitch-black invisible giant hand suddenly took shape, and then casually slapped the two people from the Soul Clan. Bang bang, bang, a huge black hand that was 1,000 feet tall slapped down lightly, and the land suddenly began to shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Huge cracks spread out from the ground and finally extended to faraway places. Why did this evil star appear again? Such a large scene naturally attracted the attention of some powerful energy entities in other places. How is that possible? The two people from the Soul Clan looked at the collapsing space with dull eyes. Even they could not withstand such a terrifying palm. Escape. Faced with the huge black hand towards them from the collapsing space, the two of them turned around and ran. Boom. However, their speed was not enough for them to escape successfully. Under the giant dark hand, it seemed that even the space was shattered. Therefore, when the two men had just flashed 100 feet away, the giant hand came crashing down. Bang. The giant hand did not actually hit the two people's bodies, but when the distance was nearly 100 feet, the terrifying gust of wind pierced through the space and fell on their bodies. The next moment, the two men didn't even utter a scream before they exploded into nothingness with a bang. Boom. The giant hand smashed the two Soul Clan members to pieces and finally fell to the ground. Suddenly the earth trembled and dust spread. After a while the dust dissipated, and a huge and bottomless abyss of 1,000 feet appeared. As expected of Xiao Xuan, he has already become an energy body. One projection can instantly kill 2 1-star Dushangs. Watching Xiao Xuan taking action, Chenfeng couldn't help but admire. Without using any trump cards, Xiao Xuan's energy body was able to fight to a draw. This evil star is still so cruel. The Blood Sword Saint couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he looked at the two fighting saints who were blasted into nothingness by the green-shirted man's palm. In the sky, the man in green shirt easily dealt with 2 Dulu of the Soul Clan, then turned around and looked at Chenfeng, Sunner, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, facing the gaze of the man in green. The blood in Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei's bodies seemed to flow faster and faster at this moment. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on the face of the man in green. The smile was not deep, but it gave Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei a sense of intimacy as if they were blood-related. Xiao Clan, someone has finally arrived. My years of waiting are worth it. The man in green stepped on the void and slowly came in front of Xiao Yu and the others, speaking softly. There was a hint of relief in his voice. Descendant Xiao Yu greets the ancestors. Descendant Xiao Mei greets the ancestors. Hearing what the green-shirted man said, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei hurriedly performed the most ceremonious gift in the Xiao family to him. Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, very good. The smile on the green-shirted man's face grew wider. The talents displayed by Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei are something that very few people could achieve, even if the Xiao clan had not declined thousands of years ago. What's more, what surprised Xiao San the most was that Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei both still had the blood power of the Xiao clan. I sensed it when you just entered the heavenly tomb. It is a blessing for the Xiao clan to have 2 of you as descendants. The ancestors praised me. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei both knew what a prominent figure the ancestor in front of them had been in his time. It was probably quite difficult to get a good evaluation from him. Junior Gu Sunner, greetings to Senior Xiao Xuan. Sunner, who was standing aside, also bowed deeply to Xiao Xuan respectfully at this moment and said respectfully, "Are you from the ancient tribe?" Xiao Xuan smiled, glanced at Sunner and said, "You the ancient clan?" did not fully abide by the agreement you made with me back then. Hearing this, Sunner quickly explained, Senior Xiao-san, these are just a few people in the clan. The clan leader has been abiding by some agreements until now. Your bloodline is very similar to Guyan's. The Xiaoshuan didn't ask any further questions but suddenly asked, Guyan is my father, Sunner said respectfully, so she is that guy's daughter. No wonder she has divine blood, she is really better than her father. Xiaoshuan nodded. The talent displayed by Sunner was higher than that of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. After all, Sunner was a few years younger than Xiao Yu, but her cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of Duzun. You go back first. From now on, you can always exist in the heavenly tomb. Xiaoshuan looked at the blood knife saint and said calmly, Thank you, Senior Xiaoshuan. Hearing this, the blood sword saint was overjoyed and immediately bowed. There are too many energy bodies in this tomb, and many of them are stronger than him. However, now that Xiaoshuan had said this, those more powerful beings in this heavenly tomb would not dare to target him in the future. After he finished speaking, the blood knife saint knew better than to stay any longer. He clasped his fists towards Chenfeng and the others, then transformed into a stream of light and flew away into the distance. Young man, you don't have ancient blood in your body. I'm very curious, how did you manage to cultivate to this level? After dismissing the blood knife saint, Xiaoshuan asked Chenfeng with some surprise. Although he could not even see through Chenfeng's cultivation, he was certain that Chenfeng's cultivation was far higher than Zunner and the other two. Even the two Soul Clan Duluos might not be Chenfeng's opponents. Chapter 414 The Strongest Clan Emblem. Senior Xiaosan, this world is so big, not everyone needs to have a strong bloodline to be successful in cultivation. Chenfeng replied with a smile, his voice very calm, not at all nervous, because Xiaoshuan was one of the most powerful people in the world. There is some truth in this. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Seeing Chenfeng's reaction, Xiaoshuan did not continue to ask. He knew that Chenfeng must have many secrets, but Chenfeng brought the descendants of the Xiao clan here, which was a favor to the Xiao clan. Come with me to the tomb. Because of the heavenly tomb, I cannot leave the tomb. What you see now is just the image I projected, Xiaoshuan continued. Next, Chenfeng and his companions followed Xiaoshuan and flew towards the depths of the heavenly tomb again for some time, and finally stopped gradually. At this moment, the surroundings were all as dark as ink, and the surrounding light was extremely dim. Standing here was like standing in a void space, which made people feel confused and panic. This is the deepest part of the heavenly tomb. Xiaoshuan smiled faintly and pointed to an ancient stone tablet in front of him. This stone tablet stands alone in this dark area, lonely and desolate, as if it will last forever. This is my tomb, Xiaoshuan said, pointing at the stone tablet. Even though countless years have passed, that ancient stone tablet is still permeated with an indescribable aura. You all, come with me. Xiaoshuan put his hands behind his back, then slowly walked towards the stone tablet. Finally, when his body touched the stone tablet, it quickly faded until it finally disappeared. Chenfeng, Sunner, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei and others quickly followed. After a moment, they looked at the ancient palace that appeared in front of them, and couldn't help but be a little dazed. I didn't expect that such a strange place was hidden in that simple and plain stone tablet. It is worthy of the work of a powerful fighting saint. In the center of the hall in front, Xiaoshuan was standing with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a pool of crystal clear water with green lotuses floating on it, exuding a faint fragrance. Can you tell me about the current situation of the Xiao clan? Hearing the subtle footsteps behind him, Xiaoshuan sighed and said, Ancestor Xiaoshan, the Xiao clan no longer exists. What remains is only a declining Xiao family. Xiao Yu was the first to stand up and speak. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Xiaoshan nodded slowly, without showing much emotion on his face. I had expected the Xiao clan to fall into such a state, but at least there are still some remnants of incense, so it has not reached the most hopeless point. Well, Xiaoshuan was very open-minded, and the current situation was indeed much better than he had imagined before. Back then, the Dodi bloodline of the Xiao clan was about to dry up. If the bloodline power dried up, the Xiao clan would probably be destroyed immediately by some covetous opponents. Xiaoshuan raised his head, with reminiscence in his eyes. The only way to replenish the Du Emperor's bloodline is to have another Du Emperor appear, but this is too difficult. But back then, I was arrogant and didn't think I would be blocked by the Du Emperor. Then, after discussing with many elders in the clan, we decided to burn our boats. We used a secret method to transfer most of the blood power of the entire tribe to my body. I understand, that was the last hope of all the tribe members, but in the end I failed. I was ambushed by the Soul clan and was seriously injured and died. The Xiao Xuan took a deep breath, and some pain finally appeared on his face. He had let down all the members of the Xiao clan. Ancestor Xiao Xuan, that was the last resort. If we allow the bloodline to dry up, the Xiao clan will also be doomed. The Xiao clan will not blame you for this. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai sighed softly. The Xiao clan's emblem was not bestowed by others, but was cultivated through one's own practice. Xiao Xuan smiled and said, I remember giving it to Fenyan Valley. The word fate is indeed unpredictable. This place is indeed the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei nodded at the same time. They learned this secret technique from Tang Huar. Of course, the 3 mysterious changes of Skyfire that you practiced still lacks the last step. It is precisely because of the lack of that last step that you have never cultivated the clan emblem. Xiao Xuan chuckled. Hearing this, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were suddenly excited and looked at Xiao Xuan with anticipation. Haha, don't worry. I have waited alone for so many years, all for the sake of giving you everything I have. The last step of the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire will naturally be given to you as well. Seeing the looks of the two, Xiao Xuan shook his head and smiled. The next moment, he clenched his palms, and a scroll with various fire patterns painted on it appeared in his hands. This is the complete version of the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire, and it also contains the last step. If you can cultivate it successfully, you will be able to successfully cultivate the clan pattern. Then, combined with the power of your bloodline, you will be able to exert the power of the clan pattern to the extreme. Complete 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei looked at the scroll with burning eyes. This kind of secret technique could greatly increase one's strength. Next, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei practiced the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire here. Because the flow of time here is slower than in other places, 10 days here is almost equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, the 2 of them could stay here for 10 years, while only a few months in the outside world. 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire: the first transformation, the second transformation, the third transformation. After reading the contents of the scroll, Xiao Yu suddenly formed hand seals with his hands at lightning speed, and the 3 mysterious transformations of heavenly fire were fully activated within just a few seconds. At the same time, the aura in her body suddenly surged. The burning and violent fighting spirit was running rapidly in her body. Waves of scorching heat slowly seeped out and finally invaded her blood vessels. Along with the penetration of these high temperatures, the blood flowing in the blood vessels suddenly accelerated. At this moment, Xiao Yu could sense that there seemed to be a strange force that was rapidly shuttling through his blood vessels. Looking at its destination, it was actually between his eyebrows. At the center of the eyebrows, some light gradually flashed, and indistinctly, a natural line slowly emerged, and right after this line, there seemed to be other lines following closely. Seeing Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei starting to practice the clan emblem, Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a little envious. The Xiao clan's emblem is obtained through cultivation, so obtaining it is not as simple and easy as that of other clans. That is why the Xiao clan's emblem is the most powerful. When it is activated, it greatly increases its strength. Chapter 408. Teleporting talisman to all worlds. Time passed very slowly in the heavenly tomb. Although Chenfeng and his companions had been inside for nearly a month, only 5 days had passed in the outside world. Sonner, do you want to stay here or go out with me? Chenfeng stood up and said slowly, Get out. For Zunner, she didn't particularly care what she practiced for. Besides, Chenfeng had already mastered the method of entering the heavenly tomb at any time, so there was no need for her to rush. Well, in that case, let's go back. Chenfeng smiled, then took Sunner and used the space conversion flag to leave the tomb where Xiao Xuan was. This young man has so many secrets. It seems that it will not be so easy for the Soul Clan to unify the continent. Xiao Xuan looked at the place where Chenfeng and Sunner disappeared, with a strange look in his eyes, and murmured in his heart. This time, along with the journey to the ancient world, Yao Chen revealed the powerful cultivation of a 4-star Du Sheng. After those people left the ancient world, the news spread completely. Upon hearing the news, many forces on the continent and powerful independent cultivators were extremely shocked. A 4-star Du Sheng expert can be said to be a top expert in today's Du Q continent. Originally, Xingyan Pavilion had already attracted many powerful independent cultivators, and this time, its reputation was even greater. A man who is not only a 4-star Du Sheng but also a famous alchemist on the continent. With such a reputation, Xingyan Pavilion attracts many strong people and young people every day who want to join it. In just half a month, the basic strength of Xingyan Pavilion doubled. There were more than 100 Du Zun powerhouses and thousands of Du Zong powerhouses. Such a force had already crushed the Hua sect and the Tiaming sect. In the eyes of outsiders, even the Danta could not gather so many powerful people. Of course, the number of these Duzun masters is still a little small compared to the Soul Palace, which has many outsourced personnel. The Soul Palace has dozens of branches. Some small branches are garrisoned by no more than 5 Duzun powerful warriors, while the large branches have even more. In terms of basic strength, except for those ancient races and powerful warcraft families, there is basically no force on the continent that exceeds the Soul Palace. That medicine saint is so powerful. It seems that the murderer of the human palace was most likely this medicine saint. Damn it, this person is so bold that he dares to go against our Soul Palace. In the Soul Palace's 3 Tiangang halls and the Earth Hall, the Soul Palace's deputy hall master, after learning the news from the mainland, immediately guessed the murderer behind the human hall. However, with his current strength, it is really difficult for him to seek revenge from Xingyun Pavilion. After all, the medicine saint is a 4-star Duluo, while he is only a 3-star Duluo. If you want revenge, the palace master has to do it himself. However, the palace master is currently busy with the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. When my clan obtains the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, we will go and settle the score with him. By then, we won't have to worry about the so-called clan agreement. With a cold snort in his heart, the deputy hall master of the Soul Hall had no choice but to suppress the anger in his heart. The time passed, and soon half a year had passed. During this half year, Chenfeng's woman gave him many children. Among them, Danshan gave birth to a little boy to Chenfeng, and Mentor Rulin gave birth to a girl. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have 3 more offspring, and you will be rewarded with a gift package. Ding, it is detected that Mu Qingluan gave birth to triplets this time. The reward this time will be increased tenfold. Ding, the host's offspring has reached 30, and a special gift package will be awarded. On this day, after Mu Qingluan gave birth to triplets for Chenfeng, a system notification sounded in Chenfeng's mind. Qingluan, thank you for your hard work this time. Chenfeng quickly came into the room and looked at Mu Qingluan with gentle eyes. There were 3 green monster eggs in the room. But Chenfeng was not in a hurry to hatch them. The babies had just been born and needed to be nurtured for a while to recuperate. It's not hard. Mu Qingluan smiled and shook her head, reaching out to stroke the 3 green eggs with a loving expression on her face. Her cheeks were already extraordinary, and her pair of watery eyes looked even more charming at this moment. Qingluan, I haven't seen the pattern tattooed on your bellyband for a long time. The next moment Chenfeng's hands suddenly reached out. That's disgusting. Seeing Chenfeng doing something naughty, Mu Qingluan blushed and clapped her hands gently, but she didn't look like she was refusing. Soon the 2 of them were entangled together. System, open the gift package. After a fierce battle, Mu Qingluan lay on Chenfeng with a happy look on her face. At this time, Chenfeng remembered to open the tenfold reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 1,000 years, but currently increased by 5,400 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 10, currently increased by 54%. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 microsoul essences. Ding, congratulations to the host pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 intermediate experience pills. Ding, Ali above rewards have been spirit. Please check them. Cool. Chenfeng felt relieved when he heard the series of prompts from the system. A tenfold reward, even if it is something that has little use to Morning Breeze, becomes considerable due to the accumulation of quantity. Among them, the effect of the cross-border pill is even more powerful. It can allow those with the cultivation level of a Dew Saint to temporarily improve by 1-star level after taking it. If a 9-star Dew Saint takes it, it will improve them to the peak of the Dew Saint level. If those below the Dew Saint take it, no matter what their cultivation level is, they will be promoted to the high-level semi-saint level. With this thing, Chenfeng's trump card becomes even bigger. Next, there is a special gift package. Thinking of the special gift package, Chenfeng became excited again. Looking at the blushing beauty in his arms, he felt very grateful. If Mu Qingluan hadn't given birth to triplets this time, he wouldn't have received the 3rd special gift package so soon. Qingluan, thank you for your hard work. System, open the special gift package. Chenfeng patted the snow-white skin on Mu Qingluan's body, and then prepared to open this special gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 20 advanced experience pills. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained 20 medium-sized soul origins. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a teleportation talisman of all worlds. This special gift package, like the previous two, still only has 3 rewards. But Morning Breeze doesn't think it's too little at all. Just when he heard about the 20 high-level experience pills, he already felt elated. 20 high-level experience pills are equivalent to 2,000 years of cultivation. System: use all advanced experience pills. Chenfeng did not look at the teleportation talisman for the time being. Instead, he left the room and went to the place where he was in seclusion, and directly chose to use the 20 high-level experience pills. Boom! As Chenfeng's heart roared, his body was suddenly filled with astonishing energy. Even Chenfeng, a 5-star Dusheng, felt frightened by this energy. Fortunately, although this energy is huge, it is extremely gentle. It automatically merges into Chenfeng's flesh and blood at a terrifying speed. Soon, 2 golden dragons rose from above Chenfeng's head. Chenfeng's cultivation level directly climbed to the 7-star fighting saint level, and at the last moment, reached the late 7-star fighting saint level. Call 7-star Dusheng, there are probably only a few people in this world who can surpass me. Feeling his own cultivation level skyrocketing, Chenfeng let out a long breath. At this moment, he naturally exuded the pressure of a strong man. This is the confidence that comes with a sudden increase in strength, a kind of confidence that allows one to look down on everything. He is in the late 7-star Duluo, and with the help of the cross-border pill, he can reach the 8-star Duluo in a short period of time. Coupled with his strong physique and some fighting skills that can be called trump cards, even the 2 clan leaders of the Thunder Clan and the Flame Clan who have the cultivation level of 8-star Duluo in the late stage can't do anything to Chenfeng. Next, Chenfeng continued to use those intermediate experience pills. Although these things were not very useful to him, they were better than nothing. In addition, he could not give them to others like the soul origin, so Chenfeng could only digest them by himself. Finally, Chenfeng's gaze finally turned to the teleportation talisman of all worlds. The Myriad Worlds teleportation talisman, it can open a portal to another world. As for which world you teleport to, it is completely random. After arriving at another world, you need to return to the initial position before you can teleport back to Duki continent. Teleported to another random world. Looking at the introduction of the all-world teleportation talisman, Chenfeng's heartbeat accelerated. This thing was even more shocking than the 20 high-level experience pills he had just received. Chenfeng himself is quite curious about the other world, but now, he doesn't know which world he will be teleported to. Therefore, Chenfeng plans to wait until he is stronger before using this thing. The space trade fair is about to begin. A few days later, Chenfeng suddenly thought of something, so he called Medusa, Xiao Yan, Sunner, Nalan Yanran and others together. Space trade fair is a rather unfamiliar term in Zhongzhou. Looking across the entire continent, only the top forces and strong people are able to know some information about the space trade fair. This so-called space trade fair did not have a specific organizer at the beginning, but after all, no matter what, there always needs to be checks and balances of rules. Therefore, as the space trade fair gradually expanded, a suitable organizer finally appeared. The organizers were 3 sects that were not very famous at all and joined forces to maintain order. These 3 sects were the Dixing sect, the Kongsuan sect, and the Jianbashan sect. In terms of reputation, these 3 sects are probably not as famous as the Saifang Pavilion. But if we really talk about their strength, even forces like the Fenyan Valley and the Tianming sect dare not underestimate them. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Zhongzhou. The so-called 1 palace 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys and 4 pavilions cannot possibly be the strongest forces in Zhongzhou. Some seemingly low-key sects that seem inconspicuous also possess extremely strong power and are powerful. However, due to the sect's style, it has never been exposed to the eyes of ordinary strong people. These 3 sects are quite trustworthy in the eyes of the powerful people in Zhongzhou, and are the organizers selected by many powerful people with sharp eyes. In recent years, the space trade fair has become increasingly larger under the joint sponsorship of the 3 sects. Many powerful people who have lived in seclusion are sometimes attracted by the rare treasures that appear here. In fact, this place can probably be considered the most high-end trading place in the Duki continent. This is because even heaven-level fighting skills are not extremely rare here. Of course, if you want to get it, you must offer something that satisfies the other party. Don't think about robbing in a place like this. If you do that, you will not only attract a joint encirclement and suppression by the 3 major sects that are the organizers. Everyone who attends the space trade fair must swear an oath that anyone who disrupts the fair will be attacked by all. Most of the truly powerful people are quite trustworthy to their oaths. Therefore, although such things have happened over the years, those who want to snatch things by force usually don't end up well. And it is precisely because of these reasons that the space trade fair has become increasingly powerful, attracting more and more top powerhouses. It's about to start, Brother Feng. I want to go and see it this time. Nalan Yanran smiled and said. Before, Chenfeng protected them too well and rarely let them go out. Now, Nalan Yanran's cultivation has reached the level of 1-star Du Sheng. Such a young Du Sheng powerhouse would never be found even among the ancient races. A Deluo saint is already capable of becoming the ancestor of the top force in Zhongzhou. I want to go too. Following Nalan Yanran, Ziyan also raised her hand excitedly to express her opinion. Finally, Chenfeng decided to take Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yixin, Medusa, Ziyan, Feng Qing'er, Chao Ying and Tang Ho with him. Otherwise, if they all went, I'm afraid those jealous eyes would make Chenfeng unable to move. Each of his women is the most beautiful in the world. With so many beauties gathered together, it would be hard not to make other men envious and jealous. The venue of the Space Trade Fair is located in a barren desert in the north and south of Zhongzhou. On ordinary days, the wind and sand are raging here, making it completely uninhabited. Moreover, this area is barren and there won't be any forces wanting to take advantage of it, which has led to the area becoming increasingly desolate. But ordinary people would never have imagined that this place, where even wild beasts don't want to set foot, is actually the place where the highest level trade fair in Zhongzhou is held. Call out. Outside the desert, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the clear sky, and then 8 blurry figures flashed in the sky, and the next moment, they appeared directly at the edge of the desert. These 8 figures were naturally Chenfeng, Nalan Yanran and his group. Within 100 miles around their group, there were 3 powerful warriors at the peak of the Duzun level. This shows the attraction of this space trade fair. Chapter 416-9 Colored Gemstone. It is worthy of being the most high-end trade fair in Zhongzhou. Feeling the powerful aura around him, Chenfeng sighed inwardly. Further away from here, there are also some auras of powerful semi-saints appearing. However, to be honest, he and the 7 women he brought with him are the ones who should shock others. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenfeng waved his hand, and his figure stepped on the void and flashed towards the depths of the desert. The howling yellow sandstorm along the way would automatically dissipate when it approached within 100 meters of his body, and behind him, Nalan Yanran and the other 7 followed closely. The sandstorm, which was extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, did not pose any resistance to them. Therefore, in less than 3 minutes, Chenfeng and his 8 companions entered the depths of the desert. Finally, they climbed up an extremely steep sand hill. They looked to the other side and saw that in the center of the desert, in the depression of the towering sand hill, there was a huge black hole of space that was hundreds of feet in size. It was slowly rotating, and waves of suction were slowly spreading from it. At this moment, on the surrounding sand hills, from time to time, several figures with extremely powerful auras flashed down, and finally rushed into the space wormhole and disappeared. For Chenfeng and his group, this method of creating space was not considered sophisticated. Therefore, they were not surprised. Instead, they moved and climbed up the steep sand hill. In a few flashes, they appeared in front of the black hole in space. When the 8 people arrived here, some figures flashed around from time to time, and their eyes paused on them. However, those who could come here were not fools, and they knew what kind of people could come here. Therefore, there were very few blind people who would deliberately go there to provoke others. Next, Chenfeng led the 7 of them into the black hole of space. After entering the black hole, Chenfeng and his companions saw darkness in front of their eyes for a moment, and then bright light and loud sounds burst out. With his eyes narrowed, the world in front of him had transformed into a small town. The town is not big. Looking up at the sky above the town, it is a grayish color. Faintly, there are violent space fluctuations coming from it. This is Space Town, the venue for the Space Trade Fair. Although this place is not as vast as those in the ancient world, it is already quite sufficient to be used as a trading location. Chenfeng looked at the busy street and said with a smile. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran and the other girls nodded. It was a big deal to be able to open up a space specifically for trading. Although the space was not big, it was not something that anyone could open up. Just take a look around first. There are almost no inferior goods here. They are all rare and good things. Chenfeng smiled, then raised his legs and walked towards a street. There are bluestone platforms on both sides of the street. On the platforms there are some scrolls, jade bottles, and even weapon magic cores floating. A faint light emanates from these things, indicating that these are not ordinary things. Behind the stone platforms, there are some figures sitting cross-legged. Each of these people has a strong and long aura, and it is obvious that they are not people who are easy to mess with. As their eyes kept moving, a wide variety of items flashed into everyone's eyes. This is. Suddenly, Queen Medusa's gaze stopped on a stall, her eyes full of curiosity. Chenfeng and the others also looked over there. It turned out that there was a colorful stone on the stall. This stone is about half the size of a fist, with 7 very clear lines on its surface. Faintly, there is a special energy emanating from it. 9 colored rough stones. After recognizing this thing, Chenfeng was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to find one of the purposes of this trip so quickly. Of course, to ordinary people, this thing is just a 7-color raw stone or an 8-color raw stone. This is a special mutated spiritual stone which has a close relationship with the 7-colored sky swallowing python. It is said that only in the place where the 7-colored sky swallowing python fell will there be a chance of this kind of colorful raw stone appearing. The colorful raw stone that absorbs the blood of the sky swallowing python will produce an extremely unique energy, and this energy is a real tonic for the 7-colored sky swallowing python. No wonder Medusa would stop because of it. Do you want this? Morning Breeze stopped and asked. Queen Medusa nodded slightly, with some anticipation in her eyes. How do I exchange this colorful raw stone? Chenfeng asked the stall owner. 2 8th-grade pills with 3-color thunder or above. The stall owner tilted his head to glance at Chenfeng and said with a smile, "Make a deal." Hearing this, Chenfeng quickly took action and handed over the 2 pills. Now, he not only had Yao Chen, the pseudo-9th-grade alchemist, but also Chao Ying, the 8th-grade high-level alchemist, under his command. It was easy for him to produce these low-level 8th-grade pills. Seeing Chenfeng so straightforward and not bargaining, the stall owner was also stunned. He grabbed the jade bottle in front of him and examined it. He was also a little surprised. After a moment, he frowned and looked at the receding backs of Chenfeng and others. For some reason, he always felt something was wrong in his heart. Damn it, did I make a mistake this time? But it's clearly a 7-color raw stone, what's wrong with that kid? The stall owner murmured in confusion, but apparently no one came to answer his question. Sister Medusa, what is the use of this colorful raw stone? Nalan Yanran asked curiously. Ordinary people only know that where the bodies of 7-colored sky swallowing pythons fall, there is a chance that 7-colored stones will be born. But they don't know that if the bodies of more than 107-colored sky swallowing pythons fall at the same time, there is a chance that 8-colored or even 9-colored stones will be born. However, it is almost impossible for hundreds of 7-colored sky swallowing pythons to fall at the same place. Therefore, ordinary people almost only know about 7-colored stones, but they don't know that above 7 colors, there are 8 and 9 colors. And the 7-colored sky swallowing python, its true peak, is not called this name, but the 9-colored sky swallowing python. However, among the sky swallowing python clan, it seems that only the sky swallowing python ancestor with the strongest bloodline has reached this level. This is a memory flowing in the sky swallowing python bloodline inheritance. Ordinary people, even you, don't know it at all, Medusa explained with a smile. Then scratched her jade finger with her nails, and a drop of blood fell on the raw stone. After the 7th colored line on the smooth surface of the stone, another colored line slowly wriggled out. 8 colors. Seeing this scene, the other women were also somewhat stunned and surprised. It was obvious that they had never heard of this secret. But now, Sister Medusa, you have already entered the realm of Du Sheng. Even if this thing is an 8-colored raw stone, it won't be of much use, right? Feng Qing was born into one of the 3 major families in the Warcraft world. She knew a little about this secret and couldn't help but raise questions. Haha, if it's 8 colors, it really won't have much effect on Medusa right now. But what if it's 9 colors? Chenfeng's palm gently brushed across the raw stone, and in an instant, behind the 8th-colored pattern, another extremely faint and fine pattern appeared. Wow, 9 colors, this is a great way to make money. Looking at the crack, Nalan Yanran, Chao Ying, Feng Qing'er and others were overjoyed. Queen Medusa's face was also filled with surprise. She didn't expect that even she herself couldn't tell that this was a 9-color raw stone, but Chenfeng could see it. At this moment, Queen Medusa's eyes were shining brightly. Haha, I'll deal with you after we finish visiting the space trade fair. Chenfeng pinched Queen Medusa and spoke with a smile. Next, they continued to walk slowly inside. The space town was not big, with only a few ancient streets crisscrossing each other. However, there are quite a few people in this small town, and all of them have a powerful aura. If they were placed outside, they would be top-notch strongmen, but here, they are as common as cabbages. Passing through several ancient streets, Chenfeng and his group did not stop along the way because of the dazzling array of goods on both sides. They went straight to their destination and finally stopped at the end of a street. This should obviously be the end of the space town. The surroundings seemed empty and no longer as noisy as before. And here an ancient attic stands here, and a sense of vicissitudes permeates the attic. Outside this ancient attic there are two expressionless old men in grey robes standing here. They are like statues, their bodies motionless. But there are still powerful fluctuations of fighting spirit faintly spreading from their bodies. These were just two gatekeepers, yet they had actually reached the level of a 6-star Duzun. A strong man of this level, even in the Tianming sect and the current Xingyan pavilion, would be a guest of honor, or an elder sitting in a high position. This shows how high the standard of the space trade fair here is. Not everyone can enter this ancient treasure pavilion. Only those who hold invitations from the three major sects can enter. Chenfeng smiled slightly. With his current status on the continent, it was not difficult to get an invitation. The next moment, Chenfeng snapped his fingers, and a ray of red light flashed from his sleeves and shot towards the two old men, then was steadily caught by the latter and turned into a red jade note. Please. After receiving the red light, the two expressionless old men's faces also fluctuated slightly. They looked at Chenfeng and his group with their turbid eyes, then bent slightly and waved their sleeves. 8 black rays of light swept towards the 8 people of Chenfeng, and then hovered in front of them. It was actually a pitch black cloak. Most of the people who entered concealed their identities. After all, wealth should not be exposed. This thing was specially made by the three major sects and can defend against detection by others. Chenfeng smiled and immediately put on the cloak, covering his entire body. Seeing this, Nalan Yanran, Cao Ying and others also put it on to cover up their graceful figures. Let's go, Chenfeng smiled, then led the way into the attic filled with an ancient atmosphere. Stepping into the ancient pavilion, Chenfeng glanced around. The attic was dimly lit and looked very ordinary. There was nothing surprising about it, nor did it feel precious at all. They finally stopped in front of a bronze door. The old man who led the way also stopped here, bowed to Chenfeng, and also left quietly without saying any nonsense. After entering the bronze gate, everyone narrowed their eyes and waited for the initial strong light to fade away. Then, an ancient temple about half the size of a square appeared in their sight. There are many stone chairs in the ancient temple. At this moment many people are sitting on these chairs. However, these people, like Chenfeng and his group, have their faces covered by black cloaks, and no one knows each other's identity. The entry of Chenfeng and his group also attracted some glances, but they were quickly turned away. Haha, so curious. Chenfeng did not respond to these gazes at all. He walked directly into a more remote seat and sat down on the ground. At the same time he waved his sleeves, and the space around him slightly distorted. Boom! While Chenfeng and others were waiting, a melodious and clear bell sound suddenly rang out in this quiet ancient temple. Immediately, in the center of the hall, an old man with white hair and beard, who looked like he was about to die, slowly appeared in everyone's sight in the distorted space. This old man's cultivation is at the semi-saint level, which is already at the top position for ordinary strong people. His identity is the owner of Baojian Mountain, the old man of Baoshan. He has seen countless treasures in his life and has a very sharp eye. Haha, it's another space trade fair. I hope everyone is doing well. The old man Baoshan glanced around the hall, and his old voice rang in everyone's ears. However, no one responded to his greeting, and the atmosphere remained strangely quiet. Old man Baoshan didn't care about this. It was obviously not the first time he experienced such a thing. With a wave of his sleeves, the space around him slowly twisted. Immediately it was like a space prison, surrounding old man Baoshan. It's the same old rule, don't mind it. After doing all this, Elder Baoshan smiled, then stood on the auction table in front of him, coughed and said, "Almost everyone has arrived, so there is no need to say any more nonsense. Let's start this space trade fair." At this moment everyone in the field was a little excited. Everyone knew that the things that could be traded here were not ordinary things. Now we will start auctioning the first item of this space trade fair. In the twisted space wall, old man Baoshan wiped the air in front of him with his palm, and a pair of dark white bone wings appeared in everyone's sight. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard from within the ancient wings. Demon phoenix wings. Looking at this pair of familiar bone wings, Feng Qinger's expression suddenly became a little strange. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan attaches great importance to the corpses and bloodlines of their clansmen. If anyone dares to occupy them privately, once discovered, they will be encircled and suppressed by the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Chapter 407. The last remaining picture of the demonic fire, the ancient Bodhi tree, the wings of the demon phoenix, the wings of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Everyone here should know how rare this is. If you refine it into a flying fighting skill, it will undoubtedly make it so that no one of the same level can surpass you in speed. It is really a must-have item for killing people and escaping. Old Man Baoshan said with a smile, not afraid of offending the Sky Demon Phoenix clan with his words. The owner of this Demon Phoenix wing wants to exchange it for an 8th grade elixir that has experienced 4-color pill thunder. After evaluation, the Demon Phoenix wing is worth this price, so if you are interested, please make an offer. After Old Man Baoshan finished speaking, the hall fell into silence again. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan has suffered many hidden attacks, but that's not surprising. The members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan are full of treasures, so it's not surprising that someone would target them. There was silence in the hall, and no one was talking. As for this, the Old Man Baoshan was not in a hurry and still had a smile on his face. Brother Feng, please take a picture of this wing. I don't want the remains of my people to fall into the hands of others. Feng Qinger spoke softly to Chenfeng. Well, don't worry, I will take a picture of this. Hearing Feng Qinger's words, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. I want this thing. When everyone was quiet, Chenfeng threw a jade bottle containing an 8th grade elixir to Old Man Baoshan and spoke loudly. After taking the jade bottle, Old Man Baoshan opened the bottle cap and took a look. He smiled, then looked around and asked, Is there anyone who offers a higher price than this one? There was silence all around, no one made a sound, and Old Man Baoshan was not surprised. The original owner of the Demon Phoenix wing was only about 6-star Duzun in strength, and it was already good enough for him to exchange it for an 8th grade elixir with 4-colored Dan Lei. If he got more, no one would come to compete. After all, it was not worth it. Seeing that no one spoke, Old Man Baoshan smiled, snapped his fingers, and the Demon Phoenix wings in front of him flew directly towards the morning breeze. Chenfeng grabbed it and handed it directly to Feng Qing. This transaction was very simple. Both parties delivered the goods at the same time, but the items they brought out were all very valuable. This is different from ordinary auctions. Unless there are special reasons, most people will choose to give up when the items taken out are far larger than what they want to trade. Just like just now, there are probably a dozen people here who can produce more than 1/8 grade elixir with 4-colored thunder. But after Chenfeng made his bid, no one else made another bid. This was obviously because the demonic phoenix wing was not attractive enough to them, and it also showed the calmness of the others. Next, let's auction the second item. Old Man Baoshan didn't waste any time. Something flashed in front of him again. It was a light golden scroll. The diamond-glazed body is a low-level heavenly rank fighting skill. This fighting skill was created by the glazed saint 1,000 years ago. If it is cultivated to the peak, the body will be like a diamond, indestructible. The fist can collapse the sky and the foot can split the earth. It is a powerful fighting skill that combines attack and defense. Chenfeng was not surprised after hearing the introduction of Old Man Baoshan. He had already acquired this type of fighting skills a long time ago, so he lost interest in it. The owner of this fighting skill wants to exchange it for a low-level water-based technique. Of course, if he has good elixirs, that's also fine. Old Man Baoshan said with a smile. In the hall there were quite a few people who were quite interested in this scroll of fighting skills. Therefore, after Old Man Baoshan finished speaking, someone immediately threw out a light blue scroll, which finally fell into the hands of Old Man Baoshan. Old Man Baoshan took the scroll, looked at it, then raised his head and looked around. Soon, 3 more scrolls appeared in his hands. It was obvious that 4 people were interested in the Vajra glass body at the same time. This heavenly level technique, which is extremely rare in the outside world, suddenly appeared in 4 volumes. It must be said that when you reach a certain level, the things you come into contact with are all different. Old Man Baoshan spread out the 4 scrolls and examined them carefully. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes. After about a minute, he opened his eyes again, flicked his fingers, and ejected 3 of the scrolls. He smiled and said, "After the selection by the fighting master, the transaction has come to a conclusion." As he spoke, Old Man Baoshan waved his sleeves, and the dark golden fighting scroll in front of him flew to the back of the hall. Finally it fell into the hands of a man in black robe, and he put it into his ring in the blink of an eye. Snort. Seeing that the skills they took out were not selected, the other 3 people snorted in displeasure, obviously a little unhappy. Old man Baoshan ignored it and continued with the next trade fair. In the following auctions, the items that appeared became more and more dazzling. From fighting skills to martial arts, from elixirs to natural treasures, from weapons to medicine cauldrons and so on, each one is a good thing and will not last long. However, although these auction items were rare, Chenfeng did not buy any more, except when a volume of poison scripture called Tianyu Poison Classic appeared in the middle, and Chenfeng used 2 5-colored pill thunders to help Xiao Yixiang buy an 8th grade elixir. Since then, he has never bought any more. The so-called Tianyu Poison Cannon was created by a Du Sheng powerful warrior named Tianyu Poison Saint thousands of years ago. It is of great help to poison practitioners. As the transactions of extremely rare items in the outside world were successfully completed, the atmosphere in the hall became much hotter because of these items. Many of the cloaks had blazing eyes, staring intently at the old man Baoshan in the center of the hall. Next, we will begin auctioning the second to last item of this trade fair. Old man Baoshan, who had just completed a transaction for a high price, raised his head with a red face, looked at the hall, smiled, clenched his palm, and a piece of yellowed ancient parchment appeared in his hand. And the moment this piece of ancient parchment appeared, Chenfeng also became interested. Over the years, Chenfeng has collected 3 such incomplete maps. As long as he collects this last one, the complete Demon Fire treasure map can be condensed. This is just a fragment of the picture. There is no special energy on it. However, after our research, we came to the final conclusion that this fragment of the picture is related to the legendary Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Old man Baoshan held up the ancient parchment in his hand, and as his last word fell, the eyes of almost everyone in the hall were focused on the ancient fragment of the map. The Pure Lotus Demonic Fire ranks 3rd on the list of strange fires. This kind of strange fire almost only exists in legends, and even some Du Sheng powerful people have never seen it. Moreover, everyone present is very clear about the power of these top 3 strange fires. It was a truly destructive force, as if it was no longer under human control. If anyone can obtain and control this strange fire, there will probably be only a handful of people in the entire Duki continent who can rival it, because it represents an ultimate destructive force. At this moment, almost everyone in the hall was staring at the incomplete picture with fiery eyes. Everyone present here is not an ordinary person, but the Pure Lotus Demonic Fire is still like a legend to them. They have only heard of it but have never actually seen it. Of course, this does not prevent everyone from coveting it. The more powerful something is, no matter how dangerous it will always attract countless greedy eyes. Although this incomplete picture is not the real Pure Lotus Demon Fire, if one can learn some information related to the Pure Lotus Demon Fire from it and succeed in obtaining it by chance, the benefits will be simply innumerable. Haha, the owner of this incomplete map wants to use it to exchange for some medicinal pills. Elder Baoshan smiled slightly, then glanced at the audience and said, "The bidding will begin now. Please go ahead." In the hall, there were obviously many people who were interested in this incomplete picture. At that moment, an old and hoarse voice sounded. 3 6-color pill thunder 8th grade pills. 4 pieces of the 8th grade elixir containing 6-colored pill thunder. 5. In the hall, within less than 2 minutes, the atmosphere became heated with the sounds of bidding, and the price was rising rapidly. Everyone knew that the value of a fragmentary map was far from this amount, but if someone can really rely on this incomplete map to find the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, then these losses will not be worth mentioning. In just less than 10 minutes, the price of the incomplete map had become an 8th grade elixir containing 9 6-colored pill thunders. An 8th grade pill with 8-colored pill thunder. At this moment, Chenfeng directly gave a price that shocked most people. 3. However, it seemed that other people had the same idea and immediately raised the price. An 8th grade pill with 9-colored pill thunder. Chenfeng directly offered a price that many people dared not think about, the 9-colored pill thunder. Such a pill was infinitely close to a 9th grade pill. It was really too horrifying. There were countless jealous eyes at the scene. Even a Semic saint would like to get the 9-colored pill thunder pill, not to mention that were so many Duzun masters here. Okay, deal. Old man Baoshan took the pill given by Chenfeng, then flicked his finger at the broken ancient map, and the map turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Chenfeng like lightning. Haha, the last item of our space trade fair is a piece of information. After completing the transaction with Gutu, Elder Baoshan smiled, looked at the whole audience, and said, "Don't worry, I won't charge any reward for this information, but because it is a bit sensational I put it last." Hearing what old man Baoshan said, everyone present frowned. He looked at the former with some doubt. What kind of information could make the old man Baoshan value it so much? Feeling the numerous puzzled looks, old man Baoshan smiled slightly, and then his voice sounded softly in the hall. The ancient Bodhi tree that is said to be able to make a person instantly become a saint has appeared again after 10,000 years. Old man Baoshan said slowly. His words instantly caused an uproar in the entire hall. Some strong men couldn't even hold back the shock in their hearts and stood up suddenly. The ancient Bodhi tree. If we were to rank the natural treasures on the Duki continent, it would definitely be among the top 3. The ancient Bodhi tree is also known as the tree of wisdom and reincarnation in some ancient books. This tree grows once every 1,000 years, and it matures only when it has 100 growth cycles. Such a long period of time is enough for time to corrode anything, but the ancient Bodhi tree is beyond time. It is almost one of the most ancient species on the continent. Legend has it that the ancient Bodhi tree appears once every 1,000 years, and every time it appears, it will cause a huge sensation on the continent. According to ancient records, there is only one ancient Bodhi tree growing in the entire Duki continent. It possesses its own wisdom. Every time it appears, it hides deep in the earth and no one can find it. However, it will not reappear in the world until the next time. Within the ancient Bodhi tree lies the Bodhi mind. Those who obtain it can transform their mind into Bodhi and become a saint with just a lift of their hands. This almost godlike effect is enough to drive everyone crazy. If anyone can obtain this Bodhisattva, it means that he has the pass to become a fighting saint and reach the top level in this world. Moreover, even if we exclude Bodhisattva, even a Bodhi seed that is slightly inferior can greatly increase the chances of successfully being promoted to a Duluo saint. Some strong men at the peak of Duluo may not be able to achieve it even if they try their whole lives. At this time, a Bodhi seed is enough to drive them crazy. Taking all these factors into consideration, the attraction of the ancient Bodhi tree to those top powerhouses has almost reached a crazy level. It is conceivable how much commotion this news would cause in Zhongzhou. Although this news was shocking, it was not a big news for Chenfeng. Now, he already has hundreds of Bodhi pills. Even the ancient Bodhi tree cannot produce so many at one time. Moreover, the Bodhi pill rewarded by the system has a chance of helping people become saints that is not just 20% but a terrifying 50%. However, despite this, Chenfeng still wanted to give it a try. Even if he couldn't keep the ancient Bodhi tree, he had to keep the Bodhi mind. In the center of the hall, old man Baoshan smiled when he saw everyone gasping in shock at his news. Even he was extremely excited about this ancient Bodhi tree. If the place where it came from was not too dangerous, he would almost be unable to resist the urge to take people there to search for treasure. Old man Baoshan, I wonder where the ancient Bodhi tree was born. The shock in the hall lasted for a while, and finally someone asked first. Haha, don't worry, everyone. Now that I have said it, I will not hide my incompetence. Elder Baoshan also understood what these guys were thinking, so he naturally wouldn't joke about it. He smiled and said, everyone is familiar with the place where the ancient Bodhi tree was born. It is the ancient wilderness area located in the northeastern border of Zhongzhou, the ancient wilderness. Upon hearing this, exclamations of surprise immediately rang out in the hall. The ancient domain of Mangwang is almost the oldest place in the current Duki continent, and at the same time, it is also a forbidden area for all humans. The weather there is bad, poisonous miasma is everywhere, and there are many ferocious beasts. Most of these ferocious beasts have been passed down directly from ancient times and are extremely ferocious. Chapter 4:18 The Tide of Heaven and Earth. The devil fire comes to the world. The monsters in the ancient wilderness are bloodthirsty and violent. Although their intelligence is not high, their power is extremely terrifying. Even if a strong man at the peak of the Duzun level goes in, he may not be able to come out alive. This is a fact proven by countless years of bloody lessons. Because there had been many strong men who wanted to enter to search for treasures, but in the end, they all lost contact, including some of the most famous top strong men in Zhongzhou. As more and more powerful people disappear in the ancient domain, this place has become more and more notorious. Later on, almost no one dared to set foot there again. In addition, due to its remote location, this once dangerous place has faded from some people's memories. However, no one had expected that the place where the ancient Bodhi tree was born would be in this desolate ancient domain, with the power of Jianbao Mountain and the other two major sects. Entering the Mangwang ancient domain would mean seeking death. The reason why they released the news was to attract more people to enter, and then they could fish in troubled waters. Every time the ancient Bodhi tree appears, it will cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. Within this month, everyone should gradually feel it, and then they will know that what I said is true. Ilder Bashan said with a smile, the information has been given to everyone. This space trade fair has also ended smoothly. Thank you all for your support again. In the hall, the atmosphere was quiet for a while, and people stood up one after another and left the hall. Let's go. Chenfeng also left with a few women around him. This time the harvest was pretty good. They collected the remaining map of the demon fire and also got the 9-color raw stone from Medusa. With that thing, Medusa's cultivation progress will be very rapid. After coming out of the space trade fair, a very interesting thing happened. The 3 old fellows whose cultivation was at the peak of Duzun level actually dared to rob Chenfeng. Before they could finish their words, they were beaten into a meat pie by the morning breeze. It's time to complete the ancient map. After returning to the Wind Realm, Chenfeng touched the storage ring with his finger, and one broken ancient map after another flew out, finally hovering in front of him. Looking at these fragmented, extremely ancient maps, Chenfeng carefully pieced them together slowly according to the traces of the patterns. As time passed, a complete ancient map gradually appeared in front of Chenfeng and his companions. On the pieced-together ancient map, a landscape pattern appeared, but this so-called pattern was quite ordinary. Without any specific goal or rote, it looks like a casually drawn landscape painting. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, Ziyan and others nearby were all stunned. Could it be that the remaining map of the demon fire is such a useless thing? Xiao Yan asked doubtfully. Don't be impatient. This ancient map is extremely old. It is impossible that it is deliberately used to play tricks on people. There must be a secret in it. Yinger, use your strange fire to burn it. Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Cao Ying was also thoughtful. Since this was the remaining map of the demon fire, it was very likely related to fire. Let me try. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of strange fire suddenly rose up in Cao Ying's palm and directly swept the ancient map in. This ancient map seems to be impossible to burn, Cao Ying said in surprise. Hearing this, the others also looked towards the flames, and indeed saw that no matter how Cao Ying's strange fire burned, the ancient map that seemed to be torn apart at the first sight did not show any signs of turning into ashes. Increase the firepower. Chenfeng smiled and said that Cao Ying's strange fire was a fusion of 4 kinds of strange fires. It was powerful enough to burn mountains and boil seas, so it would definitely be useful. Huff! The flames burned fiercely, and the scorching temperature caused the space here to distort. As the flames grew more intense, the lines on the ancient map slowly became brighter, as if they were about to break out of the map. At a certain moment, the ancient map suddenly trembled, and the lines leaped up directly from the ancient map. Finally, it transformed into ancient characters floating in the air in front of everyone. 2 moons appear at the same time. 9 stars in one. The tides of heaven and earth. The evil fire came to the world. What does this mean? Cao Ying was very confused and didn't quite understand what this meant. The appearance of 2 moons and 9 stars as one is a special phenomenon that only occurs once every 1,000 years. The tides of heaven and earth are caused by this phenomenon. The last sentence means that on the day when the tides of heaven and earth appear, the pure lotus demon fire will also descend upon the world. Chenfeng explained with a smile. It only happens once every 1,000 years. Doesn't that mean that by then, everyone in the world will know that this picture's meaningless? Cao Ying questioned. Since the pure lotus demon saint left this thing behind, it must be useful. Chenfeng shook his head again. There were some things that he couldn't say directly, otherwise it would be too outrageous. All right. Cao Ying nodded gently, then looked at the ancient map that was still motionless in the flames, and reached her hand into it, trying to take it out. However, at the moment her palm touched the ancient map, the demon lotus pattern on the ancient map suddenly squirmed, like a living thing, and turned into a flash of lightning that shot directly into Cao Ying's brows. Careful. The sudden change caused Ziyan, Nalan Yanran, Yun and others to change their expressions drastically. This ancient map is too strange, and they don't know whether it is good or bad. Don't worry. Seeing this, Chenfeng hurriedly spoke to comfort Cao Ying and others. Cao Ying calmed down, and used her soul power to scan the area between her eyebrows frantically. As she scanned, she soon discovered that a fist-sized ball of light was quietly floating in the area between her eyebrows. Cao Ying dared to say with certainty that this ball of light definitely did not belong to her, and she had never felt the existence of such a thing before. Obviously, this thing was the foreign object that had just shot into her forehead from the ancient map. When Cao Ying was about to use soul power to wrap it, a white light suddenly shot out from the light ball, like lightning, and shot directly into Cao Ying's soul. The seemingly weak white light penetrated without any hindrance when it came into contact with Cao Ying's soul defense. Brother Feng, is this thing really okay? Tao Ying said with some concern. After all, the soul is too important. It's okay, this thing won't cause any danger. Chenfeng gave Tao Ying a reassuring smile. Chapter 4:1 The Ancient and Desolate Territory. This is a method left by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, Chenfeng continued to explain. Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying and others were deeply shocked. This Pure Lotus Demon Saint was a top-notch warrior 10,000 years ago. And he was also once the master of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire, the owner of the Pure Lotus Demonic Fire. Everyone was shocked. This Pure Lotus Demon Saint was so powerful that he could become the master of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire. No wonder he had such a title. This Pure Lotus Demon Saint was also a very famous figure 10,000 years ago. I have seen him by chance in some ancient books. It is said that he was known as the strongest person closest to the Du Emperor in that era. Morning Breeze said slowly. The strongest person who is closest to Dodi. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of emotion. They did not expect that the strength of this Pure Lotus Demon Saint had reached this level. This title was really not simple. Let's not worry about that for now. It will take some time for the demon fire to appear. Let's prepare first and go to the wild ancient territory. Chenfeng murmured, and said that with the advent of the demon fire, the Soul Clan would also carry out their plan. Strictly speaking, the people of the Soul Clan had already completed part of the plan. During the previous coming-of-age ceremony of the ancient tribe, no one from the Spirit Tribe showed up, because the Spirit Tribe had been surrounded by people from the Soul Tribe. Perhaps there is no such race as the Spirit Tribe in the world anymore. When the news of the extinction of the elves spreads, people on the continent will surely be in panic, but no one knows about this now. During these few days, the information related to the ancient Bodhi tree had spread like a storm, sweeping across almost the entire Zhongzhou at an extremely terrifying speed, and under those 4 simple words ancient Bodhi tree, the entire Zhongzhou was undoubtedly shaken thoroughly at this moment. Even some old monsters who had been hiding from the world were directly blown out by this shocking bomb. Although the ancient wilderness is quite dangerous, all the dangers are only due to the lack of temptation. This time no one could resist the temptation of the ancient Bodhi tree. Therefore the so-called forbidden area no longer had any deterrent power. Fighting Saint represents the pinnacle level of this continent. In order to reach this legendary level, countless strong people have fought for their entire lives. As long as there is anything that can increase their chances of success in reaching that level, they will rush forward regardless of the consequences. Even if they really are like moths to a flame, they will not hesitate at all. Obviously, the birth of the ancient Bodhi tree this time will completely stir up the situation in Zhongzhou. Countless forces have already sent advance personnel to approach the ancient domain of Mangwang, but the real main force has not yet really set off, because they are waiting for the moment to confirm that the information is true. Once the ancient Bodhi tree is truly born, it will surely bring about strange phenomena in heaven and earth. By then, people throughout Zhongzhou will probably be able to sense it. Only when the forces that have been ready to take action truly sense this strange phenomenon will they begin to become red-eyed. 7 days later, in the northeastern sky of Zhongzhou, an extremely special clear air suddenly swept across the sky like a wave, and finally spread far away. Almost everyone who breathes in this fresh air will have the same image emerge deep in their mind. It was an ancient towering tree, and an aura of wisdom emanated from the tree. Let's go. After receiving this news, Chenfeng also planned to take people there. He did not bring many people this time, only Tao Ying, Ziyan and Yao Chen. Among them, Ziyan's cultivation has risen to the late 5-star Duluo, which is the strongest combat power except Chenfeng. Yao Chen's strength has also reached the middle 4-star Duluo. Cao Ying has the lowest cultivation, only 1-star Duluo, but relying on the fusion of strange fire, he can also fight with a 2-star Duluo. Soon Chenfeng and his group set off. The ancient and desolate territory is located outside the northeast of Zhongzhou, quite far away from the northwestern continent. Therefore, even Chenfeng and others took 2 or 3 days to arrive. As they were on the road, they encountered an overwhelming flow of people heading in the same direction as them. Obviously, the goal of these people was to reach the ancient wilderness. The attraction of the ancient Bodhi tree was truly terrifying. It actually made these guys forget the horror of the ancient wilderness. In the past, that place was known as a forbidden area for humans. Wu Mangwang town is a human city closest to the Mangwang ancient domain. However, there are not many people living here normally, and because of the Mangwang ancient domain's evil reputation, few people come here. Therefore this town is deserted almost all year round. But now it is different. The emergence of the ancient Bodhi tree has attracted countless people, which directly caused this deserted town to become extremely popular. On this day, outside Mangwang town, dense crowds of people gathered here. The noisy sounds gathered together and turned into a huge sound wave, spreading far away. Chenfeng and his companions looked at the crowd of more than several thousand people in front of them, and couldn't help but smack their lips and shake their heads for a moment. This was the first time they had seen such a large gathering of powerful people. Not far in front of this huge flow of people is a primeval forest filled with an ancient atmosphere. Huge trees that are hundreds of feet tall stand here like giants. The shade of the trees covers the sky, and even the sunlight from the sky has difficulty pouring in, deep in the forest. There was a heart-pounding darkness from which could be heard the occasional ferocious roars of beasts. These guys have been seduced by the ancient Bodhi tree and have lost their minds. Chenfeng shook his head. The ancient domain of Mangwang was known as a forbidden area for humans. Even if a Duzun strongman entered it, it would be very dangerous. But now here many people have only the strength of Du Zong or even Du Huang. If such people enter the ancient domain, they will probably die here if they encounter any trouble, and become fertilizer to nourish those towering trees. Chenfeng remembered that in the original work, the places where the largest number of Duzun powerful warriors appeared were including this trip to the ancient Bodhi tree. This place is simply a meat grinder for Duzun strongmen. Countless strongmen who are famous in Zhongzhou have died in the belly of ferocious beasts. The ancient wilderness is indeed extraordinary. Cao Ying sighed softly. Under those giant trees that were hundreds of feet tall, everyone felt insignificant. This is a kind of insignificance in the ancient times. After all, this area has always been known as the oldest place on the continent. Boom. Finally, some people in the crowd began to move towards the forest. The mighty momentum they saw made people feel moved. Chenfeng and his group also set out at this time and quickly rushed into the forest. Chapter 428 Ancient Domain Platform. Each race sent out powerful Dusheng warriors. As soon as they entered the outskirts of the ancient domain of Mangwang, poisonous fog rose up all around. The fog was very fierce, and some high-level Duzongs died from the poison as soon as they stepped in. Even some powerful warriors who have reached the level of Duzun will be killed by this poisonous fog if they are careless. As they went deeper and deeper, the poisonous fog around them became thicker and thicker, and the screams coming from all around became more and more shrill. Later on, there were some extremely violent fluctuations of fighting spirit coming out. It seemed that some of the poisoned warriors were forced to lose their minds here, and were attacking indiscriminately. Looking at the blackened corpse in the open space in front of him, there was still fear and regret on the corpse's face. Master, these are not poisonous mists, but poisonous insects. Yao Chen is an alchemist and has a certain understanding of poison. He can see the problem at a glance. After all, people with the cultivation level of Duzun have their bodies protected by Du-Q and ordinary poisons can do nothing to them. However, the poison here is something that even Duzun masters cannot guard against. These poisonous insects are very small, so small that they are invisible to the naked eye. They float in the forest, and what those people inhale into their bodies are actually hundreds of millions of these tiny poisonous insects. Yao Chen continued to explain. So that's how it is. After listening to Yao Chen's words, Ziyan and Tao Ying were both thoughtful. Fortunately, the cultivation level of their group was very high, so even if they didn't notice this, they would not be poisoned. In the forest filled with poisonous miasma, shrill screams could still be heard from far away, making the forest feel extremely eerie. The deeper you went, the thinner the poisonous miasma around you became. In the end, the poisonous miasma finally disappeared completely. After rushing out of the poisonous miasma, Chenfeng and his companions leapt onto a huge rock nearby. They looked ahead and saw a huge ravine several hundred feet wide appearing in front of them. This ravine is extremely deep, with poisonous gas lingering in it, making it impossible to see where it ends. But when you look up, behind the ravine is an endless stretch of mountains. These mountains are thousands of feet high, like giant dragons entrenched in the sky. An ancient, vast aura emanates from them, rippling between heaven and earth. Let's go. Chenfeng did not hesitate. He tapped the boulder with his toes and rose up like a rock. Then he stepped on the void and quickly flew to the other side of the Tianjian. Behind him, Cao Ying, Ziyan and Yao Chen followed closely. The distance of several hundred feet seemed wide, but with the speed of Chenfeng and others, they appeared on the other side in the blink of an eye. Just as they stepped into the sky, several beast roars suddenly sounded on the ground, and then several black shadows, with a strong and disgusting fishy smell, pounced on the few people like lightning. Court death, bang, bang. Looking at those huge ferocious beasts rushing towards him, Chenfeng's eyes flashed with disdain. With a shout, those huge ferocious beasts were beaten into blood mist that floated in the air. Brother Feng, these beasts are too stupid. Even if they know the enemy is stronger than them, they will still charge forward fearlessly. Xiao Ying frowned slightly. If it were somewhere else, these magical beasts, which were only level 7 or early level 8, would have run away long ago after sensing their presence. How could they possibly rush up to them? Yes, that's true. Because of their low IQ, some monsters may not be able to transform even when they reach level 8, or even level 8. Chenfeng nodded. Next, Chenfeng and his group quickly shuttled through the forest, and all the magical beasts they encountered along the way were eliminated by them. Woo! In the ancient land, the long and violent roars of beasts continued to sound in the sky. There were many teams from other forces in this dense forest, and Chenfeng and his group had never communicated with them at all. Everyone came here for the same goal, and unless they had a particularly special relationship, they would end up attacking each other. Such a fragile friendship was basically broken with just one poke in front of the temptation of the ancient Bodhi tree. Therefore, along the way, although many forces recognized Chenfeng and his group and wanted to talk to them and show goodwill, Chenfeng did not give them any chances, leaving those guys with a cold shoulder. With such an unobstructed journey, Chenfeng and his group only spent about 2 days to gradually approach the area where the ancient domain platform was located. Gutai. It is said that in ancient times this place was once an ancient battlefield, and many powerful people had fallen here. Therefore there is a kind of strange pressure here just now, and it is this pressure that makes this place the only place in the ancient land where ferocious beasts dare not set foot. In addition, this ancient domain platform is located at the junction of the middle and deep parts of the ancient domain. From here, one can directly enter the depths of the ancient domain. Therefore, this place was chosen by many forces as the safest place to settle in the ancient land of wilderness. After approaching the ancient domain platform, Chenfeng and the others flew for a minute, and a huge square suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The square was crowded with people, including some saints. Ha! It seems I shouldn't have let you come this time. Sensing several powerful auras in the crowd below, Chenfeng smiled at Yao Chen beside him. He remembered that in the original novel, there was not even a Saint strongman who appeared in this journey to the ancient wilderness, only some young people came here. But this time, on the ancient domain platform, the world aura of 5 Dusheng powerful warriors appeared. People from Xingyan Pavilion are here. The arrival of Chenfeng and his group immediately attracted the attention of these major forces. Among them, a man in a white robe whispered softly among the crowd of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. The man was dressed in a white robe. The strange thing was that his eyes were colorful, which looked extremely weird. Behind this man, there was a taciturn old man in black robe, whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of 1-star Dusheng. Around him, there were more than 20 powerful members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, whose cultivation was at the Du Zun stage. Such a lineup would surely astound everyone under normal circumstances, but on the ancient domain stage today, it seems somewhat insignificant. You know, the ancient clan, the Soul clan, the Flame clan, and the Thunder clan have all sent elders with the cultivation level of fighting saints to come and help. The reason, of course, was because the news that the medicine sage of Xingyan Pavilion had come to the Mangwang ancient territory had leaked. They all knew that with a strong man like Yao Chen around, they would undoubtedly not gain any benefit if they only sent out these juniors. Chapter 421 Breaking Out from the Beast Tide. The ancient Bodhi tree, the medicine saint is here. I'm afraid this trip to the ancient Bodhi tree will be a bit troublesome. In the Soul clan camp, a young man in black clothes spoke with some worry. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Duzun and was about to enter the semi-saint realm. Such talent was very good. The man had long black hair that was casually draped behind him, making him look quite unrestrained and uninhibited. His face was as white as jade, giving people a very gentle feeling. This kind of person gave people a very favorable first impression. Behind the young man in black, there was an old man in black robe. The old man had an extremely powerful aura, almost as powerful as Yao Chen. He looked like a 4-star Duluo. In addition, Gu Qingyang from the ancient clan also brought with him a 4-star Duluo elder from the ancient clan. The Thunder clan and the Fire clan also sent out a 4-star Duluo saint. The reason for this synchronization is that there are clan restrictions between the ancient races, and strong people with cultivation above the 4-star Duluo are not allowed to take action easily. In contrast, the people from the Medicine clan and the Stone clan did not send anyone. I guess they knew they would not get any benefits this time, so they gave up on their own initiative. Brother Feng, I found out that there is another checkpoint to reach the ancient Bodhi tree, because 100 miles away from here, there is an army of ferocious beasts. They surround the depths, and if we want to get in, we must pass through that sea of ferocious beasts. After a while, Tao Ying, who had been looking for information, came back and told a piece of news. It doesn't matter, these beasts can stop Du Zun but they can't stop us. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. In the following time, those people from the big forces organized everyone present and began to sprint towards the depths of the ancient domain. Everyone, let's get going. In the sky, Han Yu laughed loudly and took the strong men of the Soul Clan to fly towards the northern sky first. Behind him, a large number of Haiya's troops also followed quickly with a rumbling sound of breaking wind. Let's go. Chenfeng smiled and followed Tao Ying, Ziyan and Yao Chen into the large group. The black mass of people, like a dark cloud, flashed across the sky like lightning. The journey of 100 miles was completed in less than 10 minutes. When the large group flew over a lush mountain, a black plain with no end in sight appeared in everyone's sight. Above the endless plain, dark clouds filled the air. Above the ground, huge and ferocious beasts filled the eyes, densely packed like a blood-red ocean, spreading to the end of the sight. It was filled with violent roars and shouts, like thunder echoing throughout the world. Is this the beast tide from the ancient wilderness? Compared with the beast tide, the people are just a drop in the ocean. In the sky, the dark army formed an arrow-like formation. At the front of the formation was a group of people from the Soul Clan. If this team were to truly explode, the explosive power would undoubtedly be extremely terrifying. Walk. Seeing the formation taking shape, Han Yu, who was in the front, waved his hand and took the lead in moving, making a sharp sound of breaking wind, and rushed towards the beast tide not far away. As he moved, the black arrow formation behind him followed closely with a rumble, and the sound of breaking wind echoed throughout the sky. Roar. Such a large battle was noticed by many ferocious beasts when they were still 1,000 feet away from the beast tide. At that moment, it was filled with violent roars, which resounded like thunder and finally spread far away, causing more and more roars. Kill. The distance of 1,000 feet was reached in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fighting spirit surged out from the bodies of Han Yu and others in front, and finally swept out. The ferocious beasts within 100 feet were almost all shaken into blood plasma in an instant, and at the same time, the huge team rushed fiercely into the beast tide. Boom boom. The moment the team came into contact with the beast tide, it erupted with astonishing impact force, and waves of powerful fighting spirit gushed out. The ferocious beasts within 100 feet around were almost killed in large numbers. The roars of the ferocious beasts when they were dying echoed endlessly throughout the world. Among them, many people have contributed. Some big forces like the Soul Clan also understand that the rest of the people are just cannon fodder, and can be abandoned at any time at the critical moment. The team advanced rapidly as the earth trembled. Blood and the corpses of ferocious beasts filled the places they passed by. However, the scarlet blood not only failed to scare the beasts, but instead made them rush towards the team more and more frantically and fearlessly. Roar. Bang. All kinds of ferocious beasts with bloodshot eyes rushed towards the team madly. Although most of the ferocious beasts were killed by some strong men, there were also some particularly powerful beasts that rushed close to the team. As a result, casualties finally began to occur within the team, and shrill screams could be heard continuously from all directions. At this moment, the team at the front was a group of strong men who were constantly pushed out by the team behind them. They could not retreat and could only rush forward. Facing the numerous ferocious beasts in front of them, they could only launch a desperate offensive. However, every time they killed some ferocious beasts, they would be exhausted by the endless tide of beasts. When they wanted to retreat, they suddenly realized that under the siege of the tide of beasts, many people had lost their minds and were trying desperately to push forward, so they had no chance to retreat. And when these people were eaten to death by the ferocious beasts, another group of people at the front of the team were forced out by the advancement of the team. The cyclical impact started in this crazy situation. At this time, the team no longer needed anyone to push it forward. Everyone was rushing forward in order to survive. Therefore, there is a steady stream of people being pushed to the front and becoming cannon fodder for the advancement. As the team went deeper and deeper, the number of people in the team became smaller and smaller. Many people lost their minds in this situation, which led to the team getting out of control. In this situation, those major forces rushed forward quickly and broke out of the encirclement. It's time, Seeing this, Chenfeng also led Xiao Yan, Yan, and Yao Chen to attack, and soon they were out of the range of the beast tide. At this moment, about a few thousand feet away from them, an ancient tree with an extremely large shade was standing alone on this vast plain. A clear air was floating above the ancient tree, sometimes changing into various shapes, appearing magical and unpredictable. Chapter 422 Enter, Ancient Bodhi Tree. At that moment exclamations, filled with some shock, came from the mouths of those ancient races. This kind of thing that only existed in legends had never been seen by them, even though they were an ancient race. They could only occasionally see it in some ancient books. What a huge tree, Xiao Yan murmured in a low voice. Even though she was very far away from the ancient Bodhi tree, she could still feel its enormity. The shade of the trees spread out across the sky, like an ancient sacred object standing in the time of heaven and earth, filled with antiquity and vicissitudes. Eyes that the ancient Bodhi tree. Many more people passed through the beast tide and landed on this land. They were still staggering when they saw an ancient giant tree standing between heaven and earth in the distance. Suddenly, their eyes turned red, however. As he looked at the ancient Bodhi tree that was growing larger and larger in his eyes, a faint sense of awe rose from his heart. Faced with this ancient divine object that has existed for who knows how many years, no one can remain calm in front of it. Viewing the ancient Bodhi tree from a close distance is undoubtedly another stunning sight. Its huge trunk, which is thousands of feet long, is like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The trunk was filled with an ancient aura. The shade of the ancient Bodhi tree was extremely huge. When it spread out, it could cover a small half of a city. Waves of extremely rich and clear air diffused from the ancient Bodhi tree, causing all kinds of magical phenomena to appear in the sky from time to time. The sunlight from the sky poured down at this moment, shining on the ancient trees. Faintly, there was a sense of clarity, and a shockingly powerful vitality spread out. At this moment, Chenfeng's eyes were fixed on this ancient Bodhi tree that was so huge that it was beyond description. That kind of fresh air gives people a relaxed and happy feeling. However, within this fresh air, there is another kind of turbid air. Everyone, why don't we go together to find a treasure like the ancient Bodhi tree? When they arrived here, the people from the Soul Clan, Ancient Clan, Thunder Clan, Flame Clan, and Sky Demon Phoenix Clan did not take any action again, and each of them stayed where they were. The ancient Bodhi tree is a natural treasure that is enough to rank among the top 3 in the Duki continent. It would be impossible to say that it is not dangerous. If this ancient Bodhi tree could also develop intelligence and cultivate, it would undoubtedly be one of the most terrifying creatures on the Duki continent. With the people here, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be enough to feed it. Seeing those people being cautious, Chenfeng smiled, and then walked forward with Ziyan, Xiao Yan, and Yao Chen, seemingly without any scruples. This guy is so reckless. Well, let them try the ancient Bodhi tree. Watching Chenfeng and his group walking towards the trunk of the ancient Bodhi tree, Han Yu thought secretly in his heart and decided to continue to keep his troops in place. Except for the ancient clan, people from other ancient races also had the same plan at this moment. Han Yu vaguely remembered that in an ancient book of the Han clan, it was recorded that a semi-saint ancestor of the Han clan also encountered the ancient Bodhi tree. However, there was no news of him in the end. When the strong men of the Han clan received the message and went to rescue him, the man and the ancient Bodhi tree had completely disappeared. That was why he was so cautious. Chenfeng came to a distance of about 100 feet from the trunk of the ancient Bodhi tree, and saw a ball of bright light. This ball of light was like a huge energy heart, which was about 10 feet in size. Faintly, it emitted a powerful beating sound. Is this the Bodhisattva? Looking at the brilliance, the morning breeze whispered. At this moment, the ancient Bodhi tree standing quietly on the grassland suddenly made a slight rustling sound. Soon, everyone saw dense branches entangled together and hanging down from the shade of the trees. When these branches touched the ground, they slowly split apart, and 5 figures with expressionless faces slowly stepped out from them, 5 semi-saints. Seeing this scene, some people waiting in the back were thoughtful. It turned out that the ancient Bodhi tree was not so easy to approach. Yao Chen, take care of these 5 puppets. Chenfeng's side behaved extremely calmly. How could 5 puppets at the semi-saint level possibly stop their steps? Yes, master, Yao Chen replied respectfully, then flashed out, and with just a flick of his finger, the head of a semi-saint puppet shattered directly. Upon seeing this, some powerful warriors from the ancient races behind them also reacted. They also brought Dusheng warriors with them on this trip. What could this mere half-saint puppet do to them? At that moment, when Yao Chen was dealing with the 5 semi-saint puppets, their forces also rushed in with their men. Boom, boom, boom. When the people from the Soul clan and the Ancient clan arrived, 3 more semi-saint puppets were killed by Yao Chen and completely lost their ability to move. The heads exploded, and a strange wave spread. The bodies of those semi-saint puppets suddenly aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into powder and floated down. Medicine Saint, leave this last puppet to us. Finally, several people from the ancient races worked together and smashed a semi-saint puppet to pieces. Walk. As soon as those puppets blocking the way died, Chenfeng took Tao Ying and Xiao Yan towards the huge tree trunk without hesitation. Let's follow. Under the temptation of Bodhisattva, the people from other ancient races quickened their pace. However, as they got closer to the ancient Bodhi tree, everyone became extremely nervous. These people don't know whether the ancient Bodhi tree will have any other tricks up its sleeve, and it is precisely this unknown that makes people feel terrified. Sasha. The sound of subtle footsteps slowly emerged, and everyone gradually reached the base of the ancient Bodhi tree. Standing here, looking up and down, they were able to feel how towering and huge this ancient tree, which had survived for who knows how many years, was. Laugh. When everyone arrived at the base of the ancient Bodhi tree, a brilliant light suddenly burst out from the tree body that was 100 feet high, and turned into a beam of light that directly covered all those who approached it. What's going on? The sudden scene startled everyone. Just as they were about to use their fighting spirit, they were horrified to find that all the fighting spirit in their bodies had disappeared at this moment. Yinner, don't resist, just follow me in. Of course, Chenfeng and his 3 companions, including those Dusheng strongmen from ancient races, were in a slightly better situation and were not unable to mobilize their Du Q. At this moment, Chenfeng instructed Cao Ying and stopped resisting that power. Call out. Soon, amid a burst of horror, the beam of light shrank rapidly, and with a whoosh, it retracted into the tree body like lightning. At the same time, the group of people who had arrived at the bottom of the tree earlier also disappeared. Chapter 423 Due to these negative emotions, the white light filled the vision. Chenfeng stood blankly in this world of white light with no figure around him. A moment later, there was a circle of light not far from him. Without hesitation, he walked towards the circle of light and stepped in. The moment he entered, Chenfeng took out a Bodhi pill. As for the Bodhi seeds extracted from the Bodhi body, he had already given them to Tao Ying. After coming in, no illusion appeared in Chenfeng's sight. It seems that the Bodhi pill can also play a role, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. At this moment he was already in a space full of green. In this space, there is an ancient tree about 10 meters tall, standing here as if it has existed forever. The tree is emerald green all over, as if it were made of the finest jade, releasing an amazing vitality. This tree is exactly the same as the nearly 1,000-foot tall ancient Bodhi tree in the outside world, except that it looks countless times smaller. Under the gaze of the morning breeze, the emerald green ancient Bodhi tree suddenly trembled slightly, and balls of light flew out from its body and finally hovered in front of the morning breeze. The ball of light changed, and various images came out of it. Chenfeng took a quick look and found that the people among them were Han Yu and others who had entered the ancient Bodhi tree together before. Obviously, at this moment, they were all trapped in their own illusions. Soon another beautiful figure rushed into the place in panic. Yinger. Chenfeng stepped forward and grabbed Cao Ying. Brother Feng. The moment she saw the morning breeze, Cao Ying was very excited, but she hesitated the next second. She suspected that the morning breeze in front of her was still an illusion. Yinger, this is no longer an illusion. So that's how it is. After Chenfeng's explanation, Cao Ying finally showed a look of enlightenment. At this moment the ancient Bodhi tree shook again, and a ball of light emerged. Inside the ball of light there was an ancient Bodhi tree that was 10,000 feet tall. However, Chenfeng's gaze was not fixed on the ancient tree, but in front of the ancient tree, in the air there, a figure dressed in black was standing in the air, and an aura as if of the supreme being of heaven and earth slowly spread out from the body of the person. In this kind of atmosphere, even the huge ancient Bodhi tree that is 10,000 feet tall seems quite small. Is this the Dodi? Chenfeng and Tao Ying stared at the black-clad figure in surprise. Although it was just an image, the aura made their souls tremble. In the ball of light, the black figure stood in front of the huge ancient Bodhi tree. Suddenly, the figure began to attack the ancient Bodhi tree. Facing his attack, the ancient Bodhi tree was filled with terrible energy. In this terrible confrontation, even the world collapsed. Chenfeng didn't mean that this ancient Bodhi tree had once fought against a Du-Di strongman. Continuing to watch, the images inside the ball of light danced faster and faster, and finally paused at the last scene. The black figure was suddenly hit hard by a destructive gust of wind that rushed in from outside the ball of light. In the end, his body and the world exploded into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Tao Ying was extremely shocked. Even though Chenfeng had already expected it, he was still a little dazed. The previous sudden attack should have been launched by a Du-Di strongman who was as powerful as the black-clothed Du-Di. With the joint efforts of the Bodhi ancient tree and another mysterious Du-Di, the black-clothed Du-Di was shaken into nothingness. Although this is just an image, that unique supreme aura still makes people's souls tremble. In the ball of light, the image did not stop because of the death of the black-clothed Du-Di. In the void, wisps of black air suddenly emerged. As soon as these air currents appeared, they quickly rushed into the ancient Bodhi tree. As these air currents entered, the clear air that permeated the ancient Bodhi tree was obviously faintly filled with a hint of obscure coldness. Puff! The ball of light gradually dimmed, and then condensed into an invisible object. It rushed into the minds of Chenfeng and Tao Ying like lightning, and finally spread out as a stream of information. I see. As Tao Ying absorbed that information, a kind of enlightenment appeared in her eyes. It is unknown how many years the ancient Bodhi tree before us has existed. However, after countless years, this ancient Bodhi tree has not evolved complete intelligence. Perhaps it is because it has existed for too long that its intelligence cannot be fully developed. Regardless of the reason, this ancient Bodhi tree has no real wisdom. It only possesses some basic functions of spiritual creatures, such as autonomous protection or counterattack. The image in the light ball earlier was from a very distant era, in which there was a seriously injured D warrior, who wanted to forcibly extract the spirit of the ancient Bodhi tree to heal his injuries. But in the end, he was killed by his opponents and the ancient Bodhi tree. At the moment when the black-clothed Du-Di fell, some of his negative emotions gathered together and invaded the ancient Bodhi tree. These so-called negative emotions have gradually eroded the ancient Bodhi tree over countless years. The simple intelligence of the ancient Bodhi tree began to lean towards darkness and coldness. In other words, the ancient Bodhi tree had been eroded by the negative emotions of the Du-Di strongman for a long time and gradually evolved towards the evil side. Over the countless years, no one knows how many powerful people have lost themselves in the illusion. To put it simply, the ancient Bodhi tree now possesses two spiritual intelligences within its body. One part originally belonged to it, which can be called kind intelligence, while the other part was caused by the influence of negative emotions, and this intelligence tends to be evil. Brother Feng, what does this ancient tree want to do by summoning us here? It wants us to help it. Is that so? Cao Ying seemed to be asking the ancient tree. Wow! The branches and leaves of the ancient tree nodded, and then green spots of light flew out from its body, and finally hovered in front of Chenfeng and Cao Ying. The light gradually weakened. These were all Bodhi seeds, and looking at the crystal clear color, they were obviously many times purer than their Bodhi seeds. So Bodhi seeds are used to eliminate those negative emotions. Cao Ying understood this. The next moment she summoned a strange fire, then threw a Bodhi seed in and began to refine it, with streams of clear air emanating from it. Chapter 424 100 Reincarnations. The Bodhi seed contains extremely powerful energy. Even though Tao Ying has the help of a powerful strange fire, it is still very difficult to refine it. This refining process lasted for half an hour before the Bodhi seed turned into a ball of crystal clear liquid. After another 10 minutes, the liquid slowly evaporated and turned into a wisp of clear air with a little emerald green. This wisp of pure air seeped out from the flames and finally penetrated into the jade-like body of the ancient Bodhi tree. As this ray of fresh air poured in, the ancient Bodhi tree suddenly trembled, and then a very thin wisp of black air quietly seeped out, and finally turned into nothingness and dissipated. No, Brother Feng, this kind of refining consumes too much fighting spirit. After successfully refining a Bodhi seed, Tao Ying discovered that her Du-Q was being consumed very rapidly. One Bodhi seed would consume a quarter of her total Du-Q. At this moment, a ball of green light was released from the small tree, and finally, at the base of the ancient Bodhi tree, in front of Tao Ying, an ancient emerald green cushion was formed. Yinger, try sitting on it. Seeing this, Chenfeng said with a smile. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Tao Ying sat on the cushion gracefully. Boom! As soon as his buttocks touched the ancient cushion, Tao Ying's body began to tremble violently. Waves of terrifyingly pure energy poured into his body like a tide. Pure energy like a tide continuously surged into Tao Ying's body, causing bursts of crackling sounds to come from her body. Under this crazy infusion, in just a few moments, Cao Ying felt that the fighting spirit that had been consumed in her body before was actually completely restored at this moment. Moreover, The fighting spirit contained in his body seems to be even stronger than when he was at his peak before. The energy transmitted from the cushion is extremely pure and does not require any refining at all. It can be converted into fighting spirit for people to absorb. In other words, this ancient Bodhi tree is a source of fighting spirit that will never run dry. As long as it is there, there is no need to worry about the problem of fighting spirit running dry. Moreover, with such consumption and replenishment, the fighting spirit capacity in Cao Ying's body seems to be expanding, which is good for her. You can continue now. Cao Ying smiled at the morning breeze, then picked up another Bodhi seed and threw it into the flame to refine it. At this moment, Cao Ying would naturally not be stingy with her fighting spirit anymore. Anyway, when the fighting spirit was used up, the ancient Bodhi tree would replenish it for her, and at the same time there would be other unexpected benefits. In the flames, Bodhi seeds were constantly being refined and transformed into a stream of pure air. The pure air flowed into the ancient Bodhi tree, eliminating the black air inside it, and Cao Ying was also constantly improving her strength in this huge consumption and replenishment, and her cultivation level of the early one, Star Dusheng, was slowly increasing. Buzz! At a certain moment, as the black air dissipated, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the ancient Bodhi tree, which was as white as emerald green. Soon the green light became stronger, and dazzling green rays of light shot out from the tree, finally filling the space, making the already rich vitality here even more intense. Has it been completely cleared? Cao Ying looked at the ancient Bodhi tree. At this moment it was undoubtedly greener than before, and the faint chill that permeated it was also quietly dissipating. Today the ancient Bodhi tree gives people a strange feeling of peace, sacredness and wisdom. Well, it should be clear now. As soon as Chenfeng finished speaking, a burst of emerald green light burst out from the ancient Bodhi tree, like countless tentacles, pulling Cao Ying, who was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, towards the tree. And at the moment the two touched, ripples appeared on the tree, and Cao Ying slowly merged into it. The ancient Bodhi tree shook its branches again, and strange waves spread out. Then the space here suddenly tore into holes, and out of them a series of embarrassed figures were spit out. Chenfeng on his side still stayed in the same space, waiting beside Cao Ying. The ancient Bodhi tree is known as the Tree of Wisdom and Reincarnation. According to legend, it has the miraculous effect of allowing people to experience hundreds of reincarnations. Those who have gone through this kind of reincarnation experience have the potential to become a Du-Dai. Therefore this time can be said to be a great opportunity for Cao Ying. It's Chenfeng, and the Alchemy Association champion Cao Ying. Damn it, how could they have snatched this great opportunity? No, if I can't get it, no one else can get it. The people of the Soul Clan were in another area, and could also see the area where Chenfeng and Cao Ying were. They were all filled with jealousy. But no matter what they did, they could not shake the ancient Bodhi tree in the slightest, nor stop Cao Ying from accepting the inheritance that had lasted for hundreds of generations. While half a month later, Cao Ying finally woke up from that mysterious state. Her cultivation has now progressed to the late stage of a 1-star Duluo, and she will soon be able to enter the 2-star Duluo. This is a very terrifying progress. It would probably take 100 years for an ordinary 1-star Duluo to transition from the early stage to the late stage, but Cao Ying only took half a month. Soon, Cao Ying and Chenfeng appeared in the space where the Soul Clan, Ancient Clan, Flame Clan and others were. Buzz! It was at this moment that a series of subtle muffled sounds suddenly came from the ancient Bodhi tree, and then emerald green light spots burst out from it, and finally floated in the space like flowers scattered by a fairy. Bodhi seeds. Seeing these spots of light, everyone was stunned at first, and then shocked voices suddenly came out. They are all Bodhi seeds. Han Yu and others were also looking at those emerald green spots in shock. They couldn't imagine that these Bodhi seeds, which were extremely rare in the outside world, were suddenly ejected by the ancient Bodhi tree with nearly 20 of them. Rob, after the shock, most people's eyes turned bloodshot, and powerful fighting spirit suddenly surged out, then turned into light and shadow, grabbing towards the green spots frantically. Just as everyone was scrambling for it, the green spots of light floating in the air seemed to be summoned. They dodged the grasp of those people with a whoosh, and in a few flashes, they all gathered on the palms outstretched by Chenfeng and Cao Ying. Thank you, Brother Bodhi, for the gift. Chenfeng smiled, not caring at all about the red eyes of the people around him. Chapter 425 Decisive Killing. Morning Wind, I advise you to share some Bodhi seeds. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Seeing Chenfeng and Cao Ying taking away all the Bodhi seeds, Han Yu of the Soul Clan spoke threateningly in a sinister voice. Yes, so many of us came here. But except for the two of you, we all left empty-handed. This is unacceptable. Zhufeng, the young patriarch of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, was also standing on the side of the Soul clan and speaking. Relatively speaking, the people from the Ancient clan, the Flame clan, and the Thunder clan did not say much and just watched. Aha, since Kinger is from the same clan as you, I won't bother with you this time. If you offend me again next time, you will be dead. Hearing Zhufeng's words, Chenfeng frowned and replied in the same cold voice. Just after he finished speaking, Cao Ying beside him revealed all his cultivation aura. The enormous pressure caused the faces of many people who entered this place to change drastically. What? This demon girl actually has the power of a Du Sheng. Feeling Cao Ying's momentum, Han Yu, Zhufeng and others' expressions changed drastically. At present among those tribes, only the Sky Demon Phoenix tribe has a 1-star Duluo who can enter, while the Duluo warriors of the other 4 tribes resisted when the ancient Bodhi tree absorbed them before, and failed to enter successfully. Who is the Chinger he is talking about? Could it be Feng Chinger, who was sent to Fengli Pavilion to learn the Fengli Duqi fusion technique? After some thought, Zhufeng seemed a little hesitant. Brother Zhufeng, what are you still hesitating about? Have you forgotten our previous agreement? Seeing this, Han Yu spoke grimly from the side. He now regretted that the Soul Clan's Du Sheng strongman did not enter. Because he was afraid of the powerful strength of the Soul Clan, Zhufeng made a decision after some hesitation. Even if Cao Ying is a Du Sheng, so what? We also have Du Shengs here who can contain Cao Ying, but can you beat so many of us? Zhufeng continued to threaten Chenfeng. Haha, if you want to die, I can't stop you. It's time to replace the young master of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Hearing Zhufeng's words, Chenfeng no longer concealed his strength. He slowly raised his hand, and an invisible wave acted on Zhufeng. Bang! At this moment, the powerful fighting saint from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan realized something was wrong and tried to stop it, but it was useless. Under that invisible force, Zhufeng's body was squeezed into a bloody mess. Even the soul shattered in an instant. Hiss! Looking at this horrifying scene, everyone gasped. How could this happen? How could he kill Zhufeng so easily? Zhufeng's cultivation is about the same as mine, so doesn't that mean he can kill me in a moment? At this moment, Han Yu's heart was filled with fear. If you kill the young master, the clan leader will not let you go. The powerful Du Sheng from the Sky Demon Phoenix clan suddenly spoke, which attracted Chenfeng's attention. This made Han Yu and others secretly breathe a sigh of relief and keep retreating. However, this space was only the size of a square, and he soon had nowhere to retreat. If Huang Tian wants to cause trouble, then let's change the leader of the Tianyao Huang clan. Hearing the old man's threat, Chenfeng's murderous intent was revived. Soon, a lightning spear condensed in front of him and shot towards the old man in black robe with terrifying power. Bang! The old man in black sent out a black claw mark in an attempt to reach Chenfeng's lightning spear, but he overestimated himself. The gap between a 1-star Duluo and a 5-star Duluo was beyond his imagination. What's more, Chenfeng is much stronger than an ordinary 5-star Du Sheng. The lightning spear pierced through the old man in black robe, directly blasting his body into a charred state. Don't kill me, the remaining members of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan begged for mercy. Han Yu, you can die too. Chenfeng did not continue to kill those ants with Du Zun's strength, but turned his attention to the Soul Jade. Are you going to go against my Soul clan? Facing Chenfeng's gaze, Han Yu's eyes were full of fear, but he did not beg for mercy, but instead revealed his identity. Everyone here is very important. Killing you is nothing. Chenfeng smiled and took direct action to end Han Yu's life. His decisiveness in killing without caring about the consequences made the people from the Ancient Clan, the Thunder Clan, and the Flame Clan stunned. Boom! At this moment, the ancient Bodhi tree that had been standing in the space suddenly made a buzzing sound, and then waves spread throughout the space. As the space going to collapse. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng stopped and did not continue killing. The ancient Bodhi tree will not exist in the world forever. After it spews out Bodhi seeds, it will sink into the ground again to recuperate. After its energy is condensed again, it will break out of the ground again. But I'm afraid I don't know when that time will be. The changes in the space also made everyone panic, and they all became alert. The vibrations in space became more and more violent, and finally, suddenly a crack emerged from the space, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from the crack. Crack, crack, crack. After the first crack appeared, more and more space cracks appeared one after another. In just a few minutes, the originally solid space became riddled with holes. Finally, it exploded in front of everyone's panicked eyes. Deep in the ancient and desolate land, a huge ancient Bodhi tree stands lonely in the center of the grassland. With it as the center, Majestic and clear air continues to spread in all directions, which is extremely spectacular. Not far from the ancient Bodhi tree, many figures were sitting there. They were the people who did not enter the ancient tree that day, including Yao Chen and Xiao Yan, as well as other Du Sheng powerful men from the ancient clans. Wow! Suddenly, there was a rustling sound on the quiet grassland. The ancient Bodhi tree, which had stood in the center of the grassland almost motionless for half a month, suddenly burst into a dazzling emerald green light. Immediately, figures rushed out from the light and finally landed on the surrounding ground. Brother Feng, the sudden scene made everyone stunned, and then they were suddenly ecstatic. Xian quickly stood up and looked at the group of figures that appeared not far away with surprise. Buzz! When the last person was thrown out, the ancient Bodhi tree began to tremble violently, and then a circle of emerald green light spread out from the bottom of the ancient Bodhi tree. Under the spread of this light, the ground seemed to have turned into liquid. The ancient Bodhi tree also slowly invaded the ground along with the liquid. Seeing the ancient Bodhi tree was about to dive into the ground, many people's expressions changed slightly, and then they were filled with resentment. Once the ancient Bodhi tree buries itself in the ground, even a Du Sheng powerhouse will not be able to find it. In other words, if one wants to see it again, they have to wait until the next time the ancient Bodhi tree comes out of the world, but by that time, it may be thousands of years later. Chapter 426 Declaration of War. Boom! Under the gazes of so many people, the ancient Bodhi tree finally slowly sank into the ground. As the last ray of green light disappeared, the grassland became empty again. Strange, why can't I see the Soul Jade? At this time, the 4-star Du Sheng powerhouse of the Soul clan finally discovered something unusual and hurriedly asked the people around him. Soulbox Elder, it was him. He was the one who killed Soul Jade. Several young Soul clan members who entered the ancient Bodhi tree with Soul Jade pointed in the direction of Morning Breeze and spoke loudly. What? Hun Yu is dead. After hearing what those people said, the face of the Soul clan elder known as the Soul Box changed drastically. Soul Jade is the divine bloodline of the Soul clan that has appeared in recent years. It will be able to cultivate into a high-level Dulu in the future. Of course, in the Soul clan, there are 2 people with divine bloodlines, and there is another one named Hun Feng. In terms of talent and background, Hun Yu is far inferior, because Hun Feng is the descendant of Hun Yuanshan, one of the 4 demon saints of the Soul clan. But no matter what, Hun Yu was killed by an outsider, which is a slap in the face of the Hun clan. You crazy bastard! You think you can do such a shameless thing just because you have the support of old Yao Chen? Today I will make you pay for your Soul Jade with your life. The next moment, the Soul Box took a step forward, and an incomparably vast aura suddenly and unreservedly burst out from its body like an overwhelming force. If you dare to attack the young master, you must get past me first. Yao Chen took a step forward and stood a few meters in front of Chenfeng. An aura even more powerful than that of the Soul Box spread out. Of course, Yao Chen knew that Chenfeng's strength was above his. He just wanted to hide his strength and not expose it. Besides, there was no need for Chenfeng to take action against such a small character. Yao Chen, do you want your Xingyan pavilion to be removed from the mainland? Soul Box said coldly, his voice full of threats. Haha, that depends on whether you have the ability. Yao Chen was not afraid of this threat at all and replied with disdain. Snort. Hun Shi's face was gloomy, and his hand seals changed into complicated ones one after another. The cold black fighting spirit in his body condensed in front of him like lightning, forming a dark palm print that was so dark that it was frightening. Scary screams continued to be heard from the palm print, and faintly, the hideous face of a soul appeared on it. Soul-destroying palm. As the screams on the palm print became more and more intense, the Soul Box also roared angrily, and the dark palm print instantly rushed out like thunder, attacking towards Yao Chen. Although the pitch-black palm print was not large in size, it contained an extremely cold and powerful fighting spirit. Obviously, the Soul Box also understood that Yao Chen's cultivation was at the late stage of the 4-star Du Sheng, while he was only at the early stage of the 4-star Du Sheng. If he did not give his all, it would be difficult for him to win. For you, maybe in the next life, facing this powerful palm print created by the Soul Box with all its strength, Yao Chen's eyes showed mockery. The next moment, Yao Chen took 2 light steps and appeared in front of the palm print in front of the shocked gaze of Soul Box. On his right hand, the hot fighting energy suddenly surged out, and then lightly hit the black palm print. Crack! The 2 collided and were in a stalemate for a short moment. Then, everyone was horrified to see that the black palm print that condensed most of the Soul Box's fighting spirit was destroyed and exploded under Yao Chen's casual slap. Retreat! Yo Chen, if you go against my Soul clan you will feel fear. Soulbox knew was no match for its opponent, so it retreated after this move was over, and left with a cruel remark. Gu Qingyang, you have come all the way here. I am afraid you will lose face if you go back. These Bodhi seeds are for you. After Yao Chen defeated Hunsha and others, Chenfeng threw a few Bodhi seeds in the direction of the ancient clan. This kind of thing was of little value to him, because he already had hundreds of Bodhi pills rewarded by the system, and the increase in the chance of Bodhi pills rewarded by the system reached a terrifying 50%, which was not comparable to ordinary Bodhi pills. Thank you very much. Seeing Chenfeng giving him Bodhi seeds, Gu Qingyang was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. This scene made the people of other ancient races very envious, but they also knew that Chenfeng had a close relationship with the ancient race, so envy was useless. After the trip to the ancient domain of Mangwang, Yao Chen announced to the public that he was able to refine the Bodhi pill, and many powerful people came to him to seek his help. Some extremely low Qiduzun peak powerhouses could not bear it any longer and finally secretly became guest elders of Xingyan Pavilion. The temptation of Bodhi pill to them was so great that it was enough to make them sell some of their freedom. Of course, Yao Chen would not reward these guest elders who came here, because of his reputation with Bodhi pills as soon as they met him. These strong men were not stupid either, and they also understood that there were no such good things in the world. Therefore they usually try their best to make some contributions to Xingyan Pavilion, hoping to gain Yao Chen's trust, obtain a Bodhi pill, and then break through to the coveted level. Under this virtuous cycle, the strength of Xingyan Pavilion has undoubtedly increased by leaps and bounds, and it has already become a powerful force in Zhongzhou that is no weaker than the Tianming sect, a long-established force with a long heritage. However, facing the surge in power and reputation of Xingyan Pavilion, Tianming sect could not sit still. Tianming sect was inherently overbearing and expanded its influence everywhere. In the past, the sphere of influence of Xingyan Pavilion was not large, and there was no conflict between the two. But as the sphere of influence of Xingyan Pavilion became more and more extensive, it eventually gradually intersected with the sphere of influence of Tianming sect. As a result, conflicts were inevitable. One is an old force, the other is an emerging force. The clash between the two is indeed quite fierce. However, afterwards, the Tianming sect suddenly announced an alliance with the Glacier Valley and some other sects that had some fame in Zhongzhou, and called themselves the Stex Alliance. This alliance undoubtedly greatly increased the prestige of the Tianming sect. The gathering of powerful people from many parties caught the Xingyan Pavilion off guard, and its sphere of influence was also greatly reduced. Xingyan Pavilion has developed too fast, and although its sphere of influence is vast, it is somewhat fragile and unstable. After experiencing this war, it is a good time for it to reorganize itself. Therefore, facing the shrinking sphere of influence of Xingyan Pavilion, Yao Chen did not organize a large-scale counterattack, but kept retreating because if he wanted to, he could directly take action to destroy the old monster Tianming. Tianming Old Demon, a high-level semi-saint, actually dared to challenge Yao Chen. There must be other forces supporting him. Yao Chen knew it was the Soul Palace's doing without even having to think about it. During this period, many guests from Xingyan Pavilion built space wormholes in these cities, directly linking all these important cities together. Chapter 4. Changes in the Spirit Tribe. Just treat the Tianming sect as a trial to temper the Xingyan Pavilion. Chenfeng also maintained the same attitude. Gangs like the Tianming sect and the Glacier Valley could not cause much trouble even with the Soul Palace behind them. During this period, the number of Duzhen masters in Xingyan Pavilion has increased to 60. This force is already quite strong. The master's arrangement can screen out some people with ulterior motives, Yao Chen replied respectfully. Well, if I wanted to take action, the Soul Palace could be destroyed quickly. Chenfeng waved his hand and didn't intend to continue this topic. In the following few days, a piece of news that came from nowhere caused a huge storm. The protagonist of this news is the elves, one of the 8 ancient tribes. Apart from the murderer in this incident, only Chenfeng knew about it a long time ago. Many forces also learned about the sudden closure of the Elder Space not long ago. However, at that time, the news was only circulated among some major forces, and no one knew what had happened. So the news did not spread. But not long ago a strong man discovered that the space of the spirit race was opened again. People discovered that the spirit world was now empty, without a single person in sight. Even the descendants of the spirit race had disappeared without a trace. This matter is too weird. Within the spirit world, including the descendants of the spirit race, there are at least millions of people. However, now so many people have just disappeared out of thin air, This incident undoubtedly caused a huge shock when it reached the ears of the other tribes. People from all the major ancient races immediately sent their strong men to the spirit world. However, no matter how they explored, they could not find any spirit people. It seemed as if all the people of the elder tribe had disappeared completely during the time when the space was closed, and there were no guests. The spirit race is one of the 8 ancient races. Although it has been declining in recent years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse after all. Their strength is enough to make it into the ranks of the superpowers in Zhongzhou. If it is the Tu clan, I am afraid no one in Zhongzhou can do it. Of course, in addition to the talk of the tribe being massacred, there are also people who speculate that the elves may migrate their entire clan to another self-created space. But this kind of large-scale migration obviously could not be hidden from the top powerhouses in Zhongzhou. But even they had not noticed this kind of movement. With the strength of the elves, how could they quietly take away all those millions of people? No matter what, the disappearance of the spirit race caused a huge uproar in Zhongzhou, and various forces were constantly speculating on the cause of the incident. While the outside world was speculating wildly, several major ancient races also had huge disagreements over this matter. A long time ago, a war broke out among the 8 ancient tribes, and the cause of the war was the Tushi ancient Emperor Jade. It is said that the remains of the last Du-Di powerful person contain the secret of reaching the Du-Dai. For this secret, the 8 ancient tribes fought each other and finally divided the complete Tushi ancient Emperor Jade into 8 parts. In other words, if anyone wants to get what Tushi ancient Emperor left behind, they must collect 8 pieces of ancient jade. However, all ethnic groups regard ancient jade as more important than their lives, so naturally they would not hand it over for no reason. Therefore, some people speculated that the disappearance of the spirit race this time was caused by people from the ancient race, and their purpose was to obtain the Tush ancient Emperor Jade in the hands of the spirit race. Although the spirit race has declined, its foundation is still there. If one wants to exterminate them all without anyone noticing, among the remaining 6 races, probably only 2 can barely do it. They are the ancient clan, and the ancient clan is apparently the strongest race among the 6 ancient clans today. No one doubts their strength. The Soul clan, to be honest, this race can probably be considered the race with the longest heritage among the 8 ancient clans. This race has existed since ancient times, and this race has always been mysterious and strange. Before, the Soul clan was not the strongest, but careful people could find that no matter what, the Soul clan had never been at a disadvantage. To be neither victorious nor defeated, from a certain perspective, is actually a very scary level. Therefore, even the ancient race has a strong fear of this mysterious ancient race. These 2 ancient races almost represent the most powerful force level in the Duki continent today. If you want to slaughter the entire spirit race without knowing it, I am afraid that no other force can do it except these 2 races. Therefore, the biggest suspects in this incident of the spirit clan are undoubtedly the ancient clan and the Soul clan, although the other 4 clans do not have absolute evidence to point out who the murderer is. But obviously, after what happened to the spirit clan, they will be extremely vigilant against the Soul clan and the ancient clan. If the other party is really coming for the Tushi ancient Emperor Jade, then they will definitely not stop, and they who possess the other 4 ancient jades will become the next target. The ancient tribe seemed quite depressed about this suspicion that came out of nowhere, but they also knew the seriousness of the matter. At this time, any action might lead to some unnecessary speculation, so they could only remain silent. At the same time, the Soul clan also followed their usual style, ignoring everything and continuing to do what they were supposed to do. Anyway, the Soul clan doesn't need any allies, and they don't care what others think. Therefore, with both sides remaining silent, the matter of the changes in the spirit race was gradually suppressed, and the 6 ancient races did not start a major war over the matter. Today gaps have arisen between the 6 ancient tribes again, and they are wary and cautious of each other. The affairs of the Elder caused quite a stir in Zhongzhou, but these ancient races were usually very low key, so the heat soon dissipated. In Zhongzhou there are wonderful things happening every day, and there are countless topics to talk about. Even a major event like the disappearance of the elves cannot continue forever. Brother Feng, you seem to know something about this matter. In the Wind Realm, Sunner asked curiously. This incident was done by the Soul clan. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. He did not hide anything about this matter. He could now completely trust Sunner. It's actually the Soul clan. Hearing Chenfeng's answer, Sunner was very shocked, and at the same time very curious about how Chenfeng knew it. She did not continue to ask. She knew that since Chenfeng had not finished speaking, it was not appropriate to let too many people know at this time. Chapter 428 The decisive battle between Xingyu Pavilion and Ming League, the Soul Clan's clan emblem. Half a month later. The strong men of our Styx alliance will gather at the Starfall Pavilion. At that time we will fight to see who is the best. The winner will be the king, and the loser will be the enemy. A few days later, Yao Chen received a challenge from a powerful figure from the Styx alliance at Xingyan Pavilion. Ha! I really don't know where they get the courage from. Looking at the content of the battle post, Yao Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Styx alliance has not had any news about any powerful fighting saints so far. The strongest person is just an old Styx monster who has only reached the level of a high-level semi-saint. With a leader like this, and a group of Duzun and Duzong with him, Yao Chen alone can handle it. However, even so, Yao Chen told Chenfeng the news using the communication stone. Let them come, and destroy them in one fell swoop, so that Xingyan Pavilion can stand at the top of the continent. Upon hearing the news, Chenfeng responded casually, and that group of clown-like characters could only earn a scornful smile from him. Now his cultivation has reached the late stage of 7-star fighting saint, and with all kinds of trump cards, even if a powerful existence like void-devouring flame comes, it may not be able to defeat him. It will be futile for the Soul Palace to do bad things in secret. Yes, master. At Xingyan Pavilion, Yao Chen looked at the message sent by Chenfeng and replied respectfully. However, afterwards the situation was handled coldly without any preparation at all, and none of the personnel outside were transferred back. A few days later, the strong men of the Styx Alliance began a massive action. They headed straight for the Starfall Pavilion. During this time, the strong men in the city controlled by the Starfall Pavilion did not make any obstructions. Some powerful people from Zhongzhou who were still waiting, or wanted to watch the excitement, came to wait outside the Xingyan Pavilion early. They want to know who will come out on top in the clash between the two most powerful forces in recent years. Xingyan Pavilion did not expel those who came upon hearing the news and with the intention of watching a show, but instead gave them a place. But at the same time, strong men from the pavilion were dispatched to impose strict martial law here. Anyone who made the slightest movement would be treated as an enemy and killed on the spot. And with so many people looking forward to it, the day of the challenge finally arrived. Outside the main pavilion of Xingyan Pavilion, there is a green peak that is 1,000 feet high. The peak is extremely steep and difficult for ordinary people to climb. The top of the peak, as if it was chopped by a giant axe, has become an extremely spacious and smooth stone square. This is where Xingyan Pavilion receives guests. In this square today, there are thousands of disciples practicing fighting skills. Each of them has a very relaxed expression on their face, and they don't feel like they are facing a powerful enemy at all. Suddenly, a cold aura, like an evil beast, rushed into the space violently, filled with some cold and faint laughter, and resounded in the space like thunder. Yao Chen, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are doing well. Immediately afterwards, a figure in a dark gray robe came walking in the air. This person had long gray hair and a face that had no wrinkles but instead looked unusually fair. If it weren't for the pair of eyes filled with blue light and revealing a sense of age, no one would have thought of it as an old demon who had lived for hundreds of years. The arrival of this old man also caused the disciples of Xingyan Pavilion in the square below to stop. All disciples, continue to practice. Seeing this scene, Yao Chen instructed many disciples, then squinted at the old man in the sky and said softly, Old Demon Tianming, I didn't expect you were still alive. You have achieved the cultivation of a 1-star Du Sheng because you accepted the benefits of the Soul Palace. Damn it. Seeing Yao Chen being so nonchalant, the old demon Tianming felt humiliated. Yao Chen, don't be so arrogant. There are many people in this world who are stronger than you. In the sky, the old demon Tianming pointed his finger at Yao Chen and shouted angrily. Really, it's a pity you're not that kind of person. Yao Chen spoke with contempt. Stop talking nonsense. Today, I will destroy your Xingyan Pavilion. The old demon Tianming had a gloomy expression on his face. Behind him more than 100 people came quickly, half of whom had reached the level of Duzun. Such a force is truly impressive. You know, many of the so-called first-class forces in Zhongzhou before had only one Duzun strongman in charge. Hey, Yao Chen, after what happened today, I'm afraid your Xingyan Pavilion will be destroyed. At this moment, a sinister laugh was heard again in the sky. This person was none other than Soul Clan Elder Soul Box, who had been defeated by Yao Chen in the ancient Mangwang domain before. At this moment his cultivation had improved compared to the last time, and he had reached the mid-stage 4-star Du Sheng, so he was more confident. If you come alone, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Seeing the soul box appear, Yao Chen was a little surprised, because at this moment, even if he was restrained, the strength of the people of the Styx League and his Xingyan Pavilion was not much different, not to mention that the soul box could not restrain him at all. As both are 4-star Duluo, Yao Chen's strength is obviously not comparable to that of Hun Xia. Yao Chen is about to enter the 5-star Duluo, while Hun Xia was forcibly promoted to the middle stage of 4-star Duluo. Haha, Yao Chen, have you forgotten how you were expelled from the Yao clan? Soulbox smiled coldly, expressing the pain in Yao Chen's heart. Hearing this, Yao Chen's expression immediately turned ugly, but soon he thought of something. Soulbox is a member of the Soul Clan and possesses the blood power of the Soul Clan in his body. Almost every ancient race has a clan crest, and the Soul Clan is no exception. In today's Duki continent, apart from the strongest Xiao clan's emblem, the strongest clan emblems are those of the Ancient Clan and the Soul Clan. Boom! While Yao Chen was thinking, the soul box appeared in the sky, and his hand seals were quickly made. The power of his blood burst out, and a black mist emerged from his eyebrows. Finally, a black ancient mark was engraved on his eyebrows. After this black ancient mark appeared, the aura of the soul box had skyrocketed to the peak of a 4-star Du Sheng, reaching a level almost the same as Yao Chen. If you have the ability, use the Medicine Clan's emblem today. Soul Box laughed wildly and quickly sent out a black palm print. This power was much stronger than the last time he was in the ancient domain of wilderness. This was the advantage of being born into an ancient race. Damn clan crest. Seeing this, Yao Chen felt something was wrong. At this moment, he could not be blamed for underestimating the soul box. He immediately moved forward and fought with the soul box. As a result, Xingyan Pavilion had no other strong people to resist the old monster Tianming, who had broken through to the level of Du Sheng. Chapter 429. The Dragon Emperor takes action and wins a great victory. Xian, go to Xingyan Pavilion and make those people from the Soul Clan behave themselves. In the Wind Realm, Chenfeng saw everything that happened in the Xingyan Pavilion through the monitoring compass. He could guess the Soul Clan's intention this time. The attack on the Falling Star Pavilion was just a cover. The real purpose was to create a topic in Zhongzhou and let people gradually be attracted by the new things that happened. In this way, they would gradually forget the destruction of the Spirit Clan. At the same time, a war between two major forces would surely result in countless casualties, which is exactly what the people of the Soul Palace want. They can then do their old job and secretly collect the souls of those who died in the battle. Okay, I'll be right there. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Ziyan smiled and nodded. Lian Xingyan Pavilion. A war is about to break out. Yao Chen, the strongest fighter of Xingyan Pavilion, is restrained by the soul box of the Soul Clan's Du Sheng. The old monster Tianming plans to make a big move. However, just as he was about to attack the elders of Xingyan Pavilion who had the cultivation level of Du Zun, a purple beam of light suddenly appeared from the void and shot straight towards him. This is Save Me. Upon sensing the purple light column, the old demon Tianming was stunned at first, and then his face turned pale. The energy contained in the purple light column was simply to a terrifying level. He had no doubt that if he was hit, he would be killed. How is this possible? On the other side, the face of Soul Clan's Du Sheng powerhouse Hun Xia, who was fighting with Yao Chen, also changed drastically. Boom. The next moment, the purple beam of light hit the old demon Tianming directly, and instantly broke down his defense. The huge amount of energy caused his vitality to dissipate rapidly. Who are you? Are you going to go against my Soul Clan too? The soul box stopped at this moment, looking at Ziyan, who appeared not far away with horror. It's not your turn to ask questions when the Emperor is doing something. Ziyan stood in the void, emitting an extremely strong aura of the Dragon King, which put the strong men from the Styx Alliance under great pressure. You are from the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. At this moment, Soul Box finally thought of something and looked horrified. He had lived for so many years, so he naturally knew how terrifying the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan was. Especially when he learned that Ziyan called herself the Dragon Emperor, he no longer had any desire to fight. The Dragon King of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan is no match for someone like him. I didn't expect that Xingyan Pavilion would be related to the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan. This is going to be a good show to watch. The Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan has been isolated from the world for so many years, and finally someone has shown up. However, is the Dragon Emperor of that clan really this woman? Whether she is a Dragon Emperor or not, such a powerful aura is far beyond the reach of this person from the Soul Clan. If she were to intervene in this matter today, the Soul Clan and the Styx Alliance would be defeated. Outside of the Xingyan Pavilion, Some powerful people from Zhongzhou who were watching the fun were talking about it. Soulbox was also very depressed. He didn't expect that Xingyan Pavilion had this kind of relationship. No wonder Yao Chen dares to challenge my Soul Clan. With a sigh in his heart, Soulbox bowed in the direction of Ziyan and said with a smile, Dragon Emperor, I will give you face for today's matter. Why don't we just call it a day? You think too much. It's not that easy for you to leave. When Ziyan heard the other party asking for peace, she shook her head and refused without even thinking. Damn it. Seeing that Ziyan was not buying it at all, Hunsha couldn't help but panic. He could feel that Ziyan's cultivation was very high, and even those veteran strong men of the Hun clan might not be able to defeat her. Moreover, at this critical moment, he could not ask for support from his clan, so after much thought, he could only escape. Everyone see you later. The soul box tore open the space in front of it, trying to escape. If you want to leave, you have to leave something behind. Ziyan raised her hand and sent out a purple gold seal. After a few jumps, the purple gold seal approached the soul box and seemed to temporarily imprison the space around the soul box. Finally, it was heavily imprinted on the back of the soul box. Puff. At this moment, Hun Shi felt that part of his internal organs were shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. However, he still dragged his seriously injured body and escaped into the space crack with difficulty. This rapid reversal made the powerful men from the Styx Alliance who followed them stunned. In a short period of time, the old demon Tiaming died, and the powerful Soul Clan fighting saint was seriously injured and escaped. Listen carefully. Those who have joined the Styx Alliance for a short period of time can leave safely as long as they can kill a strong man from the Tiaming sect. At this moment, Ziyan's extremely majestic voice came again. Not good. As Ziyan finished speaking, the faces of the Duzun masters of the Tianming sect changed drastically. As they glanced around, they discovered that the eyes of some of the foreign warriors around them had turned red. Ah! A Duzun warrior who had just joined the Ming Alliance launched a surprise attack, smashing the head of an elder of the Tianming sect next to him, then dragged up the broken body and left in a dashing manner. Seeing this, the others followed suit. The strong men of Tianming sect felt threatened. At this moment, they had been regarded as prey by their own people. Bag! Ah! The sounds of fighting and screams continued to ring out in the sky, but Ziyan had no intention of watching them. After completing the task assigned by Chenfeng, she began to return to the Wind Realm. After this battle, the Styx Alliance has almost collapsed and will soon fall apart. At the same time, it also allowed the strong people on the continent to see the strength of Xingyan Pavilion. Such a force can almost confront Seoul Palace and Downtown. The top forces in Zhongzhou should be changed to one palace, one tower, and one pavilion forming a tripod. In terms of top powerhouses, Xingyan Pavilion is already as good as Shuhan Palace, but in terms of the number of Duzun powerhouses, Xingyan Pavilion is still slightly insufficient. After all, the Seoul Palace has been entrenched in Zhongzhou for many years and has bewitched many famous strong men in Zhongzhou. Old fellow, today the old demon Tiaming died, and most of the strong men of the Styx Alliance were buried here. We don't need to worry about them in the future, but if we don't take revenge, it will make us look too weak. So, in a few days, why not take people to destroy them? As for the other sects that joined the Styx Alliance, we will not let any of them go. Venerable Feng came in front of Yao Chen with a cold light flashing in his eyes. This time, if Ziyan had not come to rescue, killed the old monster Tianming, and repelled the Soul Clan's Du Sheng Strongman Soul Box, Xingyan Pavilion would probably suffer huge losses. Very good. If this continues, the Xingyan Pavilion will occupy more and more places. By then, many places in Zhongzhou will be under my surveillance. Seeing that the war over there was resolved, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Next, Chenfeng planned to go to a place. He had thunder, attributed fighting spirit, and strange fire, which he had already given to Tao Ying. The strongest thunder known in the world was in the Void Thunder Pool not far from Dragon Island. Chapter 430 Void Thunder Pool. Master Chenfeng, the place you are looking for is a place where thunder gathers. The space there is quite strange, emitting a natural suction force, therefore, a lot of energy is chaotically condensed here, and finally countless thunders are derived to form a thunder pool. Chenfeng and Ziyan returned to Dragon Island together. After asking the third elder Zhu Li, they followed Zhu Li's lead and headed towards somewhere in the void space. Laugh soon. A flickering silver light appeared at the end of Chenfeng and Ziyan's sight, and faintly, an extremely violent energy was spreading from afar. Boom, boom. As it got closer, the silver luster rapidly magnified, and the rumbling sound of thunder also resounded in Chenfeng's ears, shaking the earth. Chenfeng cultivated thunder, attributed fighting spirit, and the sound of thunder from heaven and earth sounded very beautiful and melodious to him. Soon a huge lake, of nearly 1,000 feet appeared in front of Chenfeng and Xian. However, the water in this lake was not ordinary water. Instead, it was completely filled with brilliant silver thunder and lightning. This is a real thunder pool formed by thunder standing in front of the thunder pool. The rumbling sound of thunder continuously spreads out from the thunder pool, making people tremble in their hearts. People standing here seem particularly small, such a strong power of thunder. After a long time, Xian slowly came back to her senses from the shock and murmured. The power of thunder contained in this pool of thunder was so great that even she, a powerful late stage 5-star duo, felt frightened. Xian, you go back first. I plan to practice here for a while, Chenfeng said with a smile. All right. Hearing this, Xian nodded obediently. In front of other people, she was the majestic and superior Dragon Emperor. But in front of Chenfeng she was just a little woman. After Xian left, Chenfeng took a step and walked directly into the void thunder pool. Squeak! The moment Chenfeng rushed into the thunder pool, numerous thunders rushed out like silver snakes and struck towards him like lightning. However, these thunders did not attack Chenfeng at all. Instead, they surrounded Chenfeng's body, and from time to time one of them merged into Chenfeng's body. The thunder, attributed warrior in the late stage of 7-star fighting saint, was like a king descending in front of these thunders. Just standing here, Chenfeng was equivalent to practicing at a high speed. Of course, with his current cultivation level, no matter how fast the speed of practice was, there would not be much change without a few years or even decades. In the dazzling silver world, thunder roared like a giant dragon, and the rumbling sound of thunder echoed endlessly in the void. Such a strange thing might only exist in this empty space. Although these thunders are very powerful, even stronger than the thunder from ordinary 7th-grade elixirs, they are not the goal of Chenfeng's trip. His footsteps continued without any pause as he walked deeper into the thunder pool. Boom! A few minutes later, the space ahead turned pitch black, and more than a dozen bolts of lightning like giant black dragons circled in the field of vision. Who could have thought that the black magic thunder that could only be attracted by refining 9th-grade elixirs could exist in such a terrifying number here? There really is nothing strange in this world. Boom! As Chenfeng continued to walk deeper into the thunder pool, it immediately attracted the attention of some black magic thunders as expected. At that moment, a black lightning about 10 feet thick like a giant python slowly squirmed its body and coiled around Chenfeng. Chirping electric light continuously came out from the body of this black magic lightning. The power of this black magic lightning is such that even an ordinary 5-star Du Sheng would not dare to let it bombard the body at will. But Chenfeng is not only a powerful thunder cultivator in the late 7-star fighting saint stage, his physique has also reached a terrifying level. These black magic thunders can only serve as nutrients for him, increasing his strength and tempering his body. At this moment, circles of black lightning kept flashing wildly around Chenfeng's body, and strange sounds were heard one after another, which seemed particularly harsh in the depths of this somewhat silent void thunder pool. After raging wildly in Chenfeng's body for a while, the extremely violent power of the Black Devil's thunder finally gradually merged into his body. The violent energy seeped into Chenfeng's muscles, bones and cells bit by bit. Cool, surrounded by so many black magic thunders, Chenfeng not only did not feel any danger, but instead felt a sense of comfort. Things like the black magic thunder are extremely powerful in the eyes of low-level Duluo. Li Dong, a young genius of the Thunder Clan, is able to easily fight against opponents of higher levels simply by mutating his Dulu attribute into the black magic thunder. As a late, stage 2-star Duluo, he can fight against 3-star Duo, and even ordinary 4-star Duluo are quite afraid of him. It can be said that this black demon thunder is not inferior to any of the strange fires ranked below the 4th on the strange fire list. It is a true wonder of heaven and earth. Now, this rare treasure of heaven and earth has become the nutrients for Chenfeng to temper his body. Deep in the thunder pool, loud and clear noises continued to ring out, and streaks of black magic thunder, like giant dragons, came one after another to bite the morning breeze. However, whenever these black magic lightnings touched the latter's body, a black light flashed and they disappeared without a trace. Then, the black lightning arcs flashing on Chenfeng's body became more and more dense. While closing his eyes and concentrating, Chenfeng could clearly hear the countless cells in his body making sounds of desire and joy as the energies merged into his body. In the depths of the quiet void thunder pool, there are now bursts of thunder, and countless black thunders like giant pythons are whistling and moving. The sound was so overwhelming, like thousands of thunders roaring simultaneously. In front of such a spectacular sight, even a Du Sheng would feel insignificant. In the ocean of black thunder and lightning, there were two whirlpool-like existences. Black thunders were roaring and lingering, surrounding those two places tightly. However, no matter how fiercely they attacked, those two areas were like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. No matter how many black magic thunders came, in the end, they all disappeared in a flash of black light. The void thunder pool is hidden in the vast and endless void space, and is seldom visited by humans. Even some Du Sheng strongmen who occasionally break in here dare not enter easily. Soon, a week passed. Chenfeng's physical strength had been tempered in the huge amount of black magic thunder, and had become stronger than before. His cultivation had also improved slightly. Of course, it was unlikely for him to break through to the 8-star Duluo. Otherwise, the 7-star dushing powerhouses of those ancient races would not be trapped in one realm for hundreds or even thousands of years. Chapter 431 Profound Golden Thunder. At this moment, there was a faint flash of black lightning in Chenfeng's pupils. When his mouth opened slightly, a low thunder came out from his throat. Call! A breath carrying some black electric current came out of Chenfeng's mouth. He stood up and suddenly bursts of crisp crackling sounds came from his body. Soon after, the morning breeze stopped devouring the depths of the thunder pool, which had gradually quieted down, suddenly fluctuated violently. Suddenly the whole sky was flashing with black thunder, which was overwhelming and rushing towards a dark area in the center of the depths. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng smiled and looked into the depths of the thunder pool, where there was an even stronger pressure of thunder. This kind of pressure is somewhat similar to the black magic thunder, but it is countless times stronger than the latter. The next moment, Chenfeng slowly stood up and walked slowly towards the dark area step by step. As he got closer to the dark area, the strange pressure became stronger and stronger, and finally, Chenfeng's footsteps suddenly stopped. At this moment, in Chenfeng's sight, in the center of the Sea of Thunder, there was a huge dragon that was golden as if made of gold, coiling and sitting, with golden thunder splashing from the surface of its body. There really is the pill thunder that can be attracted when the 9th grade golden elixir appears here. The 9 mysterious golden thunder. Chenfeng sighed softly with a hint of longing in his eyes. If the 9 profound golden thunder were to be ranked among thunders similar to the list of strange fires, then this thunder would be equivalent to the position of the pure lotus demonic fire or even the void devouring flame on the list of strange fires. Only when the 9th grade golden elixir is refined, this 9 profound golden thunder will appear in the world. Every time this thunder appears, it is earth shaking and the heaven and earth tremble. Even a strong man who has reached the level of a fighting saint would probably be dwarfed by the might of his thunder. In some ancient books from the distant past, there are many records of the strange phenomena of heaven and earth that were attracted by some alchemists who had reached the pinnacle of alchemy when they were refining the 9th grade golden elixir. The most shocking thing in this phenomenon is the 9 profound golden thunder. Even an ordinary Du Sheng strongman will be reduced to ashes in an instant if he is touched by it. Of course, the 9 profound golden thunder was extremely rare even in the most prosperous ancient times. Today, there has been no news of the appearance of the 9 profound golden thunder on the continent for thousands of years. This means that in the past thousands of years, the 9th grade golden elixir has never appeared in the Duki continent. No one in the current continent can refine that kind of elixir that is almost like a divine object. The golden thunder dragon was perched in the deepest part of the Sea of Thunder, its eyes closed and golden arcs of electricity flashing continuously on its body. Faintly, a destructive force quietly spread out, causing the empty space to appear extremely distorted. Dense black magic thunders surrounded the golden thunder dragon thousands of feet away, looking as if they were worshipping their king. Gu. If I swallow this 9 profound golden thunder and my Du Q mutates, I'm afraid that in this world, unless the Du Emperor shows up, I will have no rivals except for those 2 or 3 people. Looking at this scene, Chenfeng couldn't help but swallowing his saliva. The subtle sound seemed particularly loud in this silent space. Therefore, at that moment, many black magic thunders suddenly turned around and rushed towards the morning breeze like angry giant pythons. Seeing these black magic thunders rushing towards him, Chenfeng did not retreat at all, but instead stepped forward. There was an extremely terrifying aura on the sleeping thunder dragon. According to Chenfeng's own speculation, if this kind of aura is to be calculated based on human level, the true cultivation level of this golden thunder dragon is probably equivalent to the level of a human 7-star Du Sheng. Although this strength is very strong, It is not enough to make Chenfeng retreat. Boom boom. The advance of Chenfeng also attracted more and more black magic thunders to besiege him. For a moment, the depths of the thunder pool suddenly began to boil. The morning breeze broke into their holy land, which seemed to have completely angered them. At that moment, an overwhelming black magic thunderstorm surged out and rushed towards the morning breeze from all directions. At this moment, in the depths of the thunder pool, the golden thunder dragon that was coiled up slowly opened its tightly closed eyes. Lightning and thunder flashed in its pupils, as if the entire world was reflected into those huge dragon eyes. Boom! As if it felt Chenfeng was a great threat, the golden thunder dragon opened its mouth, and a huge golden lightning bolt about 100 feet long shot out with a crackling sound at a speed almost as fast as light. In just a flash it arrived close to Chenfeng. Faced with these attacks, even Chenfeng did not dare to be careless. He quickly mobilized all his fighting spirit and performed a heavenly, level fighting skill. A black lightning spear shot out, directly meeting the golden lightning. Bang! This violent collision, a burst of black and golden energy waves raged. Even the black demon thunder was affected by these storms and could not escape destruction. The space collapsed piece by piece, and this place was like a piece of dark area, which was frightening. Even the Soul Palace Master Hun Mi-sheng, who was a powerful figure in the continent, would die if he was touched by such an impact. Buzz! Just after Chenfeng blocked the attack, deep in the Sea of Thunder, the huge body of the Golden Thunder Dragon suddenly exploded into huge arcs of lightning. It contained the sound of a shrill dragon roar, resounding throughout the world in an earth-shaking manner. The black magic thunders around were also frightened and retreated far away. Spiritual energy is gathering. This 9 mysterious golden thunder is gathering spiritual energy. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng's eyes flashed rapidly. Although this 9 profound golden thunder is extremely terrifying, it does not yet possess spiritual intelligence. In other words, it cannot be called a living being. The so-called gathering of spirits is to condense spiritual intelligence. If this 9 profound golden thunder succeeds, it will transform into an existence like the previous pure lotus demon fire, a 9 profound golden thunder with spiritual intelligence. During the gathering of spirits, the 9 profound golden thunder will enter an extremely weak period. If Chenfeng could take the opportunity to refine the 9 profound golden thunder, his strength would skyrocket. Having made up his mind, Chenfeng calmed his mind and stared closely at the golden thunder dragon whose huge body in the depths of the Sea of Thunder continuously exploded with thunderstorms. Woo woo. The 9 mysterious golden thunders emitted one after another with shrill roars and low growls, and the surrounding black magic thunders also fled far away. They surrounded the 9 profound golden thunder 1,000 feet away. Even though they had no intelligence, their instinct told them that the 9 profound golden thunder was at an extremely critical moment. Chapter 432 Spirit Transformation is Successful. Pa! A golden thunderstorm, which was 1/5 the size of the 9 profound golden thunder, exploded fiercely on the surface of its body, and golden lightning arcs filled with destructive power rushed around wildly. Faced with this backlash explosion from within the body, even someone as powerful as the 9 profound golden thunder could only keep struggling. However, during its frantic struggle, some spiritual energy began to slowly emerge from the golden thunder dragon's eyes, which had originally been cold and devoid of any emotion. It made it look more lively, not as cold as a sculpture as before. Tesks, looks like this guy is going to fail in gathering spirits again. Seeing this scene, Chenfeng shook his head and sighed softly. This 9 profound golden thunder has condensed its spiritual intelligence and has to withstand such a ferocious backlash, but as long as it can survive, it will probably become a very terrifying existence in the future. There are all kinds of wonders between heaven and earth, just like the ancient Bodhi tree. Although it is just an ancient tree, in its heyday it once fought with the legendary Dudai. Similarly, the ancient Bodhi tree does not possess too strong intelligence. The stronger the spiritual creature is, the more difficult it is to condense its spiritual intelligence. This is true for the ancient Bodhi tree and the 9 profound golden thunder. Boom boom. When some spiritual energy emerged in the eyes of the 9 profound golden thunder dragon, the backlash in its body became more and more violent, and the sound of low thunder explosions continued to rumble out of its body. Even Chenfeng was moved by every horrific explosion. It was an explosion of one's own energy. Even the highest defense would suffer heavy damage, and under such a violent explosion, a lot of the spiritual energy in the eyes of the 9 profound golden thunder dragon was actually blown away. What a terrible backlash! No wonder the ancient Bodhi tree can't gather its spiritual wisdom. If it is the same, then I wonder how terrifying the backlash power will be. Seeing that some of the spiritual energy in the 9 profound golden thunder dragon's eyes was dispersed, Chenfeng sighed again. Just as this thought flashed through Chenfeng's mind, the black magic thunder around him seemed to sense it instinctively. At that moment, the entire sea of thunder was filled with a strange sound that carried a sense of sorrow. Immediately countless black magic thunders surged together, and they rushed out one after another towards the 9 profound golden thunder. Countless black magic thunders, when they come into contact with Jixuan Jinli's body, will transform into a thin black electric current and invade the latter's body. As they invaded, the violent explosion inside Jixuan Jinli's body gradually became subtler. It was as if these black magic thunders were using their own bodies to resist the backlash from the 9 profound golden thunder. Under the deadly impact of so many black magic thunders, the spiritual energy in the eyes of the 9 profound golden thunder dragon became more and more intense. But at the same time, its body, which was originally as bright as gold, became dimmer and dimmer, and the backlash made it increasingly weaker. Amid the shrill roar of the 9 profound golden thunder, the black magic thunders deep in the sea of thunder went crazy and rushed into its body fearlessly. However, as the spiritual energy in the 9 profound golden thunder dragon's eyes became more and more dense, the explosions in the golden dragon's body became more and more crazy. If the destructive ripples caused by the explosion had happened to an ordinary 7-star fighting saint, he would probably have perished in just a few strokes. It looks like this big guy is going to fail soon. Chenfeng glanced around and shook his head. The backlash in the 9 profound golden thunder's body was almost exponentially increasing. And once the black demon thunder cannot be suppressed, the spiritual wisdom that the 9 profound golden thunder has finally condensed will be blown away again. It is unknown how many ages it took for this 9 profound golden thunder to take shape. It would be a pity if the gathering of spirits failed now. Although God has given it great power, He has also deprived it of other rights. Boom, 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 deep in the sea of thunder, the 9 profound golden thunder was hovering in a dim state, and its body, which seemed to be made of gold, had become much more illusory. When the 9 profound golden thunder lay in the depths of the sea of thunder as if resigned to its fate, the surrounding black demon thunders surrounded its body, making low humming sounds that were filled with sadness. Well, seeing the 9 profound golden thunder becoming weak, Chenfeng shook his head, stepped on the void, and in a flash, he appeared in the depths of the thunder sea, looking closely at the huge golden thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. Immediately afterwards, Chenfeng's hand seals flashed quickly, and his body began to grow visibly larger, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a golden giant 1,000 feet in size. At this moment, Jixuan Jinli looked at the golden giant with a pair of extremely dim dragon eyes, but did not launch any more attacks. "Give me your power, and I will help you gather your spirits." The golden giant stood in front of the 9 profound golden thunder, and his body was almost the same size as it. The thunder-like sound caused some fluctuations in Jixuan Jinli's dim dragon eyes. "Powerful force is the biggest obstacle to your spiritual gathering." As the golden giant spoke, he stretched out his arm, pressed it on the body of Jixuan Jinli, and then pulled it violently. Suddenly, the dazzling golden lightning was directly drawn out from Jixuan Jinli's body. Faintly, the golden lightning gathered into a giant lightning dragon about 100 feet long, which was caught in the hand of the golden giant. The extraction was unexpectedly smooth. The 9 profound golden thunder was now extremely weak, and it really did not resist at all. It seemed as if it understood the words of the golden giant. For the sake of wisdom, it was willing to give up these powers. It was tired of this feeling of confusion all day long. What a terrifying destructive force! The golden giant bound the golden thunder dragon tightly. This was the power within the 9 profound golden thunder's body. The destructiveness of it exceeded Chenfeng's expectations. Even for him it was impossible to refine it in a short time. He could only activate his immortal golden body to resist it. Boom! The golden giant continued to draw, and after a moment, his gaze turned to the 9 profound golden thunder in front of him. Due to the power being drawn, the latter's body directly turned into a small golden dragon about 10 feet long. The golden giant gently stroked the dragon head of the 9 profound golden thunder. His handprint changed, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth quickly gathered. Finally, it turned into a spiritual energy seed and slowly invaded into the body of Jixuan Golden Thunder. The current Jixuan Golden Thunder was probably equivalent to the existence of Duzun level. At this time, when it gathered spiritual energy again, the backlash would instantly disappear. Looking at the 9 mysterious golden thunder that suddenly burst into spiritual energy in the dragon's eyes, The golden giant transformed by the morning wind smiled slightly. It seemed easy for the 9 mysterious golden thunder to give up its power and then gain spiritual wisdom. Chapter 433 The Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan's vigilance. At this moment, a golden thunder dragon, which was 9/10 the size of the previous thunder dragon, was circling the golden giant, but it was being held tightly by the golden giant. The battle between the two behemoths was extremely rough. The part of the 9 profound golden thunder that was extracted was completely a stream of energy, and even the most basic consciousness was missing. Soon, the golden giant's palm twisted the thunder dragon into a twist shape, and then he began to physically press the thunder dragon, reducing its volume to 1/10 of its previous size. Because the two had similar properties, the thunder dragon did not experience a violent energy explosion. As the thunder dragon shrank in size, the golden giant swallowed it in one gulp. Of course, this is only a temporary seal in the body. This thunder dragon contains 9/10 of the energy of the 9 profound golden thunder. Its power is extremely violent and it cannot be refined in a short time. And in the center of the thunder pool, the conscious golden thunder dragon gradually showed a hint of human emotions in its pupils. At this moment, it is like a newly born animal. It will remember the person it sees for the first time firmly in its heart and will never forget it. Very good, now that you have successfully transformed into a spirit, you will regain those lost powers sooner or later. Looking at the 9 profound golden thunder that had successfully transformed into a spirit, the golden giant transformed by morning breeze nodded. Now the 9 profound golden thunder, which voluntarily gave up its enormous power, is probably as powerful as a high-level semi-saint. Perhaps after another 1,000 years, it will grow to its previous level of power. As for an existence like this, time is not worth mentioning at all. It is like the Bodhi tree, the oldest living thing in the world, which is immortal. Let's go. As the golden giant spoke, his body began to shrink continuously, and in the blink of an eye it returned to its normal size. This trip to the thunder pool was a complete success. The power of the only remaining 9 profound golden thunder in the world belonged to him, and the 9 profound golden thunder was also reborn, achieving the best of both worlds. With the 9 profound golden thunder, Chenfeng's physical strength can be tempered to a higher level. Moreover, if the fighting spirit can be mutated, then every strand of Chenfeng's fighting spirit will be accompanied by the domineering power of the 9 profound golden thunder. Soon, the morning breeze returned to the ancient Dragon Island. On the vast island, towering mountains rose from the ground, surrounded by clouds and mist, and occasionally a huge Taixu ancient dragon flew by. The deep roar of a dragon echoed endlessly over Dragon Island. Today's Dragon Island is formed by the union of 4 major dragon islands. Not only is it huge in area, but the number of tribesmen gathered here is also the first time in thousands of years. After all, those tribesmen in the past were scattered among the 4 islands, and it was extremely difficult for them all to appear in one place. Brother Feng, you're back. Is everything going well? Seeing Chenfeng coming back, Xiao Yan, the Dragon Emperor of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, came to greet him personally. Well, this time the harvest is good. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. In the following period of time, Chenfeng planned to let Xiao Yan make a good deployment. After all, because of the previous battle, Xiao Yan showed up and drove away the Soul Clan's fighting Saint Soulbox, which had already made her position clear. In order to prevent revenge from the Soul Clan, the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan must be on guard. Today, after finding some of the lost clansmen of the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan, the number of Du Sheng powerhouses has reached 19. Such a number is very terrifying. Among them, there is also a dragon elder whose cultivation has reached the level of a 5-star Du Sheng, who is even more powerful than the 2 former dragon kings, Zhonan and Juxi. This elder of the dragon clan used to travel through the void space, searching for the old dragon king. Now he has finally been called back by his clansmen. Chapter 434 Emerging Superpower. Nowadays, although Chenfeng has not shown much strength in this Duqi continent, he is also very famous. In terms of power, his Gamma Empire is now the largest empire in the Duqi continent, monopolizing the entire vast territory of the northwest continent. You must know that the management of the subordinate forces by the empire and the sects is completely different. Within the empire, some major forces not only have to pay tribute, but also have to completely obey the emperor's orders. If they disobey, the emperor will exterminate their entire clan. Relatively speaking, the empire's jurisdiction over a region is more strict. Under such circumstances, the Jiama Empire has a close relationship with the Xingyun Pavilion in the southwest of Zhongzhou, and the Xingyun Pavilion has the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan as its backer. Therefore, Morning Breeze now apparently has an extremely powerful force. After destroying the Stex alliance in that battle, The Xingyan Pavilion has truly grown into the top force in Zhongzhou. An emerging super force that is capable of rivaling the Soul Palace in strength has finally been born again in Zhongzhou. As the entire Zhongzhou was boiling over the explosive news, many sects and forces also began to make plans. In this world, everyone wants to take shelter under a big tree, so the momentum of Xingyan Pavilion can only be described as terrifying. In the future, there will be only a handful of forces on this continent that can rival them. If one can enjoy their protection, it will be of great benefit to both the sect and others. Xingyan Pavilion began to become extremely lively, and many leaders of various forces came here from far away. Because of the busy affairs nowadays, Venerable Feng, who had been managing the affairs of other areas of Xingyan Pavilion, was also urgently summoned back by Yao Chen. Over the years, Master Feng and Yao Chen have been in charge of external affairs and internal affairs respectively, which is also an important reason for the prosperity of Xingyan Pavilion. Although his strength and reputation are not as good as Yao Chen, he is better at management matters than Yao Chen. Therefore, at this time, Yao Chen immediately dispatched other elders to take over Feng Zunzun's previous affairs, so that he could hurry back to solve these troublesome matters. The management ability of Master Feng is obviously beyond doubt. Not long after returning to Xingyan Pavilion, he began to sort out various matters, big and small. The seemingly numerous affairs are handled in an orderly manner in his hands. On the Xingyan Pavilion's side, in order to prevent the Soul Palace from capturing the souls of the alchemists under its jurisdiction again, they also selected some extremely powerful people. They are divided into small teams to patrol their sphere of influence, and once they detect a distress signal, they will rush there quickly. This kind of specialized protection has been recognized by many alchemists in Danta. Therefore, the relationship between Danta and Xingyan Pavilion is getting better and better, and they are almost as close as a rock. Share, there is a place between heaven and earth that may be able to temper your body. Moreover, you are now in possession of the extremely rare 9-colored stone in heaven and earth. If the opportunity is sufficient, you may be able to evolve into a being that can rival the ancient Sky Snake King, the 9-colored sky-swallowing python. That day, Morning Breeze suddenly found Queen Medusa and told her something. 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Hearing what Chenfeng said, Queen Medusa showed surprise on her face and then asked, "Where is there such a place?" Chapter 435 Entering the Underground World. The 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring of the 9 Netherworld Python Clan. Chenfeng touched the charming face of Queen Medusa and spoke softly. 9 Netherworld Python Clan. Queen Medusa was shocked when she heard Chenfeng's words. That tribe can be said to be the origin of their Tagore Desert Snake people. The 9 Netherworld is located deep in the earth. It is generally the territory of the 9 Netherworld Python, and they also regard it as a holy place. Generally speaking, any 9 Nether Earth Python that wants to advance to a higher level will go to the 9 Nether Yellow Springs and soak in it, which will make the breakthrough much smoother. The water in the 9 Netherworld is extremely cold and gloomy. If the properties are contrary, even a Du Sheng will find it difficult to enter. However, for snake-like monsters that tend to be cold and gloomy, it is one of the best places in the world for body training. Therefore it is also a holy place for Queen Medusa. The 7-colored sky-swallowing python is a divine species of snake, and the 9-colored sky-swallowing python is enough to rival the ancient Sky Snake King. If Queen Medusa can successfully evolve in the 9 Netherworld, her strength will undoubtedly improve by leaps and bounds. If it really evolves into the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, then it will transform into a snake and be able to swallow a mountain range in one bite, and even the sky can be swallowed by it. Brother Feng, when are we going there? Queen Medusa asked. Let's go now. Chenfeng replied with a smile that with his current strength he could go anywhere in the world. Good. After receiving the answer from Morning Breeze, Queen Medusa showed a happy smile on her face. Chenfeng had been to the beast territory once before to search for the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit for Xian, and he left a space conversion flag there. It would only take a moment to go there again this time. After entering the beast realm, Chenfeng and Queen Medusa did not stay for too long and went directly to the area where the 9 Netherworld Python clan was located. The 9 Netherworld Python clan's real base camp is deep underground. Of course, on the ground they also have many branches. The number of this race ranks first among the 3 major races, but the large number naturally leads to the impurity of their bloodline. According to the estimates of the elders of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, if this situation continues, the ancient bloodline possessed by the 9 Netherworld Python clan will be completely depleted in 100 years. By then, the 9 Netherworld Python clan will be reduced to a situation similar to that of ordinary monsters. Because of this matter, there were huge quarrels and disagreements among the 9 Netherworld Python clan. However, if there is no replenishment of ancient bloodline, and at their crazy reproduction rate, that day will come sooner or later. Soon, Morning Breeze and Queen Medusa arrived at the 9 Nether Abyss, which is a main passage into the underground world and is also occupied by the 9 Netherworld Python clan. Therefore the defense is very strict. However, this kind of strictness is only for ordinary strong people. With Chenfeng's current strength, this kind of defense can't even detect his figure. Chenfeng and his companion appeared on a mountain not far from the abyss. He glanced at the seemingly strict defense, smiled and shook his head, then used the power of space to quietly enter the underground world with Queen Medusa. The underground world has extremely complex terrain, but Chenfeng had already made thorough preparations and had a detailed map when he came out this time. In just a few minutes, the two of them arrived at the underground world, and passed through many snake tribes along the way. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the base camp of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, the Netherworld Snake Vein. Chapter 436. The Netherworld. The Nether Snake Vein is the headquarters of the Netherpon clan of the 9 Netherworlds, and is also a holy place in the minds of many snake tribes. As a holy place, the defense of the Nether Serpent Vein is naturally extremely strict. Even snake people cannot enter if their status and level are not high enough. The 9 Netherworld Python clan is indeed one of the 3 major demon beast clans. Although it is at the bottom, it still has a large number of strong people. Morning Breeze and Queen Medusa appeared on a mountain peak and commented with a smile. Queen Medusa glanced at the densely packed tribes below and sighed. I wonder how much stronger this tribe is than my tribe. Let's continue our journey and go to the Netherworld first. Hula. The next moment, Chenfeng waved his sleeves, and the space around him quickly twisted, wrapping himself and Queen Medusa tightly. The space shook and the figures of the two disappeared mysteriously. Today's Chenfeng has reached the pinnacle of existence in this world, and has mastered the use of the power of space to perfection. Even if they brought Queen Medusa with them, it would be extremely difficult for them to be spotted except for a few individuals in that world. The two of them traveled through space and headed towards the depths of the Hades Serpent's veins without attracting any special attention along the way. Deep within the Nether Serpent Vein, there is a huge dark ravine. This ravine is 100 feet wide and has no bottom in sight. An astonishingly cold air, like a strong gale, constantly roared up from the depths. An ordinary strong man would feel as if the blood and even the fighting spirit in his body were frozen just by standing here. At the bottom of this deep ravine is the sacred pool of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, the 9 Netherworld Yellow Spring, which is also the target of Morning Breeze and Queen Medusa's trip. There is no defense beside the deep ravine, because everyone knows that the cold and gloomy wind that constantly howls out from the deep ravine is the most natural protection. Faced with these strong winds, even strong warriors at the Duzong level dare not go deep into them easily. Laugh. As the cold wind continued to blow, the space here suddenly twisted slightly, and several figures slowly emerged. They were naturally Morning Breeze and Queen Medusa. Taking a look at the dark abyss below, Chenfeng smiled slightly but did not stop. He and Queen Medusa broke through the extremely cold gale and rushed into the bottom of the dark abyss. The ravine was extremely deep, even at the speed of an ordinary Duzun Peak powerhouse. It would probably take more than 10 minutes to walk there. However, with Chenfeng's speed, he reached the bottom of the ravine in less than a minute. When approaching the ground, an extremely large lake not far away appeared in Morning Breeze's eyes. A chilling aura, powerful enough to freeze the fighting spirit in a person's body, emanated from the huge lake. The lake was extremely large, and the water inside the lake was dark yellow in color. However, within this dark yellow, there seemed to be a trace of blood-like color flowing. A stream of light yellow air mixed with a hint of blood continuously seeped out from it, and finally rose up whistling towards the sky. Share, this is the legendary 9 Netherworld. Looking at the yellow lake, Chenfeng turned his head and said something to Queen Medusa, then slowly walked closer. As Chenfeng got closer to the 9 Netherworld, he could feel a hidden cold force constantly penetrating into his body. However, this was because Chenfeng was unable to reach his body at all. If Chenfeng wanted to, the cold air would not be able to enter his body at all. Chapter 437. The person imprisoned in the underworld. It's too cold here. Even the people of the 9 Nether Earth Python can't stand it for a long time. Therefore, except for special circumstances, no one will come here, Morning Breeze whispered. Hearing this, Queen Medusa nodded slightly. Even though she was far away from the lake, she could still feel the cold and gloomy power very clearly. Next, Chenfeng stopped beside the 9 netherworlds, squatted down, and touched his palms into the lake water. The next moment, a hissing sound was heard and a deep yellow ice crystal quickly climbed up his arm. However, these ice crystals can only have such an effect on the surface. Once they come into contact with Chenfeng's vast and majestic fighting spirit, they will be absorbed into it. Share. You practice on the surface first, I'll go to the bottom, Chenfeng said with a smile. Underneath, there is the main ingredient for a 9th grade elixir, the 9 yin yellow springs pill. When the time comes, let Yao Chen try to refine it. It will be of great help to Tao Ying in swallowing the pure lotus demonic fire. Plop. The next moment, Chenfeng moved and crashed directly into the 9 netherworld, rushing towards the bottom of the yellow spring at lightning speed. The cold power in the 9 netherworld is extremely terrifying. After the morning breeze subsided for a while, he could feel that this cold air could threaten a strong man at the peak of the Du Zun level. However, with his current cultivation level of a 7-star fighting saint, it would be a bit ridiculous if he still couldn't enter such a place. Hiss! After a while, a slight strange sound suddenly came into his ears, and at that moment, Chenfeng noticed that the water flow behind him suddenly became rapid. In Chenfeng's field of vision, a pitch-black fog suddenly and quickly spread out. It was not the so-called black fog, but was formed by countless strange snakes that were completely black and covered with strange scales. The harsh and hissing sounds around were also made by these strange snakes. These strange snakes opened their ferocious mouths when they were still a long distance away from Chenfeng, and all of a sudden, countless dark water arrows shot out from their mouths. When these water arrows met the lake water automatically split apart, which made the speed of the water arrows soar. The whistling sound of the breaking wind made the surrounding lake water emit a low explosion sound. Oh, looking at the attacks from these monsters, Chenfeng smiled slightly and didn't take them seriously at all. The morning breeze quickened its speed as it moved downwards, and at the end, a little light appeared. As this the bottom of the 9 netherworld. Soon, what appeared in front of Chenfeng was an extremely large sandy and gravel ground, with countless fist-sized gravels scattered all over. These gravels emitted a bright light, and it was precisely because of this that this place seemed quite bright. Save me. Right here, suddenly, a faint groaning sound came through the water and into Chenfeng's ears. Crash! Chenfeng stretched out his hand and grabbed downwards, leaving a palm print on the sandy ground. As the sand and stones rolled, a huge iron chain that was 100 feet long appeared in his sight. Seeing this huge iron chain, Chenfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, grabbed it in the air, and slowly pulled out the iron chain. As the chains were pulled out, the rest of the ground suddenly shook, and 3 more huge chains rose from the mud. These chains are connected to the huge mountains around them. In the center of the chains there is a large mass of dark mud. Chapter 438 Yao Ming's call for help. As the silt dissipated, the object inside was revealed. It was a person with a dry body like a skeleton. This person's aura was strong and had reached the level of a 2-star Du Sheng. Teskask. Being locked up for so many years is really torture. Looking at the skeleton-like figure, Chenfeng secretly wondered in his heart. Save me, save me. If you save me, I will make the entire 9 netherworld Python clan serve you as their master. When Chenfeng was looking at the withered figure, the latter's sunken pupils suddenly opened, and he looked at Chenfeng with some joy. A hoarse roar resounded from the bottom of the underworld like a ghost howling, chilling people's hearts. Okay, since you have this intention, I will rescue you from this sea of suffering today. Listening to the promise made by the skeleton-like man below, Chenfeng smiled and agreed. Huff! The skeleton-like figure's previous struggle and shouting seemed to have consumed a lot of his strength, and his breathing was a little rapid. Chenfeng could feel that from the 4 huge chains, extremely cold energy was constantly coming out, consuming the fighting spirit generated in his body, making him always in an extremely weak state. But at the same time, this consumption will not directly cause his life. He can only survive in this permanent consumption, which is even more painful than killing him. I am the leader of the 9 netherworld Python clan Yao Ming. As long as you save me, I will definitely fulfill my promise and serve you as my master. Hearing Chenfeng's answer, the skeleton-like figure panted for a moment and spoke again. His voice was extremely hoarse, as harsh as sand and stones scraping against glass. You are not the patriarch of the 9 netherworld Python clan now. Yao Xiaoshan is the patriarch, but don't worry. Compared to Yao Xiaoshan, I prefer you to be in charge of the 9 netherworld Python. Chenfeng shook his head. That bastard, that son of a bitch, was the one who used a vicious scheme to seize my position and sealed me in the bottom of the underworld. Ah, this beast caused me to suffer from the cold power for hundreds of years. If I am lucky enough to see the light of day again in this life, I, Yao Ming, will make his life worse than death. When the man who called himself Yao Ming heard the 3 words, Yao Xiaoshan, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Endless hatred emerged from his eyes, and a crazy roar echoed endlessly at the bottom of the underworld. Chenfeng was also very clear about the grudge between the two. Originally, Yao Ming was powerful and was the most orthodox candidate for the leader of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. Many elders in the clan were biased towards him, and he was the popular choice. Yao Xiaoshan also understood this in his heart. He usually behaved respectfully towards Yao Ming, but secretly, he was plotting a vicious scheme. He first poisoned Yao Ming, and when Yao Ming's strength was greatly reduced, he defeated Yao Ming and sealed him at the bottom of the 9 Netherworld. Yao Ming was sealed here for hundreds of years. It is indeed a tragic end for him. The cold and gloomy power of the 9 Netherworld invades the human body like a sharp blade, causing such pain that ordinary people cannot endure it. And the guy in front of me has actually suffered this kind of pain for hundreds of years. I have the 9 Netherworld staff, which is the token of the leader of my 9 Netherworld Python clan. Only by possessing the staff can I be the real leader. As long as I can escape and get rid of Yao Tiangxiao, I will be the new leader. The other elders will not dare to attack me at all. After calming down, Yao Ming showed his value to Chenfeng. Chapter 439 Escape Yao Ming's Surrender. Alright, I don't take people of Yao Xiaoshan's level seriously at all. Listening to Yao Ming's words, Chenfeng raised his hand, sighed softly, and then displayed the pressure of a late, stage 7 star Du Sheng. This aura is so strong. Looking at the pressure displayed by Chenfeng, Yao Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. He had no doubt that even at this moment, even if he was not trapped and recovered to his heyday, he would not be able to withstand a single move. After learning about Chenfeng's strength, Yao Ming was excited. With Chenfeng's help, his revenge would become easy. Don't worry, my lord. From now on, Yao Ming will definitely follow you. The next moment, Yao Ming quickly expressed his opinion. Very good. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. This Yao Ming had quite good talent. When he was trapped, he was only a half-saint. After hundreds of years of torture, he finally reached the level of a 2-star Duluo. As for Yao Xiaoshan, who has been jumping around outside and enjoying all kinds of resources, he is now just a 1-star Duluo. The gap between the two is too big. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenfeng raised his hand, and a vast energy directly shattered the yellow spring yin stone at the other end of the chain on Yao Ming's body. Snap! As the yellow spring's yin stone was shattered, Yao Ming instantly recovered some of his fighting spirit, and then he broke free from the thick iron chain. At the time when Yao Ming broke the seal, a magnificent palace deep in the nether snake vein was bustling with activity. Leaders of many snake tribes gathered here, and the sound of their laughter and chatter echoed in the hall. On the throne in the hall sat a man dressed in black. The man looked quite handsome, but there was an undisguised coldness between his brows. The black-clothed man's eyes opened and closed slightly, with a sharp gleam in his eyes like a poisonous snake that could kill someone in an instant, making people feel chilled. Beside the man, 2 women with enchanting figures were carefully kneading his body, and his big hands were constantly moving on the 2 women's soft bodies. Suddenly, the black-clothed man's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, with a look of shock in his eyes. The seal is broken. Chief, what happened? Below the man, an old man with a scarlet poisonous snake coiled on his shoulder frowned slightly and said, "The seal that suppressed Yao Ming suddenly broke." The man in black stood up suddenly, his face grim, and a faint voice reached the old man's ears. "What? How is that possible?" Hearing this, the old man's expression changed drastically in an instant, and then he quickly restrained his emotions and glanced at the elders and tribal leaders in the hall without leaving a trace. "Chief, hurry over there. If we let that demon Ming escape from the netherworld, we'll both be doomed. I'll hold on to this side, and then quickly go over there to support you. Don't worry, he won't be able to turn things around." The man in black smiled sinisterly, moved his body and disappeared from the throne. "Haha, an elder is here to report something. The clan leader will go meet him for now. Let's continue." Seeing the man in black disappear, the old man stood up and comforted everyone in the hall with a smile. "Haha, I never thought that Yao Ming, could actually survive until this day." After escaping from the trap, Yao Ming laughed loudly, but his voice was obviously very weak. At this moment, it was estimated that a dozen strongmen who appeared could easily kill him. Chapter 440 The Arrogant Demon Xiaoshan. By the way, I came to the 9 Netherworld to look for the yellow spring blood crystal. You should have that thing. At the bottom of the yellow spring, after rescuing Yao Ming, Chenfeng directly asked for the yellow spring blood crystal. Lord Chenfeng, Huangquan blood crystal is very rare even in the 9 netherworld. Generally speaking, it takes nearly 1,000 years to condense a palm-sized piece. These things have been devoured by me in the past few hundred years. Hearing this, the demon Ming did not hesitate at all. He suddenly opened his mouth and a blood-red light flashed out. Finally, it hovered in front of Chenfeng. It turned out to be a blood-red crystal block about the size of a fist. Inside the crystal block, there seemed to be endless blood flowing, which looked extremely strange. Is this the yellow spring blood crystal? Looking at this blood crystal with a hint of weirdness, Chenfeng murmured in a low voice. Chenfeng reached out and took the blood-colored crystal floating in front of him. As soon as the crystal touched his hand, a terrifying cold force spread out from his palm. In an instant it seemed as if his palm was frozen. However, this was only an appearance. With Chenfeng's physical strength, even without using his fighting spirit to resist, this thing could only condense a layer of frost on the surface of Chenfeng's skin. Let's go. Your good brother is anxious to take your life. Chenfeng sensed something and then directly rewarded Yao Ming with a recovery pill. Demon roars. Yao Ming had hatred in his eyes as he angrily chanted Yao Xiaoshen's name, then excitedly swallowed the healing pill that Chenfeng gave him. Rising rapidly, Chenfeng and Yao Ming encountered those strange black snakes again. Yao Ming seemed to have a way to control them. After making some strange noises, he made these strange snakes stay away. In the shallow layer of the 9 netherworld, Queen Medusa is practicing peacefully, and further above, a figure in black was looking at Jiyu Huangquan with a sinister gaze. Yao Xiaoshen, you bastard, I will cut you into pieces today and throw you into the 10,000 snakes cave. Looking at the black-clothed man in the sky, Yao Ming's eyes instantly turned blood red, and endless resentment burst out of his eyes. His low roar echoed endlessly in the deep ravine. Hee, my good brother, I didn't expect you to be able to survive, but now you can't even block one of my moves. Don't worry, I won't give you any chance to struggle this time. Hearing Yao Ming's resentful growl, the man in black in the sky also laughed strangely and coldly. And you little bastard, how dare you ruin my plans? No matter where you come from today, I will bury you in the underworld. Seeing Chenfeng and Yao Ming coming out together, the man in black immediately knew that it was Chenfeng who destroyed the iron chain there, and immediately scolded him. You want to kill me? Listening to Yao Xiaoshen's words, Chenfeng showed a hint of teasing on his face. A small fry in the middle stage of the 1-star Du Sheng said that he wanted to kill him, a powerful late-stage 7-star Du Sheng. If this were to be spread out, he would probably gain a lot of fame. Great. This Yao Xiaoshen actually dared to disrespect Master Chenfeng. He is not far from death. At this moment Yao Ming looked at Yao Xiaoshen as if he was looking at a dead person. That's right. No matter how you got into my nether snake land, this underground world is the domain of my 9 netherworld nether python clan. You almost ruined my plan. Today, I will throw you and that useless person into the 10,000 snake cave together. Yao Xiaoshen stared at Chenfeng with vicious eyes. He was unaware of the danger at this moment. Chapter 441. Clean up the house. Haha, I have to say you are really brave. Listening to what Yao Xiaoshen said, Chenfeng was directly amused, but he still had murderous intentions towards Yao Xiaoshen in his heart. Of course Chenfeng is too lazy to deal with such a person now. He simply raised his hand and released a stream of spatial energy which confined all the space around Yao Xiaoshen. What? How is this possible? When Yao Xiaoshen found himself surrounded, his expression suddenly changed. He couldn't shake that thick spatial barrier at all. Yao Ming, take this pill and swallow it. After that, you will have to clean up the mess by yourself. Chenfeng threw a Dusheng star up pill to Yao Ming. Thank you for the medicine, sir. Seeing Chenfeng imprisoning Yao Xiaoshen effortlessly, Yao Ming was greatly shocked. As for the safety of the elixir, he had never considered it at all. Because, if Chenfeng wanted to kill him, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The next moment, Yao Ming directly swallowed the pill. The Dusheng star upgrading pill can 100% upgrade the star level of those below the 4-star Dusheng level when taken by them. Yao Ming's cultivation is in the middle stage of the 2-star Dusheng level, so naturally he complies with that rule. Boom, after taking the Fighting Saint star upgrading pill for a while, Yao Ming's aura reached the peak of a 2-star Fighting Saint. Afterwards it attacked the 3 stars Duluo with unstoppable force. Because it was a demon beast and its bloodline was the most superior among the 9 netherworld python clan, its aura was very strong at this moment. How could it be possible? How could he break through to the 3-star Dusheng level so quickly? Seeing Yao Ming leap from a 2-star Duluo to a 3-star Duluo in less than an hour in front of him, Yao Xiaoshan's pupils suddenly dilated and his eyes were full of disbelief. Yao Ming, it's time. At the moment when Yao Ming broke through, Chenfeng unlocked the space blockade around Yao Xiaoshan and said to him, as long as you can survive from Yao Ming's hands, it proves that you are not destined to die. Hearing this, Yao Xiaoshan suddenly felt murderous in his heart. This was his only way to survive. He felt that he could not shake Chenfeng's strength, but Yao Ming had been imprisoned for so many years and his body was still a little weak. Even if he was a 3-star Duluo, he would have a chance to survive. Yellow Spring Finger. The vast amount of energy gathered and, under Yao Xiaoshan's control, quickly condensed into a dark yellow finger several hundred feet in size. The surface of this finger is extremely rough, but it is filled with a faint destructive power. From a distance, it looks like a pillar standing between heaven and earth. One finger to the underworld, to decide life and death. Yao Tianxiao took the first step and pointed his finger fiercely. Suddenly, the huge yellow spring finger in the sky came down with a loud bang. Entire spaces collapsed at this moment, and the surrounding deep ravines burst into huge cracks, shaking the earth and mountains as if there was an earthquake. You think you're the only one who knows this trick? Looking at Yao Xiaoshan's attack, Yao Ming's eyes showed disdain. This kind of fighting skill could be learned by some of the elders with status in the clan, let alone him, the former heir to the clan leader. In an instant, the two huge fingers collided and then dissipated into each other. Although Yao Ming has not yet fully mastered his strength, his level of cultivation as a 3-star Duluo is there. Even if his techniques are unfamiliar, he can easily gain the upper hand at this moment. And when such a huge energy fluctuation erupted in this area, many powerful members of the 9 Netherworld Python clan finally sensed something. Chapter 442. 9 Netherworld Staff, what a strong battle wave. Could it be that the clan leader is fighting with someone? Someone has broken into my territory. I want to see who has the guts to do that. Soon, a large number of powerful members of the 9 Netherworld Python clan rushed towards the 9 Netherworld Yellow Springs. Leaders of all tribes, you will go back today. Let me personally handle the matter here. Upon realizing this situation, Yao Tianxiao's eyes flickered, and he suddenly turned around and spoke in a deep voice to the tribal leaders who had rushed over. Yao Tianxiao, you sent them away because you want to join hands with the Great Elder to kill me. If you think so, you are too naive. Yao Ming laughed loudly and his voice spread, startling the tribal leaders of the 9 Netherworld Python clan who had rushed over. Looking at Yao Ming's face that was somewhat similar to Yao Tianxiao, all the members of the 9 Netherworld Python clan present were stunned. After a long moment, some elders screamed in disbelief, Chief Yao Ming, how is it possible? Didn't you become infatuated and die while practicing? Leader of the Yoming clan. He seems to be the biological elder brother of Tianxiao clan leader, the previous clan leader. But the Tianxiao clan leader said that he died because of practicing martial arts and became possessed. He has disappeared for hundreds of years. How could he appear again now? Hearing the many whispers that resounded through the sky, Yao Tianxiao's face twitched suddenly. He looked at the old man with the red poisonous snake on his shoulder and shouted coldly, "Be quiet, don't be fooled by this guy. He deliberately pretended to be my eldest brother and wanted to cause unrest in my clan. Elders, why don't you activate the formation and kill him?" Hearing this, the elders were also startled. But their subordinates were a little hesitant. Elder Xian, Elder Ming, Elder Lu, you were my closest people back then. Could it be that you can't even recognize me? Yao Ming laughed out loud. Hearing this, 3 pale-haired elders in the crowd glanced at Yao Ming, with some excitement on their faces and said, "It's really the leader of the Yao Ming clan. His aura is quite familiar to the 3 of us." "Nonsense. You 3 are so scheming. Are you planning to betray the clan?" The Great Elder scolded. "Back then, my good brother and the Great Elder teamed up to poison and injure me, and then sealed me in the bottom of the 9 Netherworld. If I hadn't been rescued this time, I would have been sealed in the 9 Netherworld until my death. When they saw that I had escaped, they naturally wanted to kill me to silence me." Yao Ming smiled faintly. "What?" Yao Ming's words undoubtedly set off a huge wave, and the eyes of many elders changed when they looked at Yao Tianxiao and the Great Elder. "Okay, I won't say anything more. Leaders, do you recognize this thing?" Yao Ming suddenly opened his mouth and a black light flashed out, finally turning into a black scepter half a meter in size, appearing in his hand. The scepter was completely black, with 2 lifelike black poisonous snakes entwined on the top. Between the 2 snakes was a fist-sized black bead that emitted a faint cold glow. The 9 Netherworld Staff. It's actually the 9 Netherworld Staff that has been lost for 100 years. This is the clan leader's token. Looking at the black scepter, The expressions of all the elders in the sky changed, and then there was a surge of fanaticism in their eyes. From the scepter they felt a blood pressure. Chapter 443v. Powerful killing. According to legend, the snake bead in the Nine Nether scepter contains the purest Nine Nether royal bloodline. If the Nine Nether Earth Python clan can possess this bloodline, it will undoubtedly greatly slow down the speed at which the bloodline becomes thinner. Whoever holds the Nine Netherworld staff will be the patriarch of the Nine Netherworld Python clan. This is the iron rule of our clan throughout the generations. When we made Yao Tianxiao the patriarch, we agreed that it was only a temporary measure, and you all promised that if the patriarch Yao Ming appeared, you would return the position of patriarch to him. At this moment, the three elders who were named by Yao Ming earlier looked at each other, and suddenly spoke at the same time. They are all smart people and can naturally guess the truth of some things. Damn it, seeing that the matter was exposed, the great elder and Yao Xiaoshan did not explain anything. As long as Yao Ming was killed, the position of the clan leader would still be occupied by Yao Tianxiao. Yao Ming had a sinister look in his eyes and walked out slowly. As he took steps, a strong and terrifying aura surged out like an overwhelming force. 3-star fighting saint. Feeling the strength of this aura, the great elder's face suddenly turned pale. He had never expected that after being suppressed for so many years, Yao Ming's strength had not declined but increased, directly soaring from a half-saint to the level of a 3-star Dulu. As expected of the Yao Ming clan leader, this kind of talent is much stronger than Yao Tianxiao. Elder Ming and the others also had ecstatic looks in their eyes. As magical beasts, their cultivation speed might not be as fast as that of humans, but they had a long lifespan. In the beast world, taking hundreds of years to reach the level of a 3-star fighting saint from a half-saint is already a very fast speed. In the Nine Netherworld Python clan, no one is stronger than Yao Ming. Yao Tianxiao, even if I can only exert 60% of my strength now, killing you is still a piece of cake. And Yao Ming's figure flashed quickly, and before Yao Tianxiao could react, he punched him in the chest. Yao Tianxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with some broken internal organs. The strength of the Yao Ming clan leader is so strong. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of many members of the Nine Netherworld Python clan twitched. Brother, please forgive me. I was seduced by the great elder and fell into such a beastly act just now. Feeling Yao Ming's powerful strength, Yao Tianxiao's originally sinister face was filled with fear and he screamed, "Dream! How could Yao Ming let Yao Tianxiao go when he acted like that?" The next moment Yao Ming's eyes turned cold and his palm, like the sharpest blade, stabbed into Yao Tianxiao's head fiercely. At this moment, blood and brain matter spurted out. Between heaven and earth, all the members of the Nine Netherworld Python clan were looking at that mountain. They could feel that Yao Tianxiao's breath and blood fluctuations had completely disappeared from this world. Those who were originally fighting against some elders of the older generation also turned pale and trembled at this moment, not daring to make the slightest movement. Gurgle. In the sky, the great elder who originally stood on Yao Tianxiao's side also swallowed slowly. He did not expect that Yao Ming would be so cruel and did not leave Yao Tianxiao any chance of survival. He even grabbed the latter's magic core alive, obviously not wanting to give Yao Tianxiao any chance to turn things around. Chapter 444 Yellow Spring. Still, Great Elder. It's your turn next. After killing Yao Xiaoshan, Yao Ming looked up to the sky and let out a long breath. Then he raised his head with a ferocious expression, looked at the Great Elder, and said grimly. Seeing Yao Ming's extremely ferocious gaze, the Great Elder's body trembled. He understood that if he fell into Yao Ming's hands, his fate would be countless times more miserable than that of Yao Tianxiao. Devil Snake Sky Explosion. The Great Elder quickly glanced at Yao Ming and Chenfeng, suddenly gritted his teeth, and formed a strange hand seal with his hands like lightning. The next moment, its body suddenly swelled up and its skin squirmed rapidly, as if something was about to break out of the body. How dare you self-destruct? Seeing the Great Elder's extremely decisive move, Yao Ming was also shocked, and immediately retreated rapidly. The self-exposure of a 1-star Dusheng powerhouse was something that even he did not want to face directly. Boom! The Great Elder's body exploded with earth-shattering force. The terrifying energy impact raised all the mountains within 1,000 feet to the ground. This old fellow is so cunning that he actually abandoned his physical body and hid his magic core in a split body. After the explosion, Yao Ming also reacted and shouted coldly, "Search within 10,000 miles, and make sure to find that old ghost for me." Yes. Upon hearing this, some elders hurriedly responded respectfully, saying that Yao Ming already had a strong reputation among the Nine Netherworld Python clan. Although he has been missing for hundreds of years, The ferocious power he displayed when he killed Yao Tiangxiao was enough to shock all his clansmen. Congratulations to Chief Yao Ming for returning to the throne. We will follow him till death. The elders with considerable seniority quickly stepped forward and spoke respectfully to Yao Ming. Yao Ming handled things very calmly. Although this person had been sealed for so many years, his spirit was still there. If he developed properly in the future, he would also be a hero. Thank you very much for rescuing me this time, and for giving me the precious elixir that allowed me to quickly advance to the rank of 3-star Du Sheng. After dealing with some things, Yao Ming thanked Chenfeng very solemnly. Haha, you are able to become the clan leader again because of your own ability. Now, take me to the Yellow Spring Steel. Chenfeng smiled, and then directly stated another purpose of this trip. The Yellow Spring Steel, Lord Morning Breeze, do you also know about this thing? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Ming seemed a little surprised. The Yellow Spring Stele is an artifact that has been passed down from ancient times. The person who left the stone tablet was the Yellow Spring Demon Saint from ancient times, a being who had 1 foot halfway into the realm of Du Di. This stone tablet records everything that Huang Quan Demon Saint has learned throughout his life. It is even said that the blood of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint still remains deep within the stone tablet. Chenfeng had already obtained the Yellow Spring Demon Saint's famous skill, Yellow Spring Sky Wrath, through the system. The purpose of his trip was to get the Demon Saint's blood essence. The Yellow Spring Demon Saint has 1 foot in the realm of Du Di, and his strength has truly reached the level of being comparable to that of nature. When a strong person reaches this level, the blood in his body has gradually begun to mutate. As long as he can completely take that step, his descendants will also enjoy the power of his blood. Of course, the Yellow Springs Demon Saint never successfully took that final step until the day he died. Although the power of blood cannot be passed on to descendants, the blood essence of Huangquan Demon Saint himself is undoubtedly very attractive to the Dusheng powerhouses. If it can be obtained, it will greatly improve the strength of some low-level Duluo. Chapter 445. Huangquan is angry and shatters people's souls. Lord Chenfeng, the Yellow Spring Stele is the clan treasure of my 9 Nether Earth Python clan. On the stele, there are 3 fighting skills engraved: Yellow Spring Finger and Yellow Spring Palm. The former is a low-level heavenly rank fighting skill, while the latter is a mid-level heavenly rank fighting skill. Both are extremely powerful, but only the clan leader and a few elders can practice them. The last one is the famous skill of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint, Yellow Spring Sky Wrath. Yao Ming said to Chenfeng very seriously. The Yellow Spring Finger determines life and death. Huang Quan is angry and shatters people's souls. This is the best summary of the fighting skills that the Yellow Springs Demon Saint practiced back then. Huang Quan Tianyu, to be precise, is a sonic fighting skill, and it is an advanced heavenly level sonic fighting skill. It is recorded in ancient books that in that era, the Yellow Springs heaven was in wrath, and even some powerful fighters at the fighting saint level would shudder at the news. Among the top powerful men on the continent who died at the hands of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint that year, at least 8 or 9 out of 10 had their souls shattered by the Yellow Spring heavenly wrath. This is a real killing weapon. When used in anger, even a strong man of the same level will suffer severe damage to his soul if he is not careful. You must know that the soul is the foundation of a person. If the soul is injured, the sequela caused will be several times stronger than physical injuries. Master Chenfeng, over the years, no one in my clan has been able to cultivate to the level of Huangquan Tianru. Because the fighting skill is hidden deep inside the stone tablet, and we simply cannot obtain the method to cultivate it. Because of the fear of damaging the essence and blood of the demon saint inside, no one has dared to break it open by force. Yao Ming smiled and continued, It doesn't matter. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Chenfeng smiled casually. He knew that to obtain the final Yellow Spring Sky Wrath, one needed a strong soul power. However, what he had in mind was the blood essence of the demon saint. We have concluded an answer over the years. We need a soul that has at least reached the heavenly realm to successfully penetrate the stone tablet. However, generally speaking, only some Grand Master level alchemists among humans can possess souls of this realm. Our clan has discussed this before and tried to invite a Grand Master of alchemy, but later on, we were worried that the Yellow Spring stone tablet would be exposed and cause some unnecessary trouble, so we had to hold it back. Yao Ming said this to himself, and then looking at the very determined expression on Chenfeng's face, he asked with a smile, Could it be that Master Chenfeng, your soul has already entered the heavenly realm? Nature? Chenfeng nodded. Okay, then please follow me, Lord Morning Breeze. After knowing the answer, Yao Ming no longer hesitated and led the way. Following Yao Ming a few minutes later, Lang Ru landed on an ancient altar. This altar is extremely magnificent and is built entirely of huge blue stones. Standing on the top of the altar, you can overlook some of the surrounding mountains. In the center of the altar, there was a huge pale yellow stone tablet about 100 feet tall, standing there lonely. An ancient aura permeated the air, as if it had existed forever. As this the yellow still left behind by the legendary yellow spring demon saint. Chenfeng looked towards the huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were many strange runes engraved, and there was a strange light flickering faintly. On the stone tablet, there was a huge finger and a palm print half a foot deep, carved, and some strange information emanated from it. I think this should be the method of practicing the so-called yellow spring finger and yellow spring palm. Chapter 446 The Remnant Soul of the Demon Saint Master Chenfeng. I once tried to obtain the cultivation method of heavenly wrath of the underworld, and the blood essence of the demon saint from the stone tablet. However, when my soul power just invaded the stone tablet, I was shocked to the point of vomiting blood and collapsed. It took me half a year to recover. Yao Ming spoke to Chenfeng with some lingering fear. There is indeed a good soul power in the stone tablet, but it is only a remnant soul, not in its peak state. To me it is not very strong. Hearing Yao Ming's words, Chenfeng smiled and shook his head, with a confident smile on his face. The next moment, he walked to a stone pier right in front of the stele, slowly sat down cross-legged, and the soul in his brows began to stir. Immediately, a slightly illusory figure stepped out from between Chenfeng's eyebrows, and finally hovered in front of the stone tablet. Yao Ming, don't let anyone disturb this place during this period of time. The soul shadow spoke directly to Yao Ming. Yes, Lord Morning Breeze. Hearing this, Yao Ming replied respectfully. It was the first time he saw someone who could condense a disembodied soul into a physical form. Laugh. As soon as Yao Ming finished speaking, Chenfeng's soul hit the stone tablet and then merged into it like water waves. Boom! Soon the Morning Breeze soul appeared in the sky filled with an ancient atmosphere. Above the sky, thunder roared madly like an angry dragon. The loud bang made the whole world tremble violently. Is this the space hidden in the yellow spring still? The soul of Morning Breeze was suspended in the air, looking at this strange space, and made a sound of creating space in the stone tablet. Huangquan Demon Saint is indeed worthy of his reputation. The next moment, the Morning Breeze slowly moved towards the depths of space, and at this moment, the thunder in the sky seemed to be pulled and suddenly bombarded it in an overwhelming manner. However, in the face of such an attack, Chenfeng did not stop at all. Whenever the thunder entered the 10-foot range around him, it would be sucked away by an invisible force. The soul of the heavenly realm Great Perfection possesses the strength of a late 7-star fighting saint just like the physical body. Moreover, this level of thunder is a kind of nourishment for the Morning Breeze soul that cultivates thunder-attributed fighting spirit. Suddenly, a deep yellow cloud appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, an extremely strong gust of wind suddenly tore through the sky and earth and pressed down fiercely towards Chenfeng. Disperse! Looking at the huge finger poking down, Chenfeng waved his sleeves and destroyed it easily. However, just as the yellow spring finger had dissipated, a yellow palm print appeared at that place again, pressing down quickly. Broken, calm syllables slowly came out of Chenfeng's mouth, and then a powerful soul storm swept out in an instant, directly shaking the palm and causing it to explode. The yellow spring demon saint, it's time to show up. This trick is useless to me. Looking at the shattered palm print, Chenfeng spoke lightly. Boom! The thunder, like sound of the morning breeze, had just been heard when a mountain suddenly broke through the ground not far ahead and rose from the ground. On the top of the mountain, there was a huge throne. On the throne, a figure in a yellow fur robe sat upright. An aura that made even the heaven and earth tremble slowly spread over his body. Chapter 447 Conversation with an ancient powerful being, a soul that has reached the great perfection of the heavenly realm. Junior, you are outstanding. You are the person with the strongest soul power among all the people who have come here in all these years. An extremely majestic voice came from the figure's mouth, and this sentence was considered to be a recognition of Chenfeng's talent and strength. Good eyesight. My purpose for coming to see you this time is very simple. I just want the blood of the demon saint. Seeing that the other party's attitude was pretty good, Chenfeng also praised this yellow spring demon saint. But no matter what, the rules I set back then must still be enforced. The yellow spring's demon saint shook his head slightly. He was just a remnant soul, and many things had to be done according to his consciousness before his death. Okay, then please use Huangquan Tianfu. Let me see the power of Huangquan Tianfu. Chenfeng said frankly that she knew the other party's rules, which was to take on the Yellow Spring Sky Wrath. The next moment, Huangquan Demon Saint didn't say anything more. He formed a strange hand seal with his hands like lightning, and then put the hand seal to his mouth. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying wave surged up, and under this wave, this piece of space collapsed and broke apart in an instant. It looked as if the end of the world had come. There was a commotion between heaven and earth, and the space was violently shaking at this moment. And in this fluctuation, strange ripples suddenly appeared around the remnant soul of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint. These ripples faintly merged into an invisible figure that was 1,000 feet tall. The invisible Demon Saint's true body, transformed by the sound waves, slowly lowered its head, its indifferent gaze fixed on the morning breeze in the distance. Then, its mouth slowly opened and a syllable with an ancient flavor uttered, like a thunder dragon emerging from the thunderclouds, revealing its majestic appearance. Mu. As soon as the word came out, the invisible body of the Demon Saint suddenly collapsed, but at the same time, the space also collapsed. As the sound waves spread, space collapsed inch by inch, and the destructive sound wave impact surged in at a speed faster than light. Facing this move, morning breeze came from behind, and a pitch black spear condensed out, blocking in front of him and resisting most of the soul impact. The sound waves swept through the space like a storm, and everything was turned into nothingness under the impact of the sound waves. The dark light enveloped the place, with only a lonely mountain standing tall in the dark void. On top of the mountain, the Demon Saint Huangquan also sat back on the throne. His already illusory body became even more transparent. Obviously, the previous attack had consumed too much of his strength. Yellow Spring Demon Saint, you can donate your blood and essence now. After this huge commotion, Chenfeng was surprisingly safe and sound. In all these years, you are the first person who can withstand the wrath of Huangquan. The remnant soul of Huangquan Demon Saint stared at Chenfeng. After a while, a rare smile appeared on his face. He slowly leaned against the throne and said with a somewhat melancholy tone, "This day has finally come." Next, Huangquan Demon Saint taught all three of his fighting skills to Chenfeng. "Thank you, Demon Saint." Chenfeng bowed and thanked him. "My mission is to wait for someone to defeat me and pass on what I have learned. Your current soul power has reached the conditions for practicing Huangquan Tianwu." The Yellow Springs Demon Saint smiled slightly and spread out his palms. As his palms spread out, his originally seemingly illusory body suddenly appeared with thin streams of light golden color. All the trickles gathered in his palm and soon turned into a ball of golden liquid. Chapter 448 The Obsession of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Alice, I have practiced for thousands of years, and my soul has even advanced to the legendary Emperor realm, but I still cannot take that last step. Huangquan Demon Saint gently stroked the golden liquid with his hands, and there was endless melancholy and unwillingness in his voice. In fact, there are many people in this continent who have the ability to become emperors. It's a pity that they lack one thing, which ultimately led to the fact that no emperor has appeared in 10,000 years. Feeling the unwillingness expressed by the remaining soul of the Yellow Springs Demon Saint, Chenfeng also let out a sigh. "Young man, have you discovered this too?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in the unwilling eyes of Huangquan Demon Saint. His original idea of giving the Demon Saint's blood essence to Chenfeng was temporarily put on hold, because once this essence and blood leaves the remnant soul, he will truly disappear into thin air. He originally had no hope, but at this moment he began to miss this world. After all the years of practice and regrets in his life were because of the two words "dude." I'm missing a kind of energy, an energy called source energy. Without that, it's extremely difficult to become a Dodi. Extremely difficult, which means that even without that kind of thing, there is still hope of becoming an emperor. Hearing this, Huangquan Demon Saint became even more interested. Well, the source energy has almost disappeared in the Duki continent. Now, only the ancient Emperor Tuoshi's cave still has a little bit of source energy. If you want to become an emperor without relying on source energy, you have to follow the path of the ancient Emperor Tuoshi. Chenfeng replied very seriously. Perhaps it was a recognition of the once extremely talented Huangquan Demon Saint. If such a talented person did not stay in the Duki continent, perhaps his achievements would be very high. There are actually two ways to become an emperor. At this moment, shock appeared in the eyes of Huangquan Demon Saint. His lifelong wish was to become an emperor. To open the ancient emperor's cave, you need to gather 8 pieces of ancient jade. It is very difficult to gather them all. Another way is to combine all the strange fires in the world into one. Because the ancient Emperor Tuoshi was a strange fire back then, He devoured all the strange fires on the strange fire list and became the Emperor's fire. Emperor Yan, I understand, no wonder. As the Du Emperor 10,000 years ago, he should have left behind one of the most powerful ancient races today. But how can a strange fire have offspring? After listening to Chenfeng's explanation, Huangquan Demon Saint instantly sorted out his thoughts. Young man, who are you and how do you know such a secret? The Yellow Springs Demon Saint raised his head and looked at Chenfeng again, his eyes full of curiosity. However, the morning breeze was silent at this time. Yellow Spring Demon Saint, now that I have you, do you not want to just disappear like this? After a moment, Chenfeng asked. Indeed, with the hope of becoming an emperor, I am unwilling to disappear from the world like this. You want this blood essence, but I'm afraid I can't give it to you. The Demon Saint Huangquan also nodded honestly. It doesn't matter. I originally took this thing away to give it to someone else. Chenfeng waved his hand and said that with his level of cultivation, the blood of the Demon Saint could not provide much help. Only a powerful elixir like the 9th grade Jindan could help him improve his cultivation to the late 7-star fighting saint. Since you are unwilling to disappear just like that, how about I make a deal with you? As long as you agree to serve me for 100 years, I will let your remaining soul reappear in the world. Chenfeng put forward a condition that the Huangquan Demon Saint could hardly refuse at this moment. Chapter 440-90. The top strongman rekindles his fighting spirit, served you for 100 years. Although Chenfeng's words were very tempting, the conditions he proposed made Huangquan Demon Saint hesitate. In the era when Huangquan Demon Saint was alive, no one in the whole world, even the ancient races, dared to be his enemy. He was the strongest man in the world. Now, if we ask him, who was once the strongest man in the world, to serve a junior, to be honest, it is a bit difficult. Don't worry, you can think about many things on your own during this period, and I won't let you do anything against your will. Chenfeng also saw the concerns of Huangquan Demon Saint and spoke with a smile. Okay, in that case, for the sake of that obsession, I promise you. After hearing what Chenfeng said, Huangquan Demon Saint finally stopped hesitating and nodded in agreement on the spot. Demon Saint, your remnant soul is not complete after all. However, I believe that since you have hope in this world, you will definitely be able to revive. Later I will provide you with some soul essence. Chenfeng continued to talk about some arrangements. When talking about the origin of the soul, Chenfeng added, don't worry, that kind of thing was not extracted by me, but was produced by the Soul Clan after killing countless people over the years. Since it has been produced, there is no reason to waste it. Have the Soul Clan started doing this kind of thing now? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Huangquan Demon Saint couldn't help but frown. In the era when he lived, the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demon fire had not yet escaped from the ancient emperor's cave, and the Soul Clan had not launched such a grand plan. He had fallen for many years, so naturally he was unaware of the current situation on the continent. That race, when I was at my peak, they didn't dare to provoke me at all. However, I don't have the strength to fight against the entire Soul Clan on my own. The Yellow Spring Demon Saint sighed. That's true. Although you, Demon Saint, were very powerful in the past, it's like 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. The Soul Clan is a large clan. The masters of the clan unite to form a large formation. Even a half-emperor can contend. Chenfeng nodded. Since the Demon Saint has no intention of dying, I will not take this blood essence. I hope the Demon Saint can recover as soon as possible. After Chenfeng said the last sentence, he left the Yellow Spring still space directly. Lord Morning Breeze, what's going on? Seeing Chenfeng's soul returning to his body, Yaming hurried forward to ask about the result. Look over there. Chenfeng waved his hand and a beam of light shot onto the stone tablet. Bang. The next moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the stone tablet in front of him. Soon everyone saw that above the original finger and palm print, a mouth shape slowly appeared, and a strange wave emanated from the mouth. The wrath of the underworld. Looking at the shape of the mouth, Yao Ming was stunned at first, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, and his soul power quickly spread out. However, when his soul power spread to the shape of the mouth, he had no time to receive the many information contained in it, and an extremely powerful soul shock hit his soul hard. Your soul power is not strong enough, you are not qualified to practice Huangquan Tianruo. Chenfeng shook his head. Did Lord Chenfeng obtain the Demon Saint's blood essence? Yao Ming asked tentatively. The remaining soul of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint is planning to re-enter the world. Your 9 Netherworld Python clan is about to have great fortune, but for the time being, you need to keep this news secret to avoid bringing disaster to your clan. Chenfeng shook his head again. Chapter 450 Return to the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan. The demon saint is going to re-enter the world. Oh, upon hearing the news from Chenfeng, Yao Ming's face showed disbelief. The demon saint was one of the strongest men back then. Even the current patriarchs of the ancient clan and the Soul clan were no match for him. If he were to return to the world, it would cause a huge commotion. Don't worry, Lord Chenfeng, I will never let anyone else know about this. Understanding the seriousness of the matter, Yao Ming quickly made assurances. Well, from now on, no one is allowed to approach the Nine Netherworld. Chenfeng gave the order again, because Queen Medusa was now practicing in that place. With the help of the energy of the Nine Netherworld and the 9-colored raw stone, Queen Medusa might be able to become the 9-colored sky-swallowing python, which would be no less powerful than Xian's ancient dragon and phoenix bloodline. Don't worry, unless all the members of the Nine Netherworld Python clan are dead, no one will force their way into the Nine Netherworld. Yao Ming made another promise. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to show his loyalty. After dealing with this matter, Chenfeng returned to the Wind Realm alone. Not long after, another major event occurred in Zhongzhou. The people from the Soul Palace actually joined forces with the Sky Demon Phoenix clan to impose sanctions on the Xingyan Pavilion. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Phoenix clan is so bold that they dare to go against us. Chenfeng also received the message quickly and frowned slightly. Before, in that desolate ancient domain, Zhufeng kept provoking and eventually reaped what he sowed. At that time, Chenfeng did not make things difficult for the Sky Demon Phoenix clan for Feng Qing'er's sake, but only said that the leadership of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan should be replaced. Now it seems that we really have to take action against the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Qing'er, some of the higher-ups in your clan are stubborn and unyielding. This time, I will push you to take the position of the leader of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. The next moment, Chenfeng went straight to Feng Qing'er and told her some of his ideas. Okay, I support Brother Feng. Feng Qing'er nodded and agreed almost without hesitation. Now, her cultivation had reached the level of a 1-star Du Sheng, which was no worse than the sons of gods of the ancient races, and she was even stronger than some of the geniuses of the ancient races. Then, let's go back to your tribe now. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then used the space conversion flag to bring Feng Qing to the location that had been marked in the beast domain before. Oh, I haven't been back for many years. When I came back this time, I suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. As they continued to get closer and closer to the depths of the beast's territory, Feng Qing'er couldn't help but reveal a hint of melancholy on her face as she murmured softly. For so many years, she has been practicing in Fengli Pavilion and has hardly ever returned to her tribe. Therefore, she has more or less developed a sense of estrangement with her tribe. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan's reputation in today's World of Warcraft has even surpassed that of the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan. Because the Taixu Ancient Dragon clan has been silent for too long and has not appeared in many years. I've been away from home for so long, this feeling of strangeness is only temporary. When I return, things will definitely change. Seeing the expression on Feng Qing'er's face, Chenfeng reached out and put his arms around her slender waist, smiling softly. After traveling for several hours, Chenfeng and his companions finally arrived at a huge mountain range where the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan was rumored to be located. In the thousands of miles around this mountain range, there are no other Warcraft families to be seen. After arriving above the mountain range, the two did not stop at all and continued to move quickly towards the depths of the mountain range.